forward to. This card is going to be an absolute banger. There's so many great fights coming up, so plenty to get our teeth into. But as we said, we've got Nunes coming out. She's going to be taking on Dos Santos. Nunes on an 8-fight win streak. She's finished 7 of her 9 wins. And she is, I believe, 2-0 in the UFC. So Nunes stepping inside the cage. We are about to be going over to this fight very, very soon. As we said, this is the second fight of the evening. I didn't see the result of the first one. It's proper caught me off guard. Them starting already. I thought that they were starting in about 5 minutes' time. So, yes, thankfully we're all set up. We're good to go. And it's great to be back doing UFC. It's a big, big year this year. Obviously, we know the heavyweight division has got some big, big movement in it. We're going to be seeing the likes of Garn taking on Jones. That's coming up very soon as well. So very much looking forward to that card. But tonight we've got a big, big card. Very excited. We got a couple of championship fights on there. We got some really interesting matches. We got plenty of bangers lined up with lots of potential finishes. So, yeah, going to get our teeth into this one. Okay, so intro's just being done. Dork Knight, hello, shout out to you. Alexander the Greatstead, we stand with Glover in this chat. Yeah, main event's going to be a banger. I would like Teixeira to do it. I would like him to get the victory. It's really hard to know which way that's going to go, though, because you can see paths to victory for both guys. I am leaning... who did I settle on in the end? I've changed my mind on that main event twice, and I think I've settled on... Yeah, I've settled on Teixeira. I've gone with Teixeira, and he is the underdog, but he's only underdog very, very slightly. He's plus 115 underdog, so he's underdog, but not by much. So, yeah, that is going to be a tasty main event for the light heavyweight, vacant light heavyweight championship. But I feel like tonight's going to be a bit of a wild one because I think there's just going to be no time for us to like take a breath. I think this is just going to be action, action, action. What with 15 fights, we're already underway, and these two are already throwing at each other. Look at the size of Fern. She is so tall. She is so tall. She is towering over Nunes. I think she's 6 inches taller. 6 inches taller. And she's putting the pressure on, driving Nunes back. Big, heavy blows, big knee strike there by Dos Santos. She is 0-2 in the UFC as well. She hasn't actually won since 2017, but these two women look like they're in 2 different weight classes. Like, the size difference is stunning. Big, big shots coming into the body as well. Just dig into the body. And seems like she's only really got that plan. Don't think there's like a plan B. There's a low kick coming in. It's a nice right hand, but low kick coming back by Nunes. Nunes here is minus 500. The smaller woman is minus 500 here to get this job done. So she is expected to find a way through. She's got big, heavy hands. She likes to attack with elbows. She's being driven back at the moment, though. She's being absolutely bullied. She's doing a good job of covering up, though, weathering the storm. But you can see that Zara Fern, 29 significant strikes to 10 at the moment. I wouldn't say one-way traffic, but it's largely one-way traffic. And one of her problems has been lacking volume. There's no lack of volume in this first round by Dos Santos. Now we're seeing Nunes driving Fern back. Fern grabbing a hold of the head of Nunes. I don't know what a gas tank's going to be like. I mean, she's someone that's been quite low volume. The fact that she's been so active already in the first couple of minutes, it feels like she wants to get a first round finish. It sort of feels like she wants to get this job done. But at the moment, she's doing a really, really good job. 35-13 on significant strikes for Zara Fern. Nunes in the center, having to regroup. 7 knockouts on her record out of 9 wins, coming in at minus 500 favorite. She's got a good takedown defense. Don't think that's going to be a problem here. She's using her reach really well. Low kick there by Nunes, though. Nunes trying to drive Fern back. I'm keeping an eye on Fern's gas tank, to be honest. It's her gas tank that I've got big question marks about. Her volume is normally quite low, as we said. It's been very impressive in the early stages of the fight, but I don't think this is so much she's going to be able to maintain. Both women in the center of the octagon at the moment. We got Nunes just edging forwards. It's undeniably a Dos Santos round. I mean, there's been at times where, you know, she's absolutely ragdolled her, but she's not been able to keep that pressure sustained. And right now we're seeing Nunes. Nunes is the one that's all over Fern. Fern is back against the cage. Nunes letting the hands fly. Kick to the midsection there. A couple of shots going upstairs as well. Fern backing up a little bit. Nice strike to the body by Nunes. Lovely overhand lefts. Big overhand left. And now she's letting the hands go, driving Fern back. And she's doing a decent job. Nunes here. And right now, Fern is up against the side of the cage. Nunes managing to get back into this one. She's closed that gap so well. It was 38-13, I believe. Now it's 39-31. So you can see she's had a big minute there, Nunes. Big, big minute. They're up against the side of the cage, but they do just come away. Right now, live odds have got Fern at minus 145. I got to tell you, I'd be jumping on that. I'd be jumping on that because I don't think that Fern's going to have anything else left in the tank. I think she's used all of her energy there. So I don't think she's going to have much left. And we're already seeing this fight swing Nunes' direction. Nunes has done really well to get back into this. She's going to lose this first round, but I don't know. She came in heavy favorite. And I think that that's a good first round for Dos Santos, but I don't know that it's going to be anything more than a good first round. Very, very, very interesting fight, though. Very interesting fight. Not going the way that people were expecting. Not going the way I was expecting. Nunes is someone that's a power brawler. She's got the speed advantage. She's got big, heavy hands. She's got 7 knockouts on her records. She's fighting someone that hasn't been that active. I mean, she's got 10 fights to her name, and her last win was back in 2017. She is someone that wasn't fancied here at all. She's got size, and that's about it. But she is showing that she has been working on things and working hard. Came out, landed. I think she's took Nunes by surprise. She's took me by surprise. And she takes that first round. But, yeah, interesting. Archangel, shout out to you. Miss Clown, hello. Hope everyone is well. Right, here we go. About to go underway with round number 2. This is really interesting, really finely poised. It's annoying, isn't it? That keeps doing that. It's an advert that's on the ESPN website. Boom. Right. Jab coming in, and again. Okay, right now, Nunes now is minus 280. So, you know, when we just saw those odds that she was plus 160, and I was like, I would jump on that. All of a sudden now she's minus 280. So I don't know where that's come from, but already it's drastically swung in Nunes' favor. Everyone's saying that the first round goes to Dos Santos. I don't think there's any surprise there. But can anyone recommend PS5 games? Said Tortnight. Right, Nunes edging forward. Dos Santos back against the cage. 32 shots to the head by Zara Fern. And we're seeing Nunes edging forward. High kick coming in by Zara Fern there. Zara Fern back against the cage. We got Nunes. Lovely hook shot coming in there by Nunes. And again, lunging forward with a couple of left-hand hooks. Nice straight there. Body shot as well by Nunes. Nunes looking good now. Seems to have got into a rhythm. She's only 6 significant strikes behind, but some lovely counter shots coming back by Zara Fern. And Nunes standing her ground in the center, trying to edge forwards. It's great to have a crowd. I mean, honestly, like being in the Apex so long, I think it's done damage to the UFC. I think that the lack of atmosphere, the lack of crowds, like they've just stuck with it for way, way, way too long. Like it's when you actually go to places like here we are in Brazil, or when we went to London, and like you kind of see the crowd, you experience that atmosphere again. You sort of realize just how lacking the Apex is. And yeah, I think they've just stuck with it. I think the ratings have largely been the same, but I think it's a case that I think the rating's been the same, and I think there's been a little bit of laziness, to be honest. Right, they're in a clinch at the moment. There's not a great deal happening. They're in a clinch. They're over by the sides of the cage, and Nunes is in control. So she's got Zara Fern up against the side of the cage. She's managed to close that gap a little bit when it comes to striking, but now we're seeing some shots coming back by Zara Fern. Nunes, every time she seems to get close, like within striking distance of taking the lead on significant strikes, Zara Fern just finds a few shots that she's able to come out with just to ensure that that lead is maintained. But yeah, I think this is a frustrating fight, this, for Nunes. I think it's a frustrating fight. She doesn't seem to be able to maintain any kind of pressure. She's grabbing Zara Fern, driving her back against the cage again. And she's trying to get some control time, but we know unless you actually do something with that control time, the judges just don't seem like that impressed. But right now, she's got Fern up against the side of the cage. There's a minute left in this round. Feels more like this is going to be a Nunes round, this one. So it feels like we should be looking at 1-1 after this. But 50-odd seconds still to go. She's keeping her pinned up against the cage. And nice reversal there by Dos Santos. Knee strike coming in. Reversal again by Nunes. Nunes, lovely shot. So significant strikes. 41-32 to Dos Santos in the first round. 18-15 to Dos Santos in this round. She's ahead on significant strikes in both rounds. But there has been a fair bit of control time for Nunes in this round. A couple of shots coming in. Yeah, the power for Nunes just has not been on display at all. Just has not been on display. Oh, swinging away. She's trying to unload a flurry at the end. She unloads a real flurry of shots, and that certainly entertains the crowds. Like this one, you know. Good little fight. I got that first fight wrong. I'm picking Nunes via unanimous decision, says Tim. Football sucks with no crowd as well, said Drew, who, yeah, I agree. I think because we've been getting Apex shows like week after week, like, I mean, pretty much throughout the majority of 2022, we were in an empty Apex, certainly throughout, 2020 and 2021. I mean, I think we've done close to 70 Apex shows, which will all be with next to no crowds. I mean, even the crowd they do have tends to be just like friends and family of the fighters, very small. You're talking like 100, 200 people, something like that. Like, it's next to nothing. Like, there's not really any sort of atmosphere as a result. But yeah, it's when you come to places where, you've got a proper crowd. that you realize, like, how much, like, you miss that. There's a woman in the front row. I think, is that Miss Brazil? There's a woman with a sash in the front row. I think we got Miss Brazil in the house, which is lovely to see. Right, third and final round. I've probably got this 1-1, to be honest. I've probably got it 1-1, but there might be some people out there that have got it 2-0 to Dos Santos. Couple of strikes coming in. I think the aggression has been there from Nunes. She's showed good aggression. She's been taking the fight to Dos Santos. Fern is jabbing away. She's trying to keep things simple. 1-2, straight down the middle. Yeah, God, absolutely full of Brazilian fighters. I think every fighter's got a Brazilian fighter in. Nunes trying to edge forwards, trying to find a way. Fern on the outside, getting driven back against the cage. Lovely counter shots coming in there by Dos Santos, though. Just as she was going back, she throws out a few 1-2s. Back into the center. Overhand coming in. Big overhand left. Shot coming back to the body there by Dos Santos. Couple of jabs coming in. Straight down the middle. Low kick. Inside leg kick there by Dos Santos. Jabbing away as well. 1-2. Nicely blocked by Nunes, who explodes forwards. She is really struggling to get anything on the sweet spot. Like, she is getting shots through, but she's really struggling to get anything, like, of note. Anything that's going to really rock Dos Santos. I don't think we've seen Dos Santos rocked. And if you consider that Nunes is 9-1 with 7 knockouts, like, the fact that she's just not able to land anything, like, of significance is really interesting. Shot coming into the body there by Nunes. I'm ticking away. It's a hard one to score this, you know. It might feel like Dos Santos has just done enough. It might feel like she's just done enough. Big overhands again. Oh, she's really with these big overhands. Overhand left. And she's going to the body as well. All Dos Santos can do is cover up at the moment. There's a real storm that's coming her way. She weathers that storm, though, in all fairness. She weathers it. She is so much bigger. Honestly, it's like David versus Goliath, this fight. It's so interesting. Strikes going straight down the middle by Nunes. A hold of Dos Santos. Dos Santos over against side of the cage. Again, big overhands coming in. Good work by Nunes. Into the final few minutes. This is in the women's featherweight division. A couple of jabs coming back there by Dos Santos. And Nunes in the center. I think we have seen Dos Santos gas out. Dos Santos has been very low volume, low activity. I think she did like about 38 significant strikes in the first round. So near enough 40. She's at 80 significant strikes now. So, you know, she's dropped off. She managed to do about half of what she did in the first round, in the second round, and half in this round as well. Certainly the cardio, the conditioning, I would say the aggression has been with Nunes. But, and she's managed to close that gap as well, in all fairness. 82-80 right now. I think this has been a good round for Nunes. Knee coming back there by Dos Santos. We're into the final minute. Couple of strikes coming back, and 26-18 significant strikes here for Nunes in this round. So 41-32 in the first round in favor of Dos Santos. Then I think it was like 23-22 to Dos Santos. And now here we are with Nunes with a nice gap in this one. So feels quite comfortable this round now. Oh, for Nunes, but she is definitely fighting like she's looking for the finish. She might know that at least one of those judges have scored the first 2 rounds for Dos Santos. Lovely right hand there, connecting by Nunes. Kick coming into the body. Scorecards on this are going to be really interesting. I don't think either way you go, I don't think would be a robbery. That middle round is a really close round. You could probably make an argument for the draw because I think Dos Santos takes the first. I think Nunes takes the third. And it's going to come down to whoever you gave that second round to. Irish Rebel, hello. Shout out to you. Irish Rebel said Days is 21. Facts. That is facts, mate. Hello. Shout out to you. Eubank had lost and been knocked out in the round 4. Eubank got knocked out in round 4, did he? Smith managed to beat Eubank. That is interesting. That is interesting because he was very, very confident. We almost did that stream. Smith stops Eubank with a 4th round stoppage. Wow. Left uppercut was a money shot, which ended Eubank's resistance. Smith missed the target a few times before landing with the big one. Wow. That's a great result, that is. That's a great result for Smith. $9.28. Unanimous decision. Goes to Nunes. I think that's fair. I think you could have made an argument for the draw as well. I think she has taken it. I think she's only just taken it. But I think that her aggression that she showed in that second round has come good for her. Yeah, that's a big result, that is. It's a good result for her. Right, we're going to be moving on to our next fight pretty soon. These fights are going to be coming thick and fast because we have got a lot of action coming up on this card. It is a very, very stacked card in every sense. We've got 15 fights that we've got to get through. So it's on to the next one. Right, coming up next, we've got Warlley Alves taking on Nicholas Dalby. This is in the welterweight division. Very close to call this one. Alves is minus 105. Dalby is minus 115. Alves is inconsistent, I think is fair. He's got a great first round, but he can fade in fights. He's a good all-rounder. He's someone good at giving it out, so good at taking it, though. He is probably going to have too much for Dalby, and also, I do think because we're in Brazil, that's going to give all the Brazilian fighters a lift. I've got to think that's going to be a positive and not a negative, although it does always seem to be a negative for Derek Lewis whenever he fights in his home state. But I think it's probably more a positive than a negative for the Brazilian fighters. He is quite unpredictable, but he did win the Ultimate Fighter Brazil. And he's got a really good guillotine. He's 8-5 in the UFC, Warlley Alves. He's taken on Nicholas Dalby, kickboxer, grappler, decent wrestling. He's going to have a 2-inch advantage. Very strong in the clinch, which is something to keep an eye out for. Tends to not look great in the first round, but does grow into the fight. So this is one where I think you're going to see Alves looking really good in the first round. But the longer this goes, the more that it's going to favor Nicholas Dalby. Nicholas Dalby is 4-3 in the UFC. So both guys have got these records where like their wins aren't drastically ahead of their losses, like 8-5, 4-3. Like they're kind of struggling with consistency. But this should be a really good fight. I am very much looking forward to this. As we said, needs to take this into the deep waters if he's going to get a victory here. And I don't think he will. I'm going to go with Alves to get the win. Whether he's going to win the first 2 rounds, lose the third and win a decision, or find a finish, I'm not too sure. But I am going to go with Warlley Alves. Are you interested in watching Fedor versus Beta 2 in Bellator? No, to be honest. I mean, like, the fight sounds pretty good, but I I don't really tend to go into Bellator. I tend to just stick with UFC. Glover isn't deserving of this opportunity. The UFC is running out of options, says VMAC. I think the light heavyweight division is a really interesting one because it was cleared out by John Jones, and then that left this vacuum and this big opportunity for someone to take that division. No one's been able to do it. Yan obviously got the title after John, but he didn't have it for very long. He only defended it a few times, then obviously lost it to Teixeira. Teixeira then lost it to Jiri. Obviously, Jiri has lost it to injury. So, since John Jones has gone out the division, we've had 3 different light heavyweight champions. It's a division that's really calling out for a star. It's a division that desperately needs an Adesanya or someone along those lines. Someone to, be a figurehead for it. Because at the moment, you're right. There's no one that really comes out. If I would say whoever wins tonight, you sort of feel like they're probably going to drop it relatively soon. Whoever wins out of Teixeira or Hill, I think. Obviously we don't know what's happening with Jiri. Jiri would feel like it felt like he was going to be that person. It sort of felt like he was that guy, and now he's just picked up this heartbreaking injury, which is heartbreaking for him, but also the UFC, because I think the UFC had that star. I think he was that guy. I think he was going to be that person that was going to hold that belt for a while. And he's so exciting to watch. That fight is probably the best fight of, I think it was last year, wasn't it? It was one of the best fights I've ever seen. Like the Teixeira against Jiri fight. It was absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, that light heavyweight division is right there for the taking. Right there for the taking. And who knows? But Hill could kick on. Hill could take it tonight and go on to become that guy. I just don't think he will. I don't think he will. I don't think that he is. I don't think that he's good enough. I don't think he's got a good enough all-round skill set to be able to deal with all the different challenges that will come his way as champion if he becomes champion. So, don't know. It'll be interesting. And it'd be great to see Teixeira win it again, to be honest. I'd love to see him do it again, so I am really. But even so, whoever wins, I don't see them being a long-term champ. Right. But I don't care. I don't care about MMC, aka Brain Tumor League. But is there an NXT pay-per-view tonight? Don't know. Don't think so. Who is your favorite fighter from each division? We'll have to touch on that in a sec because we are about to go over to the start of this one. We're just getting the intros. First names that come to mind, I love Thug Rose. I know that her last outing was very disappointing, but I do love Thug Rose. I really enjoy watching her fight, and I just think it was a really bad game plan that she had. I think she really overcomplicated things against Carla Esparza, and that's turned a lot of people off her now, to be honest. She had crazy support before, but it feels like a lot of that has gone now, which is a real shame. But, I'm looking forward to seeing her back in action. Hopefully a good performance can take that bad taste out of people's mouths. But here we go anyway. We are underway with Dolby and Alves. As we said, I think you're going to see a really good first round by Alves here. And Dolby doesn't tend to be brilliant. So we are up and running, and we've got Alves in yellow. Ooh, goes back against the cage. Just got a little bit caught there. There was a knee that came in by Dolby. Alves goes stumbling backwards, flying backwards. And Dolby has grabbed Alves. But Alves has managed to reverse the position. He's got Dolby up against the side of the cage at the moment. So it's Alves that's in control. Is doing well to just take a little bit of sting out of this early stage. And I think he's going to look to hopefully try and impose himself. But Dolby is reversing the position, which is good. Control time is important, but we've said before, you've got to do something with it. Knee strikes coming in by Dolby. And again, Dolby throwing in these knees. Alves up against the side of the cage. Another big knee strike coming in. Knee coming in, side of the body. Raining these strikes in. Alves, this isn't what you want to see from Alves, to be honest. This first round is a big opportunity for him. It's a big opportunity for him. So for him to be stuck up against the cage and for this first round to be passing him by, this is not the situation that he wants to find himself in. Alves coming out then. He's managed to break away. Both fighters go back into the center. Low kick coming in there by Alves. Low kick again. Outside leg kick by Alves. Dolby moving around on the outsides. Skipping about and he's being stalked by Alves. Low kick. Inside leg kick there by Dolby. Those two just touching gloves. We're halfway through the first round. Shot to the body just misses by Dolby. Alves finds himself ahead 10-7. Nice shot coming in. Couple of jabs coming in. Shot coming back there by Alves. Dolby again stumbling back a little bit. Alves standing his ground in the center. Nice kick to the legs. Inside leg kick as well by Alves. Dolby just edging forwards. Kick coming in. Oh, that's a lovely hook shot there by Dolby. And it does just catch Alves. Alves getting a little bit rocked. Kick to the side of the body. We're into the final few minutes of this one. We got Dolby edging forwards. Again, kick coming into the side of the body. And Alves continuing to put that pressure on. Inside leg kick. Nice jab coming in there by Dolby. And again, we've got Dolby giving a good account of himself here. Outside leg kick. Nothing between them. I mean, what, 16-14? Not really much between them at the moment. And Alves having to be quite calculated. Dolby grabbing Alves, driving him back against the cage. And right now, in the clinch at the moment, Dolby getting some control time. So 1 minute 12 control time for Dolby. 34 seconds for Alves. TD, shout out to you, my friend. I'll get to your comment in a sec, buds. We're 50-odd seconds away from the end of this round as Dolby continues to fire in some knee strikes. So knee shots coming in by Dolby. Alves up against the side of the cage. And now we're seeing Dolby just stomping on the feet here of Alves. Alves has got to get out of this position. He's finding himself trapped up against the cage. This first round is going to pass him by as 3 significant strikes behind. 19-16. Tries to explode out with a big uppercut. And Dolby takes a big step back. Kick coming into the body there by Dolby. Nice shots coming back by Alves. Kick to the body. We're into the final 10 seconds. Kick to the legs. 1-2 shots upstairs. Nice kick to the body. And we've got Alves circling away. There's a bit of blood coming down the side of the face there of Dolby, but that feels like it's a Dolby round, you know. And I wasn't expecting to say that at all. I wasn't expecting Dolby to take that first round. TD said, Days, who's the most famous celebrity that you've met? Mine is Michael Jordan, said TD. Wow. That's impressive. I don't think I can beat Michael Jordan. That's very impressive. I've told this story before. I think it's probably the most famous person I've met would be Amy Winehouse. And it's quite a cool story because I used to work in an entertainment store and she came in to do a signing of her first album and I was behind the till. And so all the people met her and she was literally sat like right there. And all the people met her, got their album signed. And her manager was like, I'll just go get the car. And for about 5 minutes, I was alone with Amy Winehouse in this shop. I didn't say a word to her. I didn't say a word. Her first album had just come out. It was a cool first album, but like, she wasn't this, crazy, massive, global superstar when the first album came out that she went on to become. So, yeah. But I don't think that's quite is as cool as Michael Jordan. I think it's pretty cool. But I don't think it's Michael Jordan cool. Right, we are underway with round number 2. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're building towards 1,000. We managed to get 1,227 last time. That's still from the last time we did a stream on with UFC. So we're nowhere near that this time. But right, we are underway with round number 2. Dolby going down to the ground. Alves on top. Good work at the moment. Is in guards. Good work by Alves. Dolby is being quite active down on the ground. Alves on top of him. And we are seeing Dolby not accepting this position. He's desperately trying to get a hold of the arm. Looks like he's going for a Kimura. He's managed to get around the arm, and he's not made any attempt to pull at it yet, but it feels like he's going to. Now he seems to be switching. He seems to have gone to a guillotine, but he's already given up on that. He's in a seated position at the moment. You can see control time, 1 minute 44 for Alves right now. He's in control. He's in a controlling position, but again, judges don't really care about that unless you actually do something with it. So right now he's got Dolby down on the ground. Both guys getting back up to their feet. Nice jab coming in there by Dolby. Lovely right hand there by Dolby. 1-2, straight down the middle. Alves getting tagged a little bit here. Significant strikes are exactly the same. 26-26 now. These two exchanging kicks. Nice shot coming in there by Dolby. 1-2, upstairs, grabbing Alves, driving him back against the side of the cage. He's just grinding away at the moment, really putting the work in. So Alves up against the side of the cage. Dolby trying to grab a hold of Alves. Seeing if he can take him down, but Dolby is in control right now. So good work at the moment here by Dolby. Knee strike coming in there by Dolby. Dolby throwing in these knees. Alves just standing up against the side of the cage. Knee strikes coming in by Dolby. Alves trying to get away from the side of the cage. And he's just trapped at the moment. Knee strike again there by Dolby. Dolby trying to take the legs away from underneath Alves. Alves, though, manages to escape. He needed to. There was a real lull in the fight there as Dolby was just getting plenty of control time. And, yeah, Alves looking a little bit tired now. We said he normally has a good first round and then tends to fade. And it does look like he's fading. Big right hands being exchanged by both guys here. Big knee strike there by Dolby. Nice inside leg kick by Alves. High kick coming back there by Dolby. And again, but it's being blocked by Alves. Couple of strikes straight down the middle by Dolby. Alves on the outside. Oh, looking for a spinning back fist. Looking for a spinning back fist. Outside leg kick there by Dolby. Spinning back fist attempt by Alves. 1-2 straight down the middle by Alves as well. Into the final 50 seconds here. Kick coming into the side of the body. Jab straight down the middle by Dolby. Alves having a little look. Trying to see if he can find a way forward here. Significant strikes. 47-35 for Dolby. Dolby doing really well in this fight. Doing really well. Shot coming in by Dolby. Alves, slip of the head. Good head movement. Trying to keep off the center line. Outside leg kick coming in. 45 shots to the head by Dolby. 26 by Alves. Alves coming forwards. Dolby just backing up, and Herb Dean calling a brief timeout. Don't know if that's a low blow. Might be, or an eye poke. Thinks an eye poke. There's an official timeout. We've only got 7 seconds left in this round number 2. But, yeah, there's quite a bit of action here. Having a little look. I think he's saying the fingers were open. I think he just catches him. It's really bad. You can see. I was going to say, really bad camera angles. You can't quite see it, but that camera angle, you could just catch it in the background. But either way, that is the end of the rounds. Nugzula, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Michael said, I like that the light heavyweight picture is wide open. It makes it unpredictable. Days whistling through wheat fields. Nugzula, shout out to you. John Jones is the god of MMA in any company, said Zamir. Well, I mean, that event is just so big, isn't it? It's overshadowing everything. That event is overshadowing this event. Like, this event feels like a kid's party compared to what we've got coming with the return of John Jones. I think in many people's minds, John Jones is either the GOAT or he's in the conversation. And to be honest, the UFC is kind of lacking those stars at the moment. It's not drowning in these big monster names like John Jones. You know, there hasn't been another Conor that's young. There isn't another Brock around. Like, they're really struggling with like those kind of big names that grab casual fans' attention. I mean, they've certainly got some, don't get me wrong, but John Jones, he feels like one of those. He feels like the greatest of all time, and he feels like someone that I think the casuals are aware of. They certainly should be. And so that event, you know, we haven't seen John in a good few years. That event just feels monstrous, doesn't it? Absolutely monstrous. It's a shame that it's not against Stipe, of course. That would feel like an even bigger fight. Stipe is kind of regarded as the GOAT of heavyweight MMA, but certainly in UFC. And it's gone. And I sort of feel like, you know, we've already seen Gon lose to Ngannou. I understand that Gon is there or thereabouts, though. So, you know, it's one of those. It's just great to see John coming back, and it's a very credible opponent. But it's just maybe not the opponent people would choose if they could choose an opponent. You know, I think people would go with Stipe. People ideally would want Ngannou, of course. Right now, Dolby has got Alves up against the side of the cage. He's just going to look to take time out of this. Moreno and Figgy are going to be a 5-peat, said Samir. That is going to be a lot of fun, man. That is going to be a lot. Right there in the clinch at the moment. Dolby is in the center. There's a hook shot to the side of the head. There's a jab straight down the middle. Body shots coming in by Dolby. Kick to the body there by Dolby as well. And Dolby, high kick. Dolby doing really well. His volume here is very impressive. We've got Alves doing what Alves usually does, which is slow down in fights. Dolby, as we said, he tends to come good in fights. And we are seeing examples of that. The only difference here is that Alves knows that he's had some good first 2 rounds. And so, you know, whatever he's got left, he's really having to commit it and use it and apply it. So, you know, we are seeing a better version of Alves in this 3rd round than I was expecting, but then we saw a worse version in the 1st round than I was expecting. Dolby still comfortably ahead, 64-51. And we've only got 2 minutes 30 left in this 3rd round. Knee strike coming in there by Dolby. Up against the side of the cage. And this is going to be a bad night at the office, I think, for Alves. It's going to be difficult to see him coming back from this. Alves is trying, though. He's working hard. He is trying. At the start of this, would fight go the distance? No was the favored option. People didn't think this one was going to go the distance. It's a lovely strike there. Round 3, significant strikes. It's actually 20-20. Both guys, same number of significant strikes so far. Outside leg kick coming in by Dolby. We've got 1 minute 30. This very close in this round. Spinning back fist there by Alves. Dolby ducks underneath. Couple of jabs coming in. Strikes coming in by both guys. Straight down the middle. Not much in the way of defense or head movement. Tired minds, tired hands as we're approaching that final minute of round number 3. Kick to the body. Kick coming back there by Dolby. 1-2 straight down the middle by Alves. Oh, heavy kick there to the body. Alves going running after Dolby. Desperately looking for a finish. Deep breath there by Dolby. Pace of this one really starting to take its toll. Jab coming in there by Dolby as Alves continues to move forwards. Jab coming in there by Dolby. Kick coming in by Dolby into the final 30-odd seconds. Alves edging forward. Kick to the body by Dolby. And, oh my man, the energy to this. Dolby grabbing Alves, driving him back against the cage. So Dolby in control. Oh, looking for a takedown. Couldn't quite get it. Alves getting right back up to his feet. Dolby with a knee to the body. And again, we're seeing some really good work here by Dolby. He's just trying to take the time out of this one. And we get to the end of the fight. Let me know in the chat. I think it's going to Dolby. But let me know in the chat who you would be giving that fight to. Clanging and banging. Denis, shout out to you. Problem is Moreno, Kai Kara-France have already fought a couple of times, said Max. Yeah, I think that's going to be a win for Dolby. But it feels quite close. Across the whole fight, there was only 12 significant strikes difference. Dolby getting quite a bit more control time, but as we said, control time doesn't mean nothing. Not unless you do something with it. But and you can't look past the fact that Alves is Brazilian and we're in Brazil. You know, these kinds of things might make the difference. Jose Aldo in the front row. Just looking at the numbers then, so 22-18 in favor of Dolby for the first round, 28-19 in favor of Dolby for the second round, 35-33 Alves in the third round. So in the end, close. Here we go. 29-28 Dolby. 29-28 Alves. Split. Dolby gets it. And Alves is disappointed. Alves walks off. Gutted, disappointed, but it seems like the right decision. Dolby gets it by split decision. Dolby comes over, has a few words with Alves, but that one's going to hurt Alves. Yeah, he's gutted. Alves is gutted there. No chance. Dolby threw over 300 shots. Those stats are miles out, said DC. Are you going to 286 in person, though? He took it from the Brazilians. Is Charles Oliveira in the crowds? They haven't shown Charles Oliveira. I'd imagine. Oh, almost certainly he's going to be there, I would imagine. Right, we are going over to our next fight. It's going to be Bonfim and McKinney. So Bonfim against McKinney. This is in the lightweight division. So this is going to be interesting because this is a UFC debut for Ismail Bonfim. And Bonfim is from Dana White's Contender Series. He could catch McKinney with a left hook. Bonfim's left hook shot is very impressive. He's a rangy counter striker. That's what you tend to get out of him. Long jab, good body kick, uses his speed well. He's got decent head movement. As you said, big left hook, works the body. That's kind of what you expect out of Bonfim. And McKinney is a wild striker who does look for finishes. He's very dynamic, very entertaining, very kill or be killed. There's a few chin questions around McKinney. He's sneaky submissions. He's a strong wrestler. He's 3-1 in the UFC. Won his last fight back in August of 2022. Needs to make sure that he's pacing himself. He can throw lazy combination shots, which at the end will leave his head exposed. And that is where he could get caught with a big left hook. So I've gone with McKinney on this one. I think he's got more skills than Bonfim, but I think that there's every opportunity for Bonfim to catch McKinney in here. So this is going to be an interesting one. In the lightweight division, we're already up to the 4th fight on this card. So we are flying through these fights. But in all fairness, we do need to fly through these fights. There are 15 on this card. So we're up to fight number 4. I'm going with Terence, but not feeling brilliant about it. I think it's very, very close. I think this is very close. Let me know in the chat which way you've gone with this one. We will take a look as well at the Tapology. We will take a look at Tapology. We do have that set up, and we will be taking a look at that throughout the evening. Terence McKinney just making his way down. He's about to step inside the octagon. Intent Chief, shout out to you. Said, did you see that Eubanks got knocked out? I didn't see it, but I was told about it. It happened at the same time we'd already had to start UFC. So UFC tonight it actually started at 10:30, which I genuinely didn't know. I swear I looked the other day and it said it was going to start at 11. But I think one of the fights dropped out. They had to extend it and make it a bit earlier. So it started at 10:30 instead. So there was an overlap basically between the end of Eubanks and the start of this one. So I was told about the Eubanks thing, but I haven't seen it yet. Great result for Smith, though. I don't think too many people predicted Smith was going to be getting a 4th round stoppage. I don't even know that Smith was predicting that he was going to get a 4th round stoppage. So, yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. Right, Bonfim is making his way down. We are going to be seeing his brother later on this card as well. One of 8 active sibling pairs in the UFC. Terence McKinney, 1st round TKO, said Tim. Fragdo51 said McKinney. He's from Spokane, Washington. Let's go. Who do you think is the best fighter in MMA right now, said Michael. Well, I mean, honestly, when we get Makayev taking on Volkanovski, that could be the decider, to be honest. I mean, to see Islam getting past Oliveira was very impressive. Very impressive. Because Oliveira just looked... To me, I actually had Oliveira. I thought he would win that fight. I thought he'd win that fight because I thought that for Makhachev to take that step up and face Oliveira... If you look at Islam's recent history, he hasn't faced many of the big names in the lightweight division. He's a good level of opposition and an improving level. But it's not like he's run through Poirier, Gaethje. Do you know what I mean? It's not like he's gone through all these killers that we associate with being at the top of that division. So it really felt to me like it was going to be a big jump. And I just thought that it might be that he falls short, goes away, does a bit more work, comes back, and then gets the win. And eventually, I had no doubt that Islam Makhachev would become champion. I just didn't know that he would do it first time of asking, and in such a convincing manner as well. It wasn't even close. So impressive. So impressive. That, honestly, I mean, would you... Khabib is saying that he is the best right now, and who are we to doubt that? I really... That result against Oliveira was so impressive. I think there's every chance that he does get the win over Volkanovski. But you've got to say Volkanovski's in the conversation. He was so convincing against Max Holloway last time they faced. And Max Holloway consistently is up there in the pound-for-pound rankings. So the fact that Volkanovski was able to so, easily, I'm sure it wasn't easy, but he made it look easy, get the victory over Max Holloway. It's put to bed that conversation now. Volkanovski is not only the rightful champion, but he is the guy that's there or thereabouts at the top of the rankings. Obviously, we've seen Adesanya lose. We've seen Kamaru Usman lose. I feel sorry for Usman, though. Usman was winning that fight comfortably against Leon Edwards and then got caught with that kick right at the end. And you sort of feel like, well, if he doesn't get caught with that kick right at the end of the fight, he wins that fight. And I think Usman's in that conversation now. He's nowhere near the conversation because of the fact that he got caught with a kick right at the end. He's no longer champion. He's not even the best in his division, let alone in all of MMA. But I still think he deserves a mention. I still think he's right up there. So, I don't know. I'd probably go with Islam. I'll probably go with Islam being the best right now. I think that he would get a win over Volkanovski. Because I doubted him against Oliveira and he proved me wrong. And wow, I mean, look, we're about to see John Jones. I mean, it's hard to say John Jones, but we haven't seen John Jones in a couple of years and we've never seen him at heavyweight. So I've got no idea. I mean, we'll have a much better idea. He might look amazing against Cyril Gane. And then, Jones could be right back in the conversation, but I can't say John Jones until I've seen him at heavyweight. Right, here we go. Anyway, we've got Bonfim taking on Terence McKinney. Kick coming in there by McKinney. Favorite fighter from each division? I'll have to... that's a tricky one because obviously there's a lot of divisions and it's going to be hard to kind of go through each one. Give you a heavyweight for now, and I'd go with Stipe because I think he is the best heavyweight of all time. Lovely counter hooks there coming in by Bonfim. I've always enjoyed watching him fight. I think he's a very skilled fighter. Heavyweight division can be quite slow and plodding. There is obviously skill in there, and we've seen some great heavyweights throughout the years, but I just think Stipe has, from his conditioning to his power, to his hand speed, to his ability to grapple, and I just sort of think he's brought quite a bit to that heavyweight division, and he is widely regarded as the greatest heavyweight. And I've certainly enjoyed watching like his trilogy fight with Cormier, for example. He's been involved in some really great fights. His fights with Ngannou. So I'd go with Stipe. I'm pretty gutted that they couldn't get that fight made between him and John Jones, but hopefully, if John gets the victory, then the Stipe fight will be, a certainty just further down the road. So might just have to wait a little bit longer for that one. I do like Tom Aspinall in the heavyweight division as well, but that's more because he's a promising English fighter. Knee strike coming into the body there by Bonfim, and McKinney getting pushed back. Right now, we don't have the stats. We can get the stats on screen. There we go. That's King Chris. Shout out to you. Oh, McKinney going down. Kick coming in by Bonfim. And McKinney grabbing a hold of the leg. So McKinney has managed to get control of this fight. Right now, he is behind when it comes to significant strikes, 8-1. So he does need to find a way into this one. He's managed to grab Bonfim, drive him back against the side of the cage. And now he's just got him in a clinch at the moment. Knee strike coming in by Bonfim. Another knee strike there. McKinney, as we said, he's getting control time, but you've got to do something with it. And right now, there's not really much evidence that he is. And, yeah, at the moment, knee strike there again by McKinney. One more. Throwing it into the legs. Bonfim will be all right here. He'll be all right in this position. He's trying to get out of there, though. But at the moment, they're all a little bit tangled up. He's given up his back, though. That's good work by McKinney. He's managed to get round the back. He's trying to wrap his legs around. He's trying for like a body lock, but he can't quite get one on at the moment. McKinney is looking for that rear naked, looking to try and take that back. Now he's grabbed a hold of a guillotine. He's managed to get a guillotine applied here. So McKinney grabbing a hold of the heads. And right now, McKinney trying to get back up to his feet. Bonfim has managed to get round the back. And McKinney was in a good position there, but it seems to have gone. Now he finds himself being dragged down to the mat. Bonfim is on top. McKinney getting back up to his feet. We're into the final 30 seconds here of round number 1. We're still in the early prelims. Prelims, I think, they start in a couple of minutes. Do you know, I don't know, actually. I don't know when they start. I don't know if it's a couple of minutes or in an hour and 2 minutes. But either way, we've got quite a way to go till we get to the main. We've got about hours till the main cards. So we've got quite a journey. But that is the end of the first round. King Chris, shout out to you. King Chris says, good day to you all. Many blessings and everyone in the chat. Hopefully everyone enjoys the cards today. King Chris, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, buds. Yeah, well said. I hope everyone's going to enjoy this. I would imagine people will. It's a pretty stacked. I think Figgy against Moreno is a fantastic fight in its own right. And as a co-main, I mean, brilliant. I can't really ask for a better co-main. Main event. The only thing I'd say with the main event is I think there's probably... I don't know that there's a name there that's really grabbing people. I feel like Teixeira is sort of deserving, what with him being former champion and what with it being in Brazil. You know, he's in the conversation. But I don't know. It sort of feels like, you know, Jiri's the champion and we just had a fight for the belt, didn't we? Not long ago, and it ended in a draw. And so, like, this sort of feels like we're just trying to see, like, well, can these guys win it then? Sort of feels like we're going down the pecking order a little bit until someone wins the belt. This doesn't feel like it's the best against the best, you know? That's my point. So, that's the only downer, really. I think the main event is... I like Teixeira, and I want Teixeira to win. But, yeah, the light heavyweight division definitely could do with some stability. Right. Heavy hands here by Bonfim. And we're 45 seconds into round number 2. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. It does make a big difference as we continue to try and get to 1,000. I don't think we will tonight. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's been a while since there's been a big UFC card. Obviously, UFC was gone for quite a bit. About a month off, didn't it? So it's a bit strange being back doing it. But it is great to be back as well. The hand just misses there by Bonfim. Crowd getting quite vocal. I think it is starting to fill up a bit more now. Oh, that's a lovely body shot by Bonfim. McKinney misses with a big shot. Bonfim responds with a lovely body shot. High kick coming in there and jabs straight down the middle by Bonfim. And so far, 32 total strikes. We've got McKinney on the outside. Bonfim trying to come forwards. And nice head movement there by McKinney. Oh, hit him so hard. Mouthpiece is out. McKinney's mouthpiece comes flying out. And again, he's trying to throw a big... Oh, he's knocked him out. Wow, big knee strike. Bonfim has knocked out McKinney. Wow. I tell you what, his mouthpiece came out. His mouthpiece was out. Oh. I hope McKinney's going to be all right. That's a big knee strike, and he's just spark knocked out McKinney. It's a brilliant performance by Bonfim. McKinney is still down. It's a big knockout. It's a big knockout. It's a monster kill. Monster kill.
Beginning to recognize it. Look, he's one of the best point guards.
Do you think we could ever get a fifth fight between Moreno and Figgy if tonight isn't definitive? Hello, Wrestler with Andy. Hope you're well. Oh, bang! Look at that. Right in the side of the head. The right knee comes up, and it just comes to about here, and then the left knee goes... Close. Oh, I've survived that one. Bang! Oh, I'm dead. Do. Yeah, man. Spark knocked out. Beauty. Oh, mate, it's a beaut. Do I think we could see another fight? Depends how this fight goes. It's hard to know if the appetite is there for it. I feel like the appetite is there for this one. I feel like the appetite is there still for this one. Yeah, I feel like the appetite is there for this this fourth one. Will the appetite be there for the fifth one? I think it really depends how it goes. If this fight is dull, we might just be like, do you know what? You can't separate them. They're both as good as each other. Let's all move on with our lives. But if it's a barn burner, if it's going to be a fight that people are buzzing about, then why not? Bang. Deaded, mate. 13 fight win streak for Ismail Bonfim. 9 wins by knockout, 4 by submission. That's a good for you UFC debut to beat McKinney, who is 3-1 in the UFC. He's got wins in the UFC, and he's 13-4 overall. Like, that's not an easy first person to go up against. Yeah, he managed to get Terrence McKinney back against the cage. Ah, look at that. Wow. Has the McKinney fight just ended? It has, yes. Kendall said, I made some last-minute picks for Tapology. Here's a look on my side. Well, I tell you what, let's go over. Let's have a look to see where we are with Tapology. It's been a while since we've been over here, of course, but if you do want to join for future weeks, then if you go to Tapology, create an account. You might already have an account, but make your picks and join our league. It's Wrestling Days League. You should be able to find it, Wrestling Days League. And yeah, we've got 250 people in, which is amazing. And this is we are at the moment. So Melodrama Llama is in joint first place with Hoof Hearted. So those two in joint first place at the moment. So yeah, this is what our leaderboard Like, but as I said, if you want to go over there, you can go over there and join in. It's free. It doesn't cost anything to join Tapology, and it doesn't cost anything to play the game, and it doesn't cost anything to join our league. It's all free. So I think we've got one of the bigger groups on there as well, which is really cool. I was looking through. I mean, I didn't go too in depth, but I was just looking through, and yeah, I think we've got one of the bigger groups on there. So very nice. Let's go back over. We'll keep an eye on that. We might not go after every fight, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right, Bumpim should fight Omar. They're the same weight class. That guy looks 145. Bumpim would smoke Paddy. That was a crazy knockout, said Mike. Paddy wouldn't take that fight, said DC. Is Paddy a future UFC champion? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that he is. I mean, I don't think he won that last fight. I don't think many people thought he won his last fight. I think that Paddy has got a good skill set. He's someone is UFC quality. I don't think he's someone that doesn't belong in the UFC. But it's just, I think his ceiling is going to be probably somewhere in the low rankings. Will UFC get him to a title fight? I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It might be in their interest to try and get him to a title fight. I mean, the thing is, they do need personalities. They do need these big superstars to try and sell some pay-per-views, you know? And, you know, Paddy would definitely do that if he was able to get up there. If they were able to, like, protect him and get him up there, then it would definitely get them some pay-per-view buys. But I don't know that I don't know that his skill set's going to get him there. You're going to have to really pick a route for him. And yeah, I don't know that we'll ever get there. We might get to a title fight, but I don't even know that we will. And if we do, I really don't think he'll win it. It would all depend on who it's against. You know, if the title, I don't know, has been vacated or something. But no, it's hard to see him ever being champion. Terrence seems the moment got to him and he was getting a bit scared to be hit, said X. He said, I would settle for 12-3 tonight. Drew said, Paddy is all hype. If he had normal hair, no one would know who he is. Cornifornia said, I feel like Terrence wanted to lose that to line up that fight with Paddy. With this loss, I think the UFC would look to make that fight finally happen. I don't know. I don't think he's gone in there to lose. I think he's legit just got caught with a very vicious knee. So I don't think he's gone in there with a mindset of losing. But maybe, if you want to look for positives, this could result in him getting that fight now, yeah? Maybe it could result in that. Right, we are going to move forward, and we are going to... Right, hopefully that's a bit stronger. Different router. The other one was lagging a little bit. This one might be a bit stronger. This one tends to be the stronger router. Right, Lacerda versus Cody Stamann coming up next. Now, Cody Stamann is minus 340 favorite. Cody Stamann is 6-4 in the UFC. Won his last fight in June. He's a wrestler. He's a veteran. He can be a bit reckless. He's a pressure boxer. He looks for takedowns. He's very much a point fighter. He has got 5 wins by decision. He's got good takedown defense. He's got a big speed advantage. And he's got big, heavy kicks from the outside. He's taking on Lacerda. Lacerda is making his UFC debut. Obviously got Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's rangy with a long jab. I believe he's been training partner with Jose Aldo. He has got good counterboxing. He's got good back takes. He's got tight squeezes, good chokes, snappy head kick. Gets backed up to the cage a little bit easy. That's a concern for Lacerda. He does tend to get backed up a little bit easy, tends to get pressured quite easily. He's got decent striking, though, and he is a bit sub or bust. Definitely some things to look out for. He's got a bit of an all-round game to him. He's, as we said, decent striking. He's obviously got the Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He's got some squeezes and chokes. So he's coming in with some skills. But Cody Stamann, 20 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw, bags of experience. He's a veteran. He's still only 33. It's not like he's in his 40s. 33 years old. This is a hell of a first person to get for your UFC debut. Welcome to the UFC. Here's Cody Stamann. Either way, that's what they've done. And Lacerda, plus 280. Cody Stamann, minus 340. Lacerda, fighting out of Brazil, is one of 7 Brazilian UFC bantamweights. I've got Cody Stamann on this one. Let me know which way you're going. I've got Cody Stamann getting the victory here. I think what we will do is we will go and put a poll up for our main. We'll put a poll up for the co-main, actually. What will the result be? It feels a bit rude to skip the co-main. Figgy win. Brandon Moreno win. Or we've got to put the draw as an option because that is very much an option. So we'll put that up and see what people think in regards to the co-main. As soon as we're done with that co-main, we'll obviously change the poll over for our main events. Right, here's Lacerda. He's on a 10-fight win streak. He's making his UFC debut. Finished 10 of 12 wins, all by submission. He's got Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts. So as we said, he's coming in with some skills. How long before the main event, said King Without Kingdom? Long way, to be honest. We're about 2 hours 45 away from the main card starting. So we're not even anywhere near the main card, let alone the main event. So, probably looking a good 5 hours. So along those lines, probably even longer. So, long way to go. I've never seen Figgy look so good at the weigh-ins. I think he gets it done tonight, said DC. The American Night Terror, Cody Stamann, said Dark Angel. Shakeem, hello, shout out to you. Sam said Lacerda with submission win. It is worth mentioning as well, Lacerda's coming in with I think it's like a 7-inch reach advantage. Is it actually up there? Yeah, 64.5-inch reach for Cody Stamann, 71 inches for Lacerda. So coming in with 6.5, 7-inch reach advantage. 5 hours. I'm gonna go to bed, said JD. King Without Kingdom, no worries. Drew Who said Paddy should fight Ngannou, seeing as Scousers don't get knocked out. I think that would definitely test that theory. Right, plus 295 for Lacerda. 295 for Lacerda. It's roughly what I had him at. About 48 hours ago, he was plus 280. Now he's at plus 295. So a little bit more money coming in on Cody Stamann as we're about to get to this next fight. Okay, Mark Goddard is the referee for this one, and we're about to get underway. Did anyone watch Power Slap, by the way? That's been the talk of every community, hasn't it? It's been the talk of the internet, let alone the MMA community. I didn't see it. I've seen a few of the highlights, of course, that have done the rounds on social. Stamann bouncing around. I just wondered if anyone had seen it, if they enjoyed it. I haven't seen anyone say that they watched it and enjoyed it yet. I haven't seen a single person say that. I'm not being moody about it. Genuinely haven't seen anyone say they watched it and enjoyed it. Right, both fighters in the center. Have you seen the Derek Brunson Spivak card is going to be starting at 6 a.m. UK time? Oh, no, I didn't see that. That's interesting. Where's that coming from to be at that time? Where in the world are they? 6 a.m. Is that a start time for the main card or like the prelims and everything? Because if it's the main card, that's not too bad. It's 3 hours later than usual. As we said tonight, card will start at 3 a.m. So main card starting at 6 a.m. It is later, but it's not anything like 12 hours later or anything. 3 hours, I mean, that is still significant. But no, I hadn't seen that. I saw Power Slap. It's a bit rough, but I liked it as it's the same format as Ultimate Fighter, said Alex. It's okay. Right, we've got inside leg kicks coming in by Stamen. Looks like we haven't got any stats on screen. Can we get those? ESPN. There we go. Outside leg kick coming in there by Lacerda. We got Stamen bouncing around. So at the moment, Lacerda ahead by a couple of significant strikes. Lovely movement there by Stamen. The only thing is, the thing with his movement, he's got some lovely movement. He's constantly moving, but there are times where he's completely off the ground. He's the way that he moves, he's quite hittable. He's not always in a striking position. Just constantly moving and floating around, but that does mean that for quite a bit of time he's not ready to throw. He's not planted. But he is hard to hit because he's constantly buzzing around. Stamen backing up. Couple of jabs coming in there by Stamen. Counter shot coming in by Lacerda as Stamen shoots backwards. Manages to avoid. We've had 3 minutes already. Lacerda just slightly ahead. He's been getting real success to the body. You can see he's had 9 shots to the body, Lacerda. Stamen, a lot of his attacks going upstairs, going to the head. High kick coming in there by Lacerda. Just missing with that kick. Stamen bouncing around on the outsides. And again, just moving around, edging forwards. Lacerda throwing in a kick to the body. Another kick coming in. Few kicks coming in there by Lacerda. Throws out a straight left. Stamen edging forward. Inside leg kick by Cody Stamen. Again, continuing to come forwards. He's just, he's very patient. And the problem he's got is that it feels like Lacerda has got an easy way of scoring. Going to the body, kicks to the body seems to be there all the time. Kicks to the body seems to be there, and inside leg kicks seem to be there. So it seems like Lacerda can score quite easily. Another kick to the body. So unless Stamen's going to up the tempo a little bit, which it feels like he needs to do, he might constantly find himself in this. Oh, that's better. That's better. We're seeing him letting the hands go a little bit more now. There's a nice kick coming in by Lacerda. Lacerda looking for a knee to the body, gets that through. But that was better by Stamen. He just upped the tempo a little bit. Where are we with 23-20 right now for Lacerda? So Lacerda is still ahead. A couple of body shots coming in. He has got nice hand speeds, Stamen. Lacerda throwing in some kicks. Just complaining of a bit of a low blow right at the end of the round there, Cody Stamen. Just a little bit of a low blow. But right at the end. And there we go. We are done with round number 1. That feels like it's a Lacerda round. 23-20. Lots of movement by Cody Stamen, but just not being able to get through. And he was behind throughout the majority of that round. He did start to up the tempo, but Lacerda was able to just land a few body kicks and outside leg kicks, inside leg kicks, and just maintain that advantage. And then we got to the end of the round. So, yeah, plenty for Stamen to think about. Didn't look like a minus 340 favorite in that first round. It's in the Apex. I don't know why. 6 a.m. main cards. Wonder why. That's mental. Right, here we go then. About to get underway with round number 2. This is fight number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fight number 5. I think that means that we've got, is it 4 fights on the prelims? Maybe they're going to try and squeeze 5 in and 5 on the main cards. Could be 5 and 5 or 6 and 4. But either way, it's manageable. So they've really had to load these early prelims. It's mental, isn't it? Thinking about it, Cody Stamen is here on an early prelim. It's only just dawned on me. We're still at the early prelims. We're watching Cody Stamen on an early prelim. Kick coming in. Heavy kick coming in there by Cody Stamen. A couple of jabs coming in by Stamen, who's had 10 fights in the UFC. So going for kick to the body, to the chest there. Backing away a little bit as Stamen comes forward. That's a lovely left hand there by Lacerda. Lacerda again coming forward. We're seeing Stamen lunging forward with the left hands. Stamen bouncing around on the outsides. Nice shot coming into the body there by Lacerda. Jab coming back there by Stamen. Lacerda edging forwards. And Stamen on the outside. 1-2 straight down the middle. Hook to the body there by Lacerda. Lacerda looking to go to the body again. Stamen bouncing around. Real flurry of shots by both guys. And this is fun. We're getting some real combinations coming in. There was a lovely left to the body and a right that came over by Lacerda. 35-36. It's very close in regards to significant strikes. These two are quite happy to throw hands at each other. It's good. Really fun. Nice. I'm surprised Lacerda's not looked for a takedown and tried to use that jiu-jitsu that he's got. Lacerda, you can see a bit of damage on the face and a couple of jabs coming in here by Cody Stamen. Cody going to the body as well. Cody bouncing around. Lacerda in the center. Kick coming in by Lacerda. Cody, again, great movement. Great conditioning. But just needs to start pulling ahead. And he is ahead, but only by 3 significant strikes at the moment. 43-39 now. Kick coming into the body, though, by Lacerda. Stamen, again, going jab upstairs, jab to the body. We might start seeing Lacerda slowing down now. Don't know quite what his conditioning is going to look like. This is his UFC debut. And as we said, a very hard UFC debut. Welcome to the UFC. Here's Cody Stamen. Stamen circling round on the outside. Lovely combo shots. 1-2 straight to the body. Gets in, does his work, gets back out again. Cody Stamen is used to being in there with people that have got a reach advantage over him. So that's certainly nothing new. Kick coming in by Lacerda, and Cody catches the leg that time. And we're starting to see this gap opening up now. 51-43. We are starting to see Cody Stamen coming through. And we're starting to see Lacerda, I think, tiring now. I think we're starting to see him tire down. Starting to see him slow down and starting to see Cody maintaining that work rate. And now he's getting 1-2s to the body, going upstairs. Lacerda's starting to look a little bit more like a punching bag. And it feels like this could be going one way. Good work by Cody. Ahead by 12. 27 headshots by Cody Stamen. 25 body shots by Lacerda. Stamen circling round on the outside. We got Lacerda in the center. Stamen on the outside, trying to find a way forwards. Again, circling round. We've got Lacerda edging forward, throwing out a couple of jabs. Kick coming back there by Stamen. Stamen getting backed up against the side of the cage. But Stamen circling round. 20-odd seconds left on the clock. Lovely work. Real flurry of shots to the body there by Cody Stamen. Big overhand right, just falls short. Couple of jabs straight down the middle by Stamen as well. Lacerda edging forward. 1-2 to the body. Stamen backing up against the cage. Lacerda is putting the pressure on at the moment, but we get to the end of the round. End of round number 2. And felt like a good round that did for Cody Stamen. I think he ends about 12 significant strikes ahead. But, yeah, good round. Alex, shout out to you. I had no idea this is still early prelims. Yeah, I think the prelims start in half an hour. And then, like, the main card starts 2 hours after that. So, I think we're still on early prelims. In fairness, we must be, because they don't show the prelims on UFC Fight Pass. They only show early prelims. So, yeah, I'm still on Fight Pass at the moment. Can't wait for Arsenal United tomorrow, said Drew Who. Who will win between Kevin and Roman? I think it'll be Roman. Cody is moving very well. I agree. He's looking good. He's looking good. California saying, all I'm saying is if they reformatted Power Slap to be more like Celebrity Deathmatch used to be, then it would be a smash. What if they just did it all out of plasticine? If they just made a slight change and didn't use real people and used plasticine models instead, it would be a big hit. I think just put celebrities in that we all hate. How about that? How about celebrities that we all find annoying? And then I think the public would be a lot more into the idea. But watching these poor young athletes that you kind of get the feeling, you know, probably haven't really got like loads of money and they're doing it to try and, you know, get a bit of financial stability, getting, you know, messed up. Like you kind of go, oh, it's not really for me, that. But chuck in some celebrities that I hate. I'll watch that. Right, we've got Lacerda in the center, Stamen on the outsides. You know, like Jojo Siwa. Get her in there. Right, Stamen. We are underway with round number 3, by the way. Hook shot just misses by Stamen. Lacerda edging forwards. Stamen on the back foot. I don't know that he's done enough to win this. I don't know that he's 2 rounds up. He definitely took the second round. So Stamen circling around, kick coming into the body. Kick coming into the body by Lacerda. Lacerda edging forward, driving Stamen up against the cage, picking up Stamen, dumping him down. Good work by Lacerda. And Stamen getting back up to his feet. Lacerda trying to grab Cody again, planting him down again. That's a couple of takedowns. I think they'll both count. Even though he did manage to just get back up after the first one quite quickly, I think they'll still count it. I mean, he legit picked him up, dumped him down. Cody then managed to get back up immediately, and he picks him up, dumps him back down again. He's got Cody down on his back. Lacerda has. He's on top of him at the moment. He's throwing in a few shots to the side of the head. So, a few shots coming in here by Lacerda. And Lacerda doing a good job trying to jump on top. He's grabbed a hold of the head of Cody Stamen. So he's looking for a guillotine, but Stamen's managed to grab the arm. And he's going to make sure that this doesn't get too tight. And at the moment, Lacerda doing a decent job of keeping this pressure on. He's got a hold of the head at the moment. So Lacerda is asserting himself in this third round. That second round, he looked awful. That second round, he looked like he'd completely lost his cardio and his conditioning. And it really seemed like he had slowed down. But boom, he's come back alive, which is great to see. And we are seeing Stamen on one foot running around on the outside. He's managed to get out there. He managed to get back to his feet. And he's managed to escape. And lovely shot coming in there by Stamen. We're just approaching the final minute and a half in this one. And Cody Stamen is on the outside again, trying to use that movement. Feels like it's been a decent round, this for Lacerda. Feels like it's been a decent round. And at the moment, Stamen's still ahead by about 12 significant strikes. This, of course, in our bantamweight division. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we're trying to get to 1,000. I need to have a look, see where we are, but I don't think we will. Hit coming into the body there by Lacerda. Cody Stamen backing up a little bit. This hasn't been a brilliant round for Stamen. It's not been a brilliant round. We're not seeing a great deal of output coming from Stamen. Couple of counter shots coming in at the moment. The gap is 10 significant strikes between them. Stamen still ahead. Stamen trying to come in. Nice head movement there by Lacerda. Slips underneath. Stamen backing up. Kick coming in there by Lacerda. Another kick coming in by Lacerda as well. Stamen circling round. 20-odd seconds to go. It's Lacerda that seemed to be the more active fighter. That gap down to 9 significant strikes. Little flurry there by Stamen. Just opens it back up to 11, though. And Lacerda driving Stamen back against the cage. Kicks coming in there by Lacerda. And there we go. End of the fight. End of the round. End of the fight. Let me know in the chat, who do you think's going to get that? I think it's close, but I feel a bit more confident about Cody Stamen getting it. Feel like Cody Stamen probably gets it, but no, not a great third round. Not a great third round at all. Lacerda was at good odds, says B-Mac. Yep. Roy Keane annoys me. So does Philip Schofield. Philip Schofield against Roy Keane. Do it. Boom. Who's not going to tune in for that? Amazing. Maybe at the end of every episode, the winner gets to have a power slap, one free power slap against Dana White. Again, I'm just thinking ratings. I'm just thinking, like, how do you improve the ratings of power slap? Whoever gets the best knockout during the show, they get to have one slap at the end against Dana White. Boom. Done. Who's not tuning in for that? 29-28. Unanimous decision. Hey. Cody Stamen gets it. That feels right. That feels right. Not a great third round from Cody Stamen. Definitely dominant seconds. And first round a little bit close, to be honest. But unanimous decision. 29-28. Cody Stamen getting the victory. Right. Listen, there's no time to breathe on this show. There's no time to get stuck into any kind of conversations or anything, because it's just got to move a million miles an hour. Got so many fights tonight. 15 fights. It's one of the biggest cards I've ever seen. 15 fights. It's huge. Normally we get about 12, maybe 13. We have seen 14, but 15 fight card is absolutely monstrous. I was crying as I was trying to do all the research for this week's card. Absolutely horrific. But yeah, as a result, we've got plenty to get our teeth into. As we move on, right, next one, Shamil Abdurakhimov is taking on Jailton Almeida. So Shamil is 5-5 in the UFC. Lost his last 3 fights. If he loses this, he is likely to be released. He is someone that has got wrestling but lacks speed. He's got poor striking, looks for takedowns. He's going to be the bigger fighter. He is 41, so he's a boomer. And he's very slow. He's very plodding. His chin isn't what it used to be. He's pretty much done, to be honest. He's a plus 650 heavyweight. This is a fight that's been made a couple of times. So they've made this fight a few times, and it's fallen through a few times. It sort of feels like Shamil doesn't really fancy this one, doesn't really fancy this fight. But it feels like the UFC absolutely want this fight to happen, because I think the UFC know that Almeida wins this all day, every day, twice on a Sunday. It's going to be a good win for Almeida. It's going to be goodbye to Shamil. And, you know, here we are. So the fight is here. It's actually happening. And Almeida is 3-0 in the UFC. He's very athletic. He's going to have a reach advantage. He's a threat on the feet. He's a threat on the ground. He might eventually look to go to light heavyweight. He is quite small for this division. But surely he's going to look to end this early. There is every chance that we get an early finish on this one. There is every chance that we get an early finish. So, yeah, I am looking forward to this one. This one has got potential for a big explosive conclusion. Rather than the decisions that we have been seeing, I expect Jailton Almeida to be able to get the job done here. So you can see the size difference, though. Abdurakhimov is coming in with about 30-odd pounds on Jailton Almeida. Jailton Almeida coming in at 232, which in all fairness, you know, I mean, that's a good size. It's a good size, but I think he could lose that weight and go down to light heavyweight. But, yeah, this is going to be a victory for him. I'm pretty sure about that. So, Jailton Almeida is actually minus 1,000 favorite here. Heavy, heavy favorite to get the victory. So, obviously far from guaranteed. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the biggest favorite on the card tonight. Sonny has got Almeida. So, I mean, says it all. Sonny, shout out to you. Aubrey Edwards said, this is going to be like a 7-hour stream. It's going to be a long one. Going to be a long one. Amazingly, we've already been live for 1 hour 42, which honestly, I mean, I feel like we've been live about 20 minutes. So it's going to be like that. It's just going to be like fight. It's just going to be non-stop tonight. It's a stacked card, as we said. Almeida is going to send Shamil to outer space. Well, we've just lost the coverage. I don't know if everyone else has lost the coverage. We've just got a black screen. Fight Pass has just completely gone black. So I'm guessing I'm not alone. I'm guessing I'm not alone. I've not been kicked out or anything. But there's no image right now of this fight. This fight that we're expecting an explosive finish in. Has disappeared. Let me come back out of it and I'll go back in and see if it reloads. It does. Lovely. Yeah, I just had a black screen then. Completely went. Right, plus 675 underdog and minus, I think it's like minus 975. So a little bit of money has come in on Shamil. Right, fighting out of Salvador, Brazil. Shamil fought the dub. Jailton Almeida, very impressive. 17-2, 3-0 in the UFC. Very, very impressive. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. 10 years younger as well. Here's Shamil Abdurakhimov from Dagestan in Russia. Right, here we go then. About to get underway with this one. So, don't blink on this because Jailton Almeida, he could find a finish at any point in this fight, be it on the feet or on the ground, in round 1, in round 2. Kick coming in. Oh, it's a lovely counter right, though, by Shamil. It's a lovely counter shot. Jailton picks up Shamil and dumps him down. Abdurakhimov is on the ground. He's trying to get back to his feet. And he does get back to his feet. Almeida, though, has got him pinned up against the side of the cage. And you can see the size difference between these two. Nice trip. Good work there by Almeida. And Abdurakhimov goes down. Almeida is on top of him at the moment, and he can do work down here. He's very comfortable down on the ground. It's going to be tricky, though, against such a big opponent. But Shamil doing a decent job of trying to weather this storm. He's trying to get Jailton off of him. And Abdurakhimov is trying to grab a hold of the arm of Jailton Almeida. As we said, this was a fight that UFC desperately wanted to get made, and they made it. They've met, I think this is the 3rd time. Twice they tried to make it before, and it fell through. But full mount by Almeida. Almeida has fully mounted Abdurakhimov. Abdurakhimov getting back up to his feet. Shamil is giving up his back. Almeida has managed to get round the back. Few shots coming in, looking for a rear naked. He's got a couple of hooks in, but he's not got the body lock. He's not got the body triangle applied. But we are down on the ground. Almeida has managed to get round the back. He's trying to find this rear naked choke. Shamil knows that that's what he's looking for. He's managed to grab a hold of Jailton's arm, and right now he's trying to twist and turn his body. Now Jailton Almeida has fully mounted Abdurakhimov. So he's on top of him at the moment. Shamil trying to get over to the side of the cage, trying to get back up to his feet. Almeida all over him at the moment. Abdurakhimov trying to find a way of just getting to a standing base. I mean, he's not a brilliant striker, but in fact, his striking is quite poor. But he, in this position where he's on his back, this is not a great place for Abdurakhimov to be. And now we're starting to see some ground and pound. That was a heavy blow that just came down from Jailton Almeida. Big, heavy shot. So Almeida on top at the moment. Darth, shout out to you, buds. I'll get to your comment in a sec. Just seeing this finish could come at any time. We've got Jailton Almeida on top, fully mounted. And seems like he's trying to flatten out Abdurakhimov. Trying to see what he's trying to do there with his legs. But at the moment, Abdurakhimov has got his arm wrapped around the arm of Almeida. Now he's managed to grab a hold of the heads. Now he's trying to twist his body over. Shamil's trying to make this as awkward as possible. I mean, he is just in full-on survival mode. Jailton Almeida is getting plenty of control time, but again, you've got to do something with it. Abdurakhimov is managing to get over to the side by the cage, trying to use the cage as a way of getting back to his feet, but Jailton doing a decent job of not allowing it. He's still fully mounted, and he's trying to rain down a few shots. It's definitely a Jailton Almeida round. There's no denying that, but it's just, can he find a finish right now? Raining down a few strikes. Few strikes coming down by Jailton Almeida. Nothing too significant at this stage. Now he's going for a squeeze. Head and arm choke. It's not properly applied, and he can't get it, Jailton Almeida. He couldn't get it. 4 minutes, 6 seconds control time. Bang! Big nasty forearm strike there by Jailton Almeida. And again, just raining down these elbows. Oh, there's some nice stuff now. It should be that Abdurakhimov will make it to at least the second round. And there we go. Darth, Yashil, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Darth said, hi, Days. Love these streams. Great work. Come on, Glover. Glover Teixeira, of course, coming up in our main event. And yeah, I agree. I definitely want to see him do it tonight. I hope that he can get the title back. That'd be a great moment for him. I think people really, there's a lot of affection for him. He's a much loved fighter, and I've got him winning. I think it's going to be difficult though. It's going to be very, very close. Jamahal Hill comes in as a -135 favorite. Glover Teixeira comes in at +115. So he is coming in as a slight underdog, but yeah, I hope he can get it done as well, buds. Appreciate the kind words. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're at 163. We definitely need to try and pick that up a little bit. 163. We've got dreams of getting to 1,000. So if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. Right. Here we go then. Round number 2 underway. Round number 2 underway, up and running. Right, and Jailton Almeida manages to drive Abdurakhimov up against the side of the cage. And he's managed to get him down again. So already he's managed to get on top of him here. And he's fully mounted him again. Just absolutely awful takedown defense. Absolutely atrocious. And I think we're going to get a repeat of what we just saw in that last round. I think we're just going to see another repeat here where we're going to see Jailton Almeida all over Abdurakhimov in this round. Looks like he's trying to take the back. So he's got Abdurakhimov down. Almeida trying to throw in a few shots to the side of the head at the moment. He's raining in these strikes to the side of the head. And again, look, throwing in heavy hands. Raining in these shots to the side of the head. And the referee at some point will have a word here. If Abdurakhimov isn't going to be able to respond, he is having a word. Referee coming in saying, you've got to do something. Is on his knees over by the cage. He's trying to cover and block, but Camille doing just enough to survive that. Doing just enough to survive. He's on his back, though. Jailton Almeida trying again. Trying to find side control. Trying to find a different way of raining down this ground and pound. It's one-way traffic. Jailton taking the first round. He's going to, at the moment, take this second round. Abdurakhimov trying to get back up to his feet. Jailton trying to prevent that. But don't think he's going to be able to prevent it. Abdurakhimov has... Oh, he has. He takes him right back down again. Good work by Almeida, that is. Good work. Shamil managed to get to like his feet, but couldn't quite stand up. And Almeida just used that momentum to knock Abdurakhimov forward and take him right back down again. He's managed to get round the back as well. Shots coming into the side of the head. Either side raining down. If he can maintain this pressure. Oh, he can't. Shamil just stops the arm from raining down. Referee's got to think about stopping it, though. Look at that. It's about 4 or 5 shots unanswered, and he does. He does stop it. Jailton Almeida wins. The ground and pounds. There was quite enough for the referee to make that decision. He maybe could have made it a little earlier as well, but either way, it's a win. Second round stoppage. Jailton Almeida. Don't think that's the biggest surprise, of course, but there we go. Confirmation that he does get the victory. Second round stoppage, ground and pounds. Darth, shout out to you, bud, said, I agree. It would be great to see. Should be goods. Yeah, and what with it being in Brazil as well, you've got to think the reaction he's going to get. I mean, he's loved all around the world, but especially in Brazil. So, going to be hard night for him, though, but he's used to hard nights. I mean, that fight against Jiri, as we were talking earlier, I mean, fight of the year candidate. Many people's fight of the year. And so he's a veteran. He's been there. He's done it. He's got the t-shirt. In order to get a win over Teixeira, you're going to have to go to some pretty extremes. You're going to have to go to some dark places. It's not going to be easy at all to get a victory over him. I don't know that Hill's going to be able to do it, I mean, he might go in there and make it look easy. But I don't know. I think it's going to be a real tough fight. But I've got I do have it being a victory for Teixeira, but that might be my heart rather than my head. Here's Cormier coming in then to have a word with Almeida. Almeida shooting in for a takedown on Cormier, and Cormier looking startled. Cormier went in full on panic mode there. Right. Cheers to all from LDTV. LDTV, shout out to you. Sunny Southern California. Glover has quit the hill to climb. That fight was a massacre. Shamil, the punching bag at Drakimov. Retribution said, are you excited for the main cards? I'm not feeling it so much. Yeah, I am excited. Figueiredo against Moreno is going to be a hell of a fight. So, I mean, really enjoyed those previous fights. So, that could main event. I think it might be a little bit of a weak main event if it did, but this is like history. It is the first time that we're seeing a fourth fight in UFC history. I don't believe we've ever seen that before. And they've been very entertaining before. So I think the co-mains excite him. I really like Teixeira. He is someone that I think, as we said, there's a lot of goodwill towards. So I'm hoping he can get it done in the main event. But I do agree. It doesn't feel like it's the best versus the best. I mean, Jamahal Hill is ranked 7th in that division. So, it doesn't feel like it's the best two light heavyweights in the UFC battling to establish who's the champion. And I think that just weakens it a little. So main event, I would say, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I hope to see Teixeira get it done. Co-main event, really excited for Gilbert Burns. It's always great seeing Gilbert Burns. That's going to be a tough fight against Neil Magny. Be a fun fight, actually. Jessica Andrade. It's always pretty fun. See Jessica Andrade in action. She's taking on Lauren Murphy. That'll be a tough little fight. I think, I don't know that this is like an all-time classic pay-per-view card, but we've seen worse cards than this. And the fact we're in Rio as well, I think is pretty exciting. So the fact we're in Rio, we got the boisterous, loud Brazilian fans. That should go some way to help things as well. Plus, of course, we're seeing the retirement fight of Shogun Rua. Shogun is walking away as well, so we'll be saying goodbye to a legend. So there's a few things on this card, but I do agree we've seen stronger. Right, Gordon Chapman, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Hope everyone is well this evening as we continue to move forward towards the main cards. Obviously, we got the prelims coming up next, 2-hour prelims. Then we get to the main cards, so things starting to get a bit more serious now. Although, quite some fun early prelims there. Some decent names, some good performances. Got a few finishes in there as well. Obviously, Bonfim's finish, very impressive. What he was able to do against Terrence McKinney with the knee strikes. So, yeah, very impressive. So, yeah, some good action on the early prelims. And as we said, we will be going to the prelims next. We get to see Bonfim's brother in action. So, Gabriel Bonfim, we'll get to see him. We've got Thiago Moises. We've got Shogun Hua, who's going to be walking away as well. All of that's coming on the prelims. And then we get to the main card, and we've just been talking a little bit about those fights. Come on, Bonfim, said Nicholas. I love the fact Neil Magny has been given an opportunity to move up the rankings instead of just fighting young upcomers, says Liam. Yeah, it'll be a good fight, that will. I mean, I feel like that's going to be... It is an opportunity for him, but it's a hard one, isn't it? Plus 330 he is against Gilbert Burns, who's minus 400. So, I mean, look, it's an opportunity. I think you've worded it very well. It's definitely an opportunity. I don't know that it's an opportunity he's going to be able to capitalize on, but it is an opportunity. Darth Yoshil, really appreciate the support, dude. Said every fight that has been announced for this year is interesting. It's panning out to be a great year for MMA. I think Cyril Gane beats John Jones heavyweight. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think this is panning out to be a really good year. I think like UFC has done a very good job of keeping going during, the pandemic. We saw a lot of sports shutting down, football having to shut down largely, but we did see that soccer I'm talking about continue behind closed doors. I don't know what happened with the American sports. I think basketball was behind doors, wasn't it? I seem to recall them doing something down in Disney. I don't know. It was a random time. Someone could make a killer documentary about sports during lockdown and about like how the different various sports responded to lockdown and pandemics and everything. I think UFC did a great job, to be honest. I mean, they largely went to the Apex and just continued doing stuff in their own facility. But as we were talking about, like, you do realize just how important the fans are, because to have their energy really gives a lot to fights and a lot to events. And I am so over Apex shows now. So done with them. Like, they're just, you still get some great action in there, of course. But yeah, I'm so done with them. Like, now that we are back with, crowds and atmospheres, like, you really do notice the difference. You do see how much a crowd provides. So yeah, I sort of feel like UFC did a really great job of keeping going during pandemics and lockdowns, but I'm not sure that we were able to get like the big dream fights, like as many as what we were hoping for. I think they tried and they did give us some, but I think this year, we're really starting to see things fall into place. And last year we certainly came out of a slumber and we got some good, exciting fights. But I think this year, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This year we're going to go to a different level. With Jones coming back, with Stipe hopefully going to be around as well. Conor, we don't know what's happening with Conor. Did we see Conor at all last year? I don't even know if did we get one Conor fight maybe at the start of the year? I don't know. I can't remember when he faced Poirier and broke did his ankle in. But I don't know. As far as I know, I don't even know if Conor's in the USADA pool at the moment. So I don't even know if he's an option to fight. But I've got to think he's going to fight this year. If he doesn't, then is that it for MMA? Is that it? Is he going to be done? I just don't know what he's doing, to be honest. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Conor in action at the end of this year. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back and face someone at the end of the year. It's only going to be getting harder for Conor, not easier. So, I don't know. Maybe he has accepted that he is no longer at the top of like the light heavyweight division. I said, they should have him take on Leon Edwards. They should have him take on Leon Edwards. I think Conor against Leon Edwards, both guys striking. I think that would be a very interesting fight. I think Leon Edwards would win, but I think it's maybe Conor's best path to a championship, because I don't even know if he can make weight at lightweight anymore. Don't know if he'd be able to make that weight. And even if he could, he's got to get past Islam Makhachev, and he's not. So, he ain't winning the lightweight title anytime soon. So, against Kamaru Usman, I think that would be a problem. But against Leon Edwards, who is, he was losing against Kamaru Usman, he found a shot, a lucky shot, if you will. I mean, luckies are maybe a bit unfair, but he found a shot right at the end, managed to get the title. Absolutely brilliant. Dream achieved. But is he the rightful champion? I mean, we're going to find out soon. We're going to find out very soon. I'm not sure how confident I am that Leon Edwards is going to be able to retain that championship. And if UFC want to give Conor a winnable title fight, then maybe Leon Edwards was that person. But it's not gone that way anyway, so it's not going to happen. And honestly, I don't know if Conor, I don't know what Conor's plans are. But I agree. A lot of the stuff we're seeing getting announced this year is very, very exciting. Jack Webb, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Hope you are enjoying the night and the action so far. Conor's on roids. I agree. Khabib finished Conor's career. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if Khabib did or if Conor did. I sort of feel like Conor going away, doing proper number 7, doing his app, doing all the stuff that he's gone off to do. I sort of feel like that finished his career. I sort of feel like if he was active and stayed this isn't the sort of thing that you can walk away and just try and come back and, hang with the best. The sport's constantly moving forwards. And so, if you're not going to be able to give it your full attention and you're doing other projects, you're going to get left behind. And I feel like Conor got left behind. So I don't know if it was Khabib or if it was Conor that has resulted in Conor being where he is now, which is very much on the outside looking in. Which is a shame because they just don't have anyone as big as Conor. Conor's numbers and what he brought to the UFC were monstrous. And they just don't have anyone that's capable of doing that. Which is a shame. It's a shame. Right, Teixeira and Hill, number 2 against number 7. That is our main event. And it is for the vacant Light Heavyweight Championship. So by tonight, we should have a new Light Heavyweight Champion. Should have. And, of course, we've got the Flyweight Championship being defended as well, as champion Deiveson Figueiredo defends against interim champion Brandon Moreno. Days, what happened to Ngannou? Has he been released? What a waste of talent. Yeah, they tried to get a new contract with him, and he did a big interview on Ariel Helwani's show, which I've seen bits of, but I haven't seen all of it. I think they offered him 3-fight deal, $8 million a fight. So that's $24 million across the 3 fights. And he wasn't satisfied with that. That would have made him the highest paid UFC heavyweight ever. I think, to be honest, a lot of fighters look at boxing and look at the top end of boxing, and the disparity between UFC and boxing is quite wide, is vast. If you look at the big boxing events that get put on in stadiums, the stuff that Tyson Fury is doing, those kind of big boxing shows that can generate serious, 20 odd million a fight is not out of the realms of possibility at all. And so for him to be offered a contract, 24 million for 3 fights, he's looked at that and gone, no, I'm worth way more than that. And so he's walked away, basically. I don't know. It's really hard to know if boxing is just out of control, and the money is just not sustainable. Because don't forget, they have to charge crazy pay-per-view, numbers for that. To get that, the interest has got to be there. Are people going to pay that sort of money to watch Ngannou? The big difference is in boxing, you have a lot of fights against jobbers, build up your record. You get to like 20-0 or whatever, 25-0. You then, you make a bit of a name for yourself, and then you take on the champ that's like really established, and you get the buzz, and you do a big tour, and you promote it, and it's all that kind of stuff. I sort of feel like with UFC, they don't do a very good job of that. It sort of feels like we don't really talk about the events until we get closer to them, and then we'll do the press conference. But we don't do press conferences months out. We don't do you don't really get much from the UFC like months in advance. Certainly they've done a decent job of announcing the Jones thing in advance, and that was put on the side of T-Mobile and everything. But that's John Jones. And they've gone big on that one. They don't tend to do that for other fighters. I just sort of feel like, I don't know, some of the promoting is not that strong with the UFC. I agree. Logan Paul made a really good point. He said he spoke to Dana about how the fighters, when they talk at the fight conferences, they're not very good at selling themselves. And Logan was like, he finds it really frustrating that they don't use their personalities, or if they haven't got a personality, can't someone just give them some tips to like bring them out the shell? Like, this is going to result in more money for you if you can talk trash talk and actually just say a few things about your opponent, just generate some buzz. But Dana's answer was, we can't do that because everyone will just sound the same as everyone else. Like, you've got to let people be themselves. But I do understand. I mean, what with being a professional wrestling fan, it is very irritating to watch those press conferences and just see these one-word answers and people just being really bland. All of that goes against building up the events and hyping up the fights, So I sort of feel like you can look at boxing and say, well, I want that money. But I don't know that UFC is in the position, or if the fighters themselves are in the position to be able to generate that kind of money. I think there's some fighters that might be able to, and maybe Ngannou is an exception, but I don't think so. I don't think Ngannou is a household name like Tyson Fury. I don't think he's someone that is going to generate that kind of pay-per-view sales. So if he's not going to generate those pay-per-view sales, he's not worthy of the money that would come with generating those pay-per-view sales. So I sort of feel like he values himself, and I sort of feel like he believes that he can generate that kind of money. And maybe he can, but only if he's going to step in with a Tyson Fury. And Tyson Fury is very much going to be the A-side. Only if he steps in with a Deontay Wilder, and Deontay Wilder's very much going to be the A-side. He could generate that money, but only by riding on the coattails of other fighters. So, I don't know. I'm really split on it. I feel like the business model for boxing is broken. They generate a lot of money, and that money comes from your pocket when you pay for the fight. So, it would kind of be nice if the fans didn't have to pay all this crazy amount of money just so the fighters can have more money. You know what I mean? Like, at what point do you say that you've made enough? Do you know what I mean? At what point, if you've made a few million, you're made for life. Like, you've got a comfortable life there. So, why do we have to pay for fighters to have 20 million, 30 million, 40 million purses? I don't know. There's a lot of talk about fighter pay. For me, there's not enough talk about how much money we have to pay for the fights. I always think, like, the fighters could get paid less and we should pay less. Because at the end of the day, when the fighters want more, guess where that money comes from? It comes from us. So I sort of feel like Ngannou's offer was fair. Rather than UFC trying to get to where boxing is, boxing should probably come down to where UFC is, and probably shouldn't be, quite as expensive, because they're generating that kind of money. But I mean, this is not the environment to try and get that sort of money. I mean, it's hard, man. It's hard. Cost of living is a real thing. So it's difficult out there at the moment. It sort of feels like fighters are maybe a bit out of touch with that, and maybe don't recognize like how hard it is with fuel prices, food prices, all this kind of stuff, and now crazy prices for pay-per-views. It is what it is, though. It's not going to go away. It's a genie that's out of a bottle, and it's not going to get put back anytime soon. But I do find it interesting how everyone's like, yeah, we've got to pay the fighters, right? And I believe in that. They should definitely make money that sees them set for life. I have no issue with that. But you do start looking at it and going, well, hang on. If you're going to make 20-odd million for 3 fights, now how is that not acceptable? How is 20-odd million not acceptable? I do sort of look at that and struggle to have sympathy. But it's because you look at boxing and you could make that in one fight in boxing. But as I said, I feel like it's different. I feel like in boxing, they're bigger stars. They get promoted a lot better. I think that, and not everyone is making that money. It's only the people at the very, very top in boxing that's making that sort of money. Your average boxer is not making that kind of money at all. At all. Right, we haven't gone to our first fight yet, hence why we were having such a deep conversation there. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're at 216. Definitely need to pick that up a bit. Definitely need to pick that up as we're trying to get to 1,000. I don't know if that's possible tonight. We'll see. We'll see. After what Alexander the Great just said, does that mean it's ESPN putting up the prices, not Dana, or is Dana putting them up? Those prices are being set by both, I believe. So I believe that ESPN are putting it up, but that is being driven by how much they have to pay for UFC. So if actually buying the UFC product costs a certain amount, then ESPN would be able to set the price at a certain level as well. Like, don't get me wrong, ESPN are, certainly taking a chunk out of this as well. But I think it's all set by how much it's costing them to purchase the product as well. They purchase the product and then they put X markup on. Well, if the UFC have got to pay their fighters, X amount, that's going to mean that the product is going to cost X amount. So, it's certainly not a case that ESPN are, taking the lion's share and the fighters getting next to nothing. I've never seen that those numbers or that argument. But as I said, I have nothing against the fighters making money. I have nothing against the fighters making money. But it's just at what point where do you draw the line? Where do you say, like, that's where it should be, and this works for the fans and it works for the fighters? Like, where's that balance? I don't know. I don't know that I don't think we'll find it. And I think everyone's probably got different ideas as to where that line is. And the bottom line is, they're just going to keep charging until people stop paying, and then they'll know where that line is. If people will pay for it at a certain price, they'll keep going at that price. But if they were to pay Ngannou the money he wanted, that undoubtedly would then be reflected in the pay-per-view price. Undoubtedly. Because that money has got to be generated from somewhere. Right, here we go, though. First fight on the prelims. Gabriel Bonfim taking on Laziz. This is in the welterweight division. So Bonfim is 13-0, making his UFC debut. Of course, we saw his brother victorious earlier. Good striking, decent grappling, fast hands, powerful jab, good combos. 10 of his 13 wins have come by submission. He's got really nice guillotines and darce chokes. Good counters as well. He's got good killer instincts. If a fight is there to be finished, he'll go for the finish. He's got great heart. He can be a bit hittable, but he's a good fighter. He's a very, very good fighter. We saw his brother getting a good win earlier, and he is more than capable of repeating that. He actually comes into this as favorite in his UFC debut. Gabriel Bonfim taking on Laziz. Laziz 2-1 in the UFC. Technical, controls the space well. He's a sniper with spinning attacks. He's quick and precise. He's got a long jab. He's got a good head kick, good movement, good boxing, nasty leg kicks, as we said. So plenty on display here for us to get excited for. And we are underway with our first fight on the prelims. Low kick coming in by Laziz. Nice shot coming in there by Bonfim. Joshua, shout out to you, buds. Retribution said when the stadium will get full, the atmosphere will be electric tonight. I agree. I mean, you are going to get that from the Brazilian fans. They always bring noise. They always bring energy. Bonfim is moving forward, then swinging away, and lovely little takedown there. Laziz down on the ground. Bonfim with a guillotine, and he's tapped him. Oh, Bonfim won. Guillotine. First round. Wow. The Bonfim brothers have arrived. 2 fights, 2 finishes from the Bonfim brothers. Wow. Tell you what, they need to protect those brothers. They need to protect those brothers. Those brothers. 2 fights, 2 finishes. Against decent opposition as well. I mean, I know Laziz is only 2-1 in the UFC. 11-2 record overall is nothing to be sniffed at. But the win against Terrence McKinney earlier, that was very impressive. Terrence McKinney was favorite in that. But look at that squeeze. Look at that guillotine. Pulling down on the head. Really good. That's really good. That was quick, said Butterscotch. Yeah, it was. That was fire. That's a great finish. Yeah. Bonfim brothers getting the job done. And, you know, they could be big players going forward. So, well done to them, Moses. Thiago Moises taking on Costa. We've got that fight coming up. Boom. Let's have a look, shall we, over? We haven't been over on the Tapology game for a hot minute, so let's go over there and do that. Again, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're at, I think it was about 226, so a quarter of the way where we wanted to be. We've got about an hour and 40 minutes till we go to the main card. Obviously, a good chunk of people will join us at the main card, but would be good to get another couple of hundred in before that main card. We want to be pushing around 500, I think. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like as we try to get to that 1,000. In regards to leaderboards, let's take a look, shall we? See where we are. I'll just try and update it, see if that is the latest. Looks like it is. We've got Hawkins Jr. at the top. And we've got Jinxie Rick in second place. Joint third is Temps09, Hoof-Hearted, and Garrett Hayden 30. All up there as well. So Miss Clown in 7th. Tiramisu Tuesday in 6th. Ray K in joint 7th as well. Melodrama Llama in 9th with King Chris. Also in 9th. That makes up our top 10. So that's how things stand at the moment. Bonfim is former LFA welterweight champion. Cormier in, just having a word. First round finish in this one. 3 knockouts and 11 submission wins now. Very impressive. VMAC said, I would never pay 80 for an event. I would literally look Dana in the eyes and tell him he's out of his greedy mind. He doesn't make good enough fights to warrant that price. Lena said, Francis Ngannou will be a boxing phenom. He will be champion of the world. Thiago Moises, second round submission, said Tim. Fragdu said the stadium is empty. That's why the UFC doesn't go to Brazil. I think it's I don't actually know if it's a sellout tonight. It is quite quiet at the moment, but we are only 20 minutes into the prelims. Don't tend to be full at this point, but there is still a lot of empty seats there at the moment. Yes, I think it's been about years, but we have had lockdown, of course, and pandemics and whatever. But it is great to be back in Brazil. We only do that every 18 months when the old girls slow down. Okay, they're just talking to Bonfim. We can just break down our next fight, which is going to be Thiago Moises taking on Costa. Moises has got solid boxing. When he loses, he only tends to lose to decent names. He's got great jiu-jitsu, pure jiu-jitsu. He's a high-level black belt. Trains American top team. He's got good counter strikes with hard hook shots and crosses. Dynamic kicks. Improving wrestling. Great grappling. Good calf kicks as well. And he does struggle against southpaws. And Costa is a southpaw. He is a short notice replacement, though, making his UFC debut, so don't think he's going to be too much of a problem. He's a shooter box fighter. He's got good body kicks, violent, aggressive. He's a fast starter, works angles well. He's coming in with some skills, Costa. But Thiago Moises is a -290 favorite. Costa at +245. So Thiago Moises should get the job done. And he has got 16 wins and 6 losses. Costa 19 wins and 5 losses. Costa's definitely got experience, but just not experience at the highest level. As we said, he is making his UFC debut tonight. So this is going to be our next fight. Thiago Moises, 3 wins by knockout, 6 by submission. Joshua said, I believe Brazil is having some just political issues. There's levels to boxing. Fury is going to outbox Ngannou, said Drew. Who I think he will as well. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be any problem for Tyson Fury. You know, I mean, there are levels to boxing, and to stand and throw hands. You know, that's what Fury has done his whole life. That's what he's trained doing, and he's trained with the best in the world. He's fought the best, and he's trained with the best, and he is the best. It's either him or Usyk. So I think for Ngannou to step into that world and, you know, some Fury, I think is going to be close to impossible, to be honest. But I will watch it, and they will hype it. And, you know, there could be a puncher's chance kind of situation. It'll be very interesting. You know, right now, Ngannou can be billed as the baddest man on the planet. Ngannou can be billed. If you look at the heavyweight division, you've got Usyk and Fury as the undeniable kings of the heavyweight boxing. And then if you look over in UFC, undeniable king of the heavyweight division is Ngannou. You could maybe make an argument for John Jones. We don't know that. But, you know, it's not unfair to call Ngannou the baddest man on the planet right now. So, you know, him against Tyson Fury, I mean, that is just a money-making fight. That is just going to be, if you get the promotion right for that, it'll be absolutely monstrous. It will be absolutely monstrous. But I don't expect him to win. I think Fury will be comfortable in that. I think he'll be a bit like when Conor fought Floyd, to be honest. I think, there might be a few moments in there for Ngannou. I think it might be he doesn't get destroyed in the first rounds. But overall, it'll be, I think, relatively comfortable. Darth said, watching the main card from work, overnight shifts can come in handy at times. Yeah, I've done a few overnight shifts at work when I used to work in retail, and I always enjoyed them. The only problem is they go so quickly. Like, we used to do it at Christmas, and so it used to be a case of like filling up the shelves and, processing. We'd have like hundreds of boxes in the stock room that would need processing. Then get them out on the shelves, get everything sorted for the next day. So, you would do the night shifts and get things set up ready for, the next day. And you'd have a plan of what you wanted to do, and you'd be 3 hours into an 8-hour shift, and you just wouldn't have even touched the sites. It just absolutely, time just goes so quickly. So but I've never done like any night shifts like security, where all you have to do is, I say all you have to do, but you're just constantly like patrolling and watching cameras and stuff. Like I've never done those kinds of shit. I'd imagine those might drag a little. Bit, but I suppose that's where you can get stuck into some UFC action instead. So yeah, I agree. I always enjoyed night shifts. I always enjoyed shifts. But if the UFC is worth stepping on the foot, why not turn the chest pout? I don't understand. Are you streaming UFC on Super Bowl weekend? It's an interesting start time. I haven't looked, to be honest. I don't even know when Super Bowl weekend is. I don't know when that is. We do normally do the Super Bowl as well, so I think there's a good chance that we will do the Super Bowl. We did it on the second channel last time, though, because people told me that you've got to be super careful with the Super Bowl. Like, they're really funny about it, apparently. Like, you can't use the logo, and clearly you can't show any content. We wouldn't do that. But, yeah, people have told me, like, you've got to be very careful with it. So I don't know if we'll end up doing it or not. In the past few years, we tend to do it on the other channel. Right, again, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like as we are continuing our journey towards the main cards. We are at 236. We've got nearly 400 people watching, though. So if you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It would be greatly appreciated as we continue to build our way towards getting to 1,000. 236 is where we are. And we are just working our way. We're an hour and a half away from the main card now. So we're only an hour and a half to go. Amazingly, we've been live for like 2.5 hours already. So hour and a half and we'll be at the main cards. So it is absolutely flying by. It is absolutely flying by at the moment. We are just going back to the action. They're just talking about when Teixeira won last time. So they're just previewing the main event. I do security. It's 12 hours. Oof. Mate. I watch TV most of the time, videos and such. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a great dream job, to be honest. 12 hours, that's a hell of a shift. And I should imagine that it could get a little bit boring at times. But as you say, if you're able to just get through a few TV shows, amazing. This is a puncher and not a boxer. Don't get me wrong, I love Francis, but there are levels for sure, said Joshua. Alexander the Great said, I miss football days. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed that channel. I really enjoyed doing that. But it's one of those, like, it's the same really with UFC. It's the same with anything. If you're going to grow that community, if you're going to like be a player in that space, you've got to give it your full attention. It's got to be your full soul focus. So, you know, this is why I'm so grateful people join us for these UFC streams, because we're here and we love calling the action, and we're here on a regular basis, but people like, you know, create all those videos in the week or do like all the breakdowns and all that kind of stuff, because my attention is always elsewhere on the bits and bobs. You know, we try to do the boxing as well. We weren't able to do the Eubank one. It overlapped with the start of tonight, and you know, UFC was the priority this weekend. But yeah, we try to do boxing, we try to do cage fighting, we try to do the pro wrestling, we try and cover a few things, but like, you know, trying to fit in the football as well was proving a bridge too far. I believe last year you did Super Bowl and you had 0 issues. Yeah, we've done it a few past couple of years. We've not had issues. I've just been warned by people that they know of people that have had issues. So that's why we did it on the second channel, and we might do it on the second channel again. I'm not sure. Even the term Super Bowl is copyrighted. In America, if you advertise it, you have to call it the big game, since you can't use Super Bowl. That's the kind of stuff I was told. That's the kind of stuff I was told, that you can't even use. Apparently, companies pay money just to use the Super Bowl term. Yeah. Teixeira was called backstage, and I asked him straight away, do you want to fight in Brazil for the title? And he said, let's go. He is former UFC Light Heavyweight Champion. He's got 13 finishes. That is the most in Light Heavyweight history. 7 submissions is the most in Light Heavyweight history. 16 wins is the second most in Light Heavyweight history. He is the oldest first-time champion in UFC history at the age of 42. And that was that was 2021 now. Time flies, man. So that is our main event, and that is good few hours away, but the main card starts about an hour. Cornifornia said, I do feel that Fury is levels above Ngannou in boxing at the moment. Time will tell. Francis does have a way of attaining his dreams. Tommy said Eubank got slept. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard 4th round. And was it an uppercut from Smith? I need to have a look at it. I'm sure it's all over social media. Can you make a poll? Is he pronounced Glover like lover or Clover? I think people pronounce it different ways, don't they? I think people pronounce it different ways. How do you... let us know, how do you... I say Glover. Glover. Say Glover. I don't say Glover. I don't say Glover. I say Glover. Could be Glover. I don't know if I've ever heard how he pronounces it, actually, but I've heard different people pronouncing it different ways. The only person that can answer that is him. So unless he's in the chat and he wants to tell us, I don't know that we'll get the right answer, because I've heard different commentators pronouncing it different ways. I would like Glover to win. I say Glover. I would like Glover to win at 43. Andy won about like 46, but it was his second, said Alex. Justin said, sup from New Zealand. Thoughts on light heavyweight? Some dangerous big hitters. Yeah, the only thing that I don't see in that division at the moment is the person that's going to take it and be that guy. So, you know, there are some fun fights to be made there, but I sort of feel like it's a bit of a scramble. We're trying to figure out who the best is and who the guy is that's going to, you know, hold that belt for a while. And because, you know, it's good having like unpredictable scramble and everything. The belt's constantly moving around and it doesn't really have much value then. Like, you can't get too hyped about the light heavyweight title if the person that's had it has only had it for one fight, and the person before that that they beat, like, had only had it for one fight. You know what I mean? Like, if, like, say, Leon Edwards, yeah? Leon Edwards has only had that belt. He hasn't defended it yet. But he feels like a big deal because he beat Usman. and Usman had had that belt for ages. So all of a sudden, Leon is the guy. He's the guy that stopped Usman. He's the guy that did it. He's the guy that beat the guy we didn't think would be beaten. So that makes Leon feel like a big deal, right? The problem you've got in the light heavyweight division is that because they don't have that established name, no one is able to beat that person. So no one has got a decent name. No one's got a big name in that division. There is no big name. You need someone to have that belt for a little while so that they can make a name for themselves. And then, when they lose it, that person that wins it from them, they'll have a big name as a result, just like Leon has. So I sort of feel like, yeah, there's a lot of fun fights that can be made there, but we do need to find the person. We do need it to sort of settle down so that we can, start building that division. I sort of feel that without that person to like really anchor it down at the top of the card, it's kind of a little bit, a little bit. I don't want to say flat. That's not really the right word, but I sort of feel like it's not going to grab the casual fans' attention. It's not going to. They're not, like the main event tonight. It doesn't like feel like a big main event. This does not feel like the two best light heavyweights going at it. I mean, it is number 2 against number 7 in the rankings. So, even though they're both great fighters, and even though it's going to be a great fight, I'm sure, even though the number 7 fighter is coming in as the favorite, it's not like this big, juicy dream match of these two unbeaten fighters colliding, the champion that's had the belt for ages. Is he going to be able to defend it against this big challenge? Like, that's just not the situation tonight, and that's not the situation in the light heavyweight division. So I must admit, I was a bit disappointed with the injury to Jiri. These things happen. It's one of them, innit? These things happen. But it is a bit disappointing because Jiri felt like he could be that guy. And, if Jiri was main eventing tonight, I would sort of feel like it would feel like a bigger, I'd feel like we've got the champ in the house and he'd be defending and it would sort of feel like it was bigger. But yeah, this kind of mad scramble at the moment, I don't know that it's doing the light heavyweight division favors. It'd be good to get the belt on someone and for them to have, start building up a bit of a run. Right. I don't see the extra thing in Jamahal Hill. If he wins, he can't defend the title next. Yeah, I agree. That's the concern. The concern would be that if Hill gets it, I don't think he keeps it that long. I don't think he's the guy. I don't think Teixeira's the guy either, but because of his age, I mean, you do think at some point, he's not going to hang at the top. Right, we just saw Costa screaming at Bruce Buffer. He's getting proper animated. He was really enjoying his intro. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with our second fight on these prelims. We've got 2 more prelims to go. Obviously, we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from the main cards. And here we go then. We are underway. Thiago Moises taking on Costa. Let's get that there. Lovely. Glover is a weird one to pronounce. 2-time champ. Right, here we go. We've got Costa firing in a kick to the body. Costa edging forward, going for a kick. As we said, coming in as a late replacement. So Moises is definitely expected to get the victory here. Kick coming into the body. Moises, nice leg kick there by Costa. Kick coming in there by Costa. Moises grabbing a hold of the leg. A couple of shots coming in by Costa. Kicks coming into the body. Moises trying to find a way forward, bouncing around. Moyes is trying to find a way, throwing in a kick in. Just a little bit standoffish at the moment, but it's lovely exploding forward by Moyes, trying to grab a hold of Costa, looking for that takedown, drives him up against the side of the cage. So Costa up against the side of the cage at the moment by Moyes. And he's got him pinned over there. And right now we're over by the side of the cage. And Costa trying to find a way of getting out. Moyes trying to pick him up. Looked like he was trying to dump him down. Wasn't able to do it. He's managed to get underneath the arms. Good work this by Moyes. Shots coming into the side of the body there by Costa. Costa digging into the body. Shots coming into the side of the head. Shot to the side of the head and a shot to the side of the body as well. Moyes trying to find a trip. Trying to get Costa down. So he's got him pinned up against the side of the cage at the moment. Good work so far here by Moyes. Very controlling. Yeah, and we keep saying it. You got to do something with it, though. Costa is ahead on significant strikes. 6 significant strikes to 2. Crowd getting a bit restless. Crowd definitely want to see a bit more action than what we've got at the moment. But Costa finds himself down on his back. Moyes is on top. And is all over him at the moment. Shot coming into the side of the body. And again, he's working hard here, Moyes. Costa finds himself on his back. Shot coming in. He's given up his back. He's doing a decent job, actually, though, of turning over onto his sides. Brian said, do something. DC said, good takedown defense from Costa, to be fair. Sonu said, just imagine the co-main event ends with a draw and we see them fight a 5th time. Moreno, Fizzy, it would be history. Right, we are seeing Costa throwing in a few hammer fists at the moment. He's down on his back. He's managed to grab a hold of Moyes. And Moyes is top of Costa. He's throwing in a shot to the side of the head and again. So Moyes is throwing in these strikes. Costa throwing a few little shots back as well. He's on his back at the moment. And he's managing to get... Oh, he's almost managed to get round to the side. Little shot coming into the side of the head. And again. Moyes has got... Costa is circling round. Costa getting back up to his feet. Knee coming in. Right, both guys back on their feet. Well on the Costa. I think he's quite happy that he was able to survive that and get back up. Kick coming in there by Moyes. Spin kick coming back there by Costa. Inside leg kick there by Costa. High kick coming in by Costa as well. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is our first round of this one. Lovely shot to the body there by Moyes. Significant strikes very close. You can see, though, control time with Moyes. Nice side kick. Couple of, 1, 2 lovely shots. Right end. Lovely shots coming in there by Thiago Moyes. And I think that's a Moyes round. Very close on significant strikes. He was very controlling, though. He didn't do a great deal with it. Both guys with 14 total strikes. Both guys, same total strikes, same significant strikes, but 2.5 minutes control time for Moyes. A takedown as well. I think that's a Moyes round. I don't think there'll be too much argument with that. Was that a takedown? It's been classed as one. Costa looks like a salmon egg I use for trout fishing, says Cornifornia. Who have you got in the co-main, said Sonu? I have got Teixeira, but that could be heart overhead. And I have got... I do wonder, you know, I have actually got Brandon Moreno in the co-main, but I do wonder what the Brazilian fans are going to do in that co-main. Like, are they going to lift Figgy? could Figgy like be lifted to get the victory there? It's very close. It's very, very close between those two. It's been a real back and forth battle. Like Figgy looked like he'd that first fight. I think point deduction, which ended up meaning it was a draw. And then I think he went in with probably a bit of not arrogance, but like I don't know that he was like as prepared as he should have been. And Moreno got the win. Then Figgy went away, made the adjustments he needed to make, and then he got the win. So it's really hard to know where we are with this now because it's been so back and forth in that co-main between Figgy and Moreno. It's one win each and a draw. And, now they're coming into this one. But it's in Brazil. And I do wonder what difference that's going to make. It's going to have an impact on the fight. So I feel like Moreno was my pick because I think he'll make the adjustments and I think he could get the win. But I do wonder if Brazil is just going to inspire Figgy to go to a different level. But Figgy has been presented as being the kind of heel in this feud. Moreno is the face. Figgy's the heel. But I've got to think he's going to get a great reaction from the Brazil fans. Got to think the Brazil fans will be with him. Nice takedown there by Thiago Moises. Are minute and a half into this round. There wasn't a great deal happening. Moises charges at Costa, manages to get the takedown. Costa goes down, and Moises is on top of him right now. So Costa finding himself in a similar position to what he was in the last round. Elbow coming in there by Costa. Moises throwing in a few shots to the side of the head. And he's got Costa down on the ground. He's on top of him at the moment. And now he's going to start raining down a few shots. Yeah, heavy shot coming in there. Good work so far by Moises. I think he takes the first round. And looks like he's doing more of the same here. And he's busted him open. There's a nasty cut just above his eye. And he's just opened him up. Now we're seeing some blood. I don't think we haven't had any blood so far. But we've got some now. Moises managing to open up Costa. Costa looking for a Kimura, but not getting it. Looking for an armbar, but not getting that either. He is asking some questions here, Costa. Crowd getting a little bit restless. Lovely elbows, though, by Moises. Few hammer fists coming back there by Costa. But Moises is all over Costa at the moment. And big shots raining in. Big shots. We got some ground and pounds. But Costa able to get to his knees. He's trying to weather this storm. Moises on his feet. Costa on his feet. Over by the side of the cage. Moises getting more control time. Referee is coming over, having a little look as Moises is took the back. He's got the body triangle in. Body triangles in. He's looking for the rear nakeds. Costa is trying to defend the rear nakeds. He's doing all right. I think it's on the chin. It's on the chin. Even on the chin if it's a tight squeeze. Oh, he's tapped him. Moises with the choke on the chin. Rear naked. And he does tap him. He does get him tapped out. So it is a win for Thiago Moises. Not the biggest surprise in the world. And as we said, I think he took the first round. He was definitely taking the second round. It is a win in the second round. Rear naked choke for Thiago Moises. Bob said, I picked a lot of decisions this time around. Moises wins. Is there a audio problem. Wonder why it's done that. I wonder why it's done that. Danes is like a Dalek. Let's get rid of... I'll tell you what, I'll get rid of it. Yeah, people saying my can gone. Is that any better? I don't know if that's... I don't know what that mic's going to sound like, to be honest. Hopefully that's better. There is an audio problem. How strange. I clearly have not changed a single setting or done anything. Why do you sound like Kane? I don't know. Does it still sound like it now? Sonny said 6'2". Check your mic wire. Oh, I shouldn't have come out. I don't think it's come out. It's not better. Wow, okay. That's interesting. I don't even know if that is coming through. I unplugged it and plugged it back in again. That's about the extent of my technical abilities. Check the wires. You sound like you smoke a lot of cigarettes. Oh, this is an interesting development, isn't it? Shakeem said yes. Yes. You are a robot. You have to rewatch it. Well, have you turned it off and on again? I have actually, yeah. It's good now. It's better. It's fixed. That's good. That's weird. It's a weird little issue, innit? I didn't change a single setting there. Nothing changed. Nothing happened. All we were doing was just talking. So I don't think I've ever had that problem before. That's a sexy little problem to have. I mean, honestly, if I'm going to randomly sound like a Dalek, it doesn't bother me. Just as long as I know I've got the ability to change it back, because I don't fancy doing the whole stream as a Dalek. But I don't know. You know, they do say that you do need to stand out in the crowd, so it could be an interesting point of difference for us as a channel. Who knows? The old unplug and plug back in works every time. Right, yes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I should have said that with my Dalek voice, shouldn't I? If you are watching and you haven't liked, leave a like or I will exterminate. Wild. You looked at it in a funny way. It must have been that. I must have looked at it in a funny way and it didn't like it. I wish you'd have said exterminate in that Dalek voice. Listen, I'm not here to please you. That's not what this arrangement is. I'm here to call the fights. 100% goods. Appreciate it. Check it back. No, I believe you. Not for 1 second did I think people were lying to me. Because everyone was saying it at the same time. Right, we've got Vincent Luque in the chat. We've got Amanda Hebus. Hebus in the house. Amanda Hebus is sat octagon side watching the action. Right, we're going over to Megan Olivia's. We'll be going over to our next fight soonish. soonish. Gregory Rodriguez coming up against Bruno Ferreira. Bruno Ferreira, I think that's how you pronounce his name. UFC debut, coming in from Dana White Contender Series. Ferreira, that's how you pronounce it. Bruno Ferreira. 7 first-round finishes for Bruno Ferreira. He is 9-0. 7 first-round finishes. He is a plus 270 underdog, though. So Gregory Rodriguez, well-rounded, big overhands. He's big, he's strong, he's got good jiu-jitsu. He can be a little bit slow. He's 5 inches taller. He never uses his jiu-jitsu, though. That is a frustration. He likes to stand and bang. He's someone, I mean, he is exciting. This fight is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Gregory Rodriguez is a very exciting fighter to watch. And Bruno Ferreira, he has got 7 first-round finishes. He should bring the excitement as well. This next fight should be a banger. It should be a banger, so looking forward to it. Should be good. That's going to be our next fight that's coming up. But I think they'll make us wait a little bit for that. I think they'll make us wait a little bit. Rodriguez versus Ferreira. There we go. Dalek Days. Bang. AI is taking over. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to sound as good now, to be honest. I did have some filters on the last one, which just, I think, boosted the sound and whatever. I don't think we've got anything on this now. So, yeah, I don't know. It might be, I don't know if it's a bit too quiet or whatever. I always like to try and check the sound before we go live. The last setup sounded pretty good. This one might be a bit off, but at least I'm not a Dalek. That's all I can say. Shannon said, you need to record the robot voice and use it. The title was given up, right? And this is for the championship. Yes. Main event is for the championship. So we are building towards that main event. Right. We are just seeing Rio de Janeiro. We are just seeing around Rio de Janeiro, and there are still, I will admit, there are still a lot of empty seats, you know, inside this arena. There are still a lot of empty seats. So, yeah, as we said, we are working our way towards the next fight. Next fight is coming up very soon. Where are we going to now? We're going over to Michigan. Jamahal Hill. So I think because that last fight ended a little bit early, they're just going to fill a bit of time with just showing us a video package in regards to the main event. Okay, Dalek Days sounds cool. What do you think about Islam versus Volkanovski fights? What do I think about Islam Volkanovski? I think it's going to be a fantastic fight. I am definitely leaning towards Islam. I spoke about it earlier, actually. I doubted Islam earlier. He faced Oliveira. I thought it was going to be too soon. And so I did doubt him, but he proved me wrong. And so I definitely think now he is going to go in. I don't know. Does he go in as favorite? I haven't actually seen the odds. I am with Islam. I'm done doubting him now. I'm done doubting him. So I am with Islam. Delfino, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Hungarian Hustler said, beers in the chat for Days. Why is this a pay-per-view? Well, 2 title fights. 2 title fights. So we've got 2 title fights, and we're in Brazil. We're not at the... First of all, we're not in the Apex. So that's amazing. We're in Brazil. First time we've been in Brazil for a hot minute. Card's not bad. I mean, we've got quite a few like former champions and decent names on there. You know, we've got the likes of Jessica Andrade, Gilbert Burns. We're seeing Moreno. We're seeing Figueiredo for the 4th time. Teixeira in the main event. So, you know, and we've got some fun fights. You know, Paul Craig taking on Johnny Walker. That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to say goodbye to Shogun Hua, who is retiring at 40. He is, how many? 41 fights he's had. So he is someone that's a veteran of the game. And it will be a shame to say goodbye to him, but definitely feels like it's time. Definitely feels like it's time. So he's going. And as we said, that's our main event of the prelims. And coming up next, we've got a real banger. So it's not a bad card. I've seen worse. Fun facts. Daze is the same age as Morecambe and Wise. Daze looks good for his age. Amazing. Every fight gets a winner, says Mark. Loser of the fight gets a low blow, said Wes. Right, well, we're over to fairly soon. They tend to do 2 fights an hour, so probably give it about 5 minutes or so. We should start getting ring walks then at that point. If you are watching, again, you haven't dropped a like, then leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. At the moment, we are on 269. We definitely need to pick that up. We are a bit behind where we need to be. It'd be good to be close to like 500 by the time we go to the cards. So, we need to get another couple of hundred in, to be honest. So if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're at 270 now. So as we said, we need to try and find a couple of hundred within the next hour. So, yes. He headbutted a fire hydrant. Who is spreading false rumors about Chuck Liddell? You don't think the size be a little bit of an issue? What happened to Chuck Liddell? Nothing's happened to Chuck Liddell. Islam is... Oh, okay, thank you. Right, yeah, my mind was elsewhere. I spoke about it earlier. I doubted Islam when he took on Oliveira. I thought Oliveira would win. And so the fact that he was so comfortable in that really opened my eyes, to be honest. My only doubt I had for Islam was not his skill, but his experience, because he just hadn't fought the top of the division. And I thought it might be that he had gone big too soon. But to be honest, he hadn't. And he looked so good and comfortable. Yeah, brilliant result for him. And so I don't doubt him now against Volkanovski. I think that he is going to be able to get the job done. I think they'll have a game plan. I think that Islam is someone that can stand and strike, is someone that can take the fight down to the ground. I think that Volkanovski is probably the toughest challenge that you could have out there. Is Volkanovski, I think, is pound for pound at the moment. But, I mean, the fact that they want that fight, having just got the title, it's stunning because, like, they could easily bide their time. They could easily, you know, just get a few fights under the belt. You know, there is absolutely no reason as to why they are going for the toughest fight possible now at this stage. They must have absolute confidence that he is at that level and that he can get that job done. There must be no doubt in their minds that he is the best and that he can beat him. And, you know, I don't think that's arrogance. I think that it is confidence. I think it's confidence in the abilities that he is good enough to get the job done against the very best. Because they're calling for this fight. It's not that Dana's proposed it. Like, it's coming from them. They want this fight. So, yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel done doubting him after that convincing win against Oliveira. I'm sort of done doubting him. So, yeah, I'm going with Islam. Can I tweet you? Can I tweet that you are streaming? Yeah, sure. You have to be careful with doing that because, unfortunately, Twitter have made it a bit more difficult now to tweet about streams, and so my old Twitter account got deleted because I sent out that I was streaming. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't show any footage or play any audio or anything like that. Literally just shared a tweet to link to the stream, and that was enough for them to take it down. I think they thought that I was sharing a link to the actual show, and so they took down my account. And the appeal process is so long-winded. And honestly, I mean, I could go through that process, but what's the point? What's the point? Islam and his crew have an amazing game plan, but Alexander is the last unbeaten champion. I stand with my man, said Alexander the Great. UFC is trying to stick it to Khabib. I'm sorry, Volk has no chance. Miss Clown said, I dropped a mega like. Your mic is gonna go robot again. Voice cuts are starting again. Oh. Shouldn't be a reason for that. I don't know why that would be happening. I don't know why that would be... I have no idea why that would be doing that. That's not something that's been done on any other stream previously, so this is a very exciting new development. Alexander Great said, you need to boycott Twitter. Elon has radical ideas. Has radical ideas. I don't know what the rest of that comment is because it's just off screen at the moment. Let me see if I can go down. Radical ideas and plans for it. I don't know. I mean, I know that pretty soon you're going to have to start paying if you want people to your tweets. I know that's coming. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the future of Twitter looks like. That's why I'm not too worried about it, to be honest. Right, we are going back to the action, and we should be going back to a fight because I think we've actually got some fighters. I think they're already in there, actually. So this is going to be good. Don't blink on this one. Don't blink on this one. This fight should be fun. Rodriguez taking on Bruno Ferreira. So we're going to be seeing a 3-inch reach advantage for Rodriguez. Both guys same age, coming in 30 years old. Okay, Bruce Buffer doing the intros. And we're about to get underway. We got Bruno Ferreira, one of 5 beaten UFC middleweights. Plus 260 underdog. Not a cool joke. We've got to go down to Elon. Wonder what the world record is for blocking the most people. I must be getting close to breaking it, says Dark Angel. Right, Gregory Rodriguez is coming in as a minus 315 favorite. 186 and 6'3". Got a record of 13-4. This is in the middleweight division. This is our co-main of the prelims. There's one more fight after this on the prelims, and that is where we're going to be saying goodbye to Shogun Hua. So that's coming up. Right. Here we go then. About to get underway with this one. Nine and 0, 7 first-round finishes. As we said, don't blink on this one. We are underway. So, Rodriguez in white. We've got Bruno Ferreira in yellow. Ferreira coming forward. Rodriguez in the center. Ferreira bouncing around. Both guys keeping it quite tight in the early stages. I think Rodriguez is going to be quite respectful of the fact that Ferreira has got so many first-round finishes. And Ferreira trying to come forwards. Low kick coming in. We know that Rodriguez has got good jiu-jitsu, but as we said, he just very rarely goes to it. Very rarely goes to it. He very much instead relies on standing and banging. Kick coming in there by Ferreira. And we're seeing Ferreira moving forward. Couple of shots coming back by Rodriguez. Rodriguez with shot to the body. And we are seeing Rodriguez starting to get into a bit of a groove. Starting to get into a little bit of a rhythm. But Ferreira has just taken himself out of range. So he's just on the outside. We've got Rodriguez standing in the center. Ferreira coming forward. Rodriguez backing up. Rodriguez coming forward with a big right hand. Ferreira outside leg kick. And again, gesturing that he's going to come inside. Couple of shots coming in there by Ferreira. Good work at the moment by Rodriguez, who's edging forwards. Ferreira on the outside. Kick coming into the body. Outside leg kick by Ferreira. Rodriguez edging forwards. And neither guy at the moment has been able to really let their hands go or get their striking going. Felt like Rodriguez was just getting into a rhythm, but Ferreira just stepped out of range and sort of meant that Rodriguez now has got to find his rhythm again. He's jabbing away at the moment. And again, a couple of shots coming through. Ferreira on the outside. 2.5 minutes gone already as Rodriguez looking to go down to the body. Ferreira on the outside, circling round. Heavy leg kick. And Rodriguez stumbles, but he grabs a hold of Ferreira. Chucks him down. Right now, they're down on the ground. Rodriguez, Ferreira doing a really good job of getting back up to his feet there. So Ferreira bouncing around as Rodriguez comes forwards. Shot coming back there by Ferreira. It's a lovely right hand coming in by Rodriguez. And March 4th, Jones versus Gunn. Absolutely monstrous fight that's going to be on March 4th. Very much looking forward to that. Knee strike coming in by Ferreira. Nice shot coming in there by Rodriguez. So we are seeing Ferreira stepping in and throwing a few shots off. Rodriguez trying to find a way of landing something. He's really struggling here. It's actually Ferreira that's ahead at the moment. 12-11. Kick coming in. He's just staying out of range. He's doing a really good job staying out of range of Rodriguez. And Ferreira's trying to find a way of just coming in, getting his shots off, and then getting back out again. So staying on the outside. He is getting backed up a little bit against the cage, and he's got nowhere. Oh, he catches him. Great work by Ferreira. Ferreira wins. Wow. Wow. Big win. Big Ferreira. Wow. Backed up against the cage. He had nowhere to go. Counter left. Bang. Right on the chin. And down goes Rodriguez. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing. That is an amazing shot. That is some serious power that Bruno Ferreira has got. That is some serious. He's very emotional. He's in tears. We said don't blink on this one. First round finish. Look at this. He's backed up against the cage. He cut. Yeah. And you know what? It's amazing because he's throwing these shots and then he just finds this left. Bang. Straight down. Right on the chin. Straight down the middle. Bang. Right on the chin. He pushes his chin right back into his face. Bosh! Oh my God. It's a lovely shot. It's a serious strike. Sparks him out, knocks him out straight away. Very emotional. Very emotional. Brilliant. That is amazing. Goddamn, sheesh. Yeah, that is amazing. An amazing knockout there by Bruno Ferreira. He goes 10-0 with 8 first-round finishes, and he has just managed to get a win over someone that was 4-1 in the UFC, someone that was 13-4 overall, someone that was minus 330 favorite. Like, he wasn't expected to do that. He is kill or be killed. He's got, I mean, I had him down as having decent power. I think he's got much better power than even I gave him credit for. He is kill or be killed. He is a little bit on the small sides, but man, if he can do that against that level of competition, problem. He could be a real problem. I tell you what, I mean, the Bonfim brothers have really showed up here. Bruno Ferreira has really showed up here. There's some good standout performances. Some really good standout performances. That was very, very impressive. Very impressive. I mean, it's even more so impressive against the level of competition. As we said, Gregory Rodriguez is 4-1 in the UFC. He's someone that is highly skilled, a decent name, and that is a really good knockout to get. First round knockout win. You can see Rodriguez pretty gutted about it, shaking his head. I think he's very disappointed in himself. Winner by knockout. 4 minutes 13 is what it took. 4 minutes 13. It was a beautiful knockout. I got that Tapology bet perfect. Knockout round 1. Robocop almost always loses when I pick him, said Tim. Main card coming up after this next fight. Yep. If you are to leave a like, it's greatly appreciated. We are sneaking our way to 300s. As we continue to battle and climb our way to try and get as close to 1,000 as possible. But let's have a look, shall we, at Tapology. I don't know if they've updated yet, but we can have a little look over here at Tapology, see where we are. Aljamain Sterling said, sheesh, that was nasty. Didn't even know he could throw that hard. It was perfect placements. Ferreira, wow. Rob Font said, let's go. Yeah, really impressive. Right, we're over on Tapology, and Hawkins Jr. is in first place. Tempso9 in second. Jinxie Rick in third. King Chris in fourth. Hoof-Hearted and I Bake Bread and Hayden Garrett in fifth. Austin and Ray K and LDTV are in joint 8th position. So that's where we are at the moment in regards to Tapology. Absolutely brilliant. That's straight left. Oh, I'll never get tired of seeing that. Absolutely brilliant. Pateria by decision coming up next, said Sonny. All finished so good. Good card, said Harder Music. Right, yeah, our next one. This is going to be the end of show. So we've got Eor Pateria, who is 0-1 in the UFC, so not brilliant. He brings an early storm. There's a few question marks as to whether Pateria is UFC quality or not. He's got a limited skill set. He's got some decent kicks. He can strike. He should land some shots. And to be honest, that's all he needs, really. I think he will get the victory here. Shogun has shown himself to be washed, to be honest. I think he's got very poor durability. He's got a questionable chin now. He's still got good fundamentals, and he is a legendary striker, but it does feel like a lot of those skills are leaving him. It just feels like he's done. He's already said this is going to be his retirement. This is going to be where he walks away. There's a lot of RDA, a lot of legends in the crowd watching this one. And it is going to be Shogun Rua's farewell coming up next. So, as I said, I haven't got a great deal of confidence in either fighter. This is definitely a fight that Shogun Rua could have some success in if he is going to be able to just find a little bit of magic in this final fight. In Brazil, he dial back the clock and find some sort of form, some sort of skill. But to be honest, it's probably more likely that Eor's going to get the victory here. So, minus 200 for Eor, and Shogun is plus 155. Has Johnny Walker fought yet? No, we haven't got to the main card yet. Main card will be starting in about 40 minutes. So we got one fight left on these prelims, and then we're at the main cards in 40 minutes. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours already, It's absolutely flying. Absolutely flying. So, Rua versus Pateria. We are just seeing a video package at the moment about, I think it's about Brazil. We're just seeing Anderson, the Spider Silva. And we're seeing Nunes, of course. I mean, is it the country that's produced the most champions? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, fighting is very important. It's always been a big part of UFC, obviously going back to its creation with the Gracies. Probably. I don't know. America would be up there as well, of course. Crazy card so far. Finishes everywhere. And we're on the prelims, said Minty. They're just doing a little video package about Brazil. And we're just seeing some of the great champions of the past with the likes of Vitor Belfort. And we're hearing from Marina Rodriguez. I mean, there's been some incredible, there's Figgy, incredible champions, Charles Oliveira. You know what's sad? They picked this guy so that Shogun can go out in style, and I still pick him to lose, said Bob. Yeah, I've got him to lose as well. I don't know. I really don't know if they picked him to give Shogun a win. They don't tend to do that, in all fairness. If they know that a fighter is going to retire, they tend to try and get someone that could really benefit from a victory. So I don't know. I don't know if they gave him this guy because they think, this guy is going to be able to he's going to be able to beat him. Because it's probably in UFC's benefit that someone that needs a win gets a win against someone that's, retiring. So I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is. I really don't. I don't know if it does feel like this is a winnable fight for Shogun. This is a fight that he should win, but he's washed in here. I mean, his durability's gone, his chin's gone. It's just all abandoning him. So, and he knows it. Hence why he said this is his last fight. So in his last 5, he's 2 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw. It's not the worst. I think he's lost his last 2 though. He's on a 2-fight losing skid. So when you put it that way, it's not brilliant. But either way, let's see. He could get the victory here, but I think he probably doesn't. James Brassington, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying the action. It's been a decent card. They're just saying there's been 37 UFC events that have took place in Brazil, 10 of them in Rio. There's been 18 Brazilian champions, 3 tournament winners, and 8 Ultimate Fighter winners. There's 101 Brazilian fighters on the current roster. 17 of those are competing tonight. Wow. 101 Brazilian fighters on the current UFC roster. That's amazing. And they are dotted all throughout the different divisions, all throughout the different rankings. You know, we go from champions all the way down to making their UFC debut. It's a very rich kind of tapestry that they've got, isn't it, when it comes to fighting? It's just that it is like sports is just in their blood. I mean, they're just good at like football, and they're good at fighting, and they're good at so many different sports. Shogun is possibly the best name of a fighter, said Joshua. Right. I think they are just going to show us a bit of a video package about Shogun Hu and his history. UFC champ in 2010. I mean, he's had an amazing career, an incredible career. It is. I mean, he is one of those names. He's been very inspirational. He's definitely inspired a lot of fighters and a lot of fight fans as well. Shogun's one of those names that is respected. And to say goodbye to him is, you know, it's going to be a shame. The only thing I would say is it absolutely feels like it's time. Like, I don't watch this thinking, oh, I wish he wasn't going. I wish we could get one more. Like, it absolutely feels like this is the right time. Like, yeah, it's done. It's over. Like, it's time. Sort of the same with Anderson Silva. You know, we were so, towards the end, we saw Anderson picking up so many losses after seeing him be the dominating champion that he was. Like, you just sort of wanted someone to put him out of his misery. You sort of wanted someone to have that word and say, you need to call it quits. And eventually, the only disappointing is that happens in a empty Apex. That's when he walked away. It's a real shame that he couldn't have like a moment like this. I think it's also a shame as well that UFC don't give them bigger platforms. You know, I mean, like, this is an absolute legend, former champion, that's walking away, and he's walking away as the main event of the prelims. So I mean, like, there's going to be people that skip the prelims. There's going to be plenty of people that skip the prelims. There's people that have got tickets that are skipping the prelims, and they've paid God knows how much. I'm sure they will be there for this one, but yeah, there's been a fair few empty seats as we've built our way to the main cards. But I do sort of feel like that is definitely something UFC could do a much better job of, like the farewell fights, people's final fights, you know, paying them like tributes and whatever to people. We do tend to see some fighters go in prelims. You'd think that they'd put them on the main card and make a bit more of a song and dance about it. You know, have them as part of the build, have them as part of the poster, like really build it up, like, you know, these legends. But I don't know, they're just so focused on who the best is, who the next champions are going to be. If you're not in that conversation, then you're very much an afterthought, seemingly. Who is the co-main event? Co-main event is Figueiredo against Brandon Moreno. A really good fight, that. I mean, so far they've fought 3 times before, 1 win each and a draw. I wanted him to fight Forrest Griffin again, the Spider, said James. A load from my chucks went there. I'm happy to be in said chuck. WWE load of beef jerky. William, shout out to you. Hope you're well, buds. Alexander the Great said, I predict Adesanya will go the same way as Anderson with a losing streak after falling from the top. Do you think that starts now? I don't think that starts now. I must admit, I was very surprised that he lost. I really didn't think he was losing that middleweight title to Pereira. I just thought that it's one thing to be able to beat Adesanya in kickboxing, but to get in there and do it in MMA is pretty stunning. To be able to do it in MMA is pretty stunning because, like, it just sort of felt to me like, MMA, it's an all-round game. We know that Adesanya's got kickboxing, but he's got other skills as well. And so it just sort of felt like, I didn't expect him to lose. I didn't expect him to fall short against Alec Pereira, who is an amazing striker, but has got limitations. Just sort of felt like, Adesanya's been in there against better. I just thought he'd been in there against better, but seemingly not. Had his number. So, I don't know. I feel like Adesanya should bounce back, but maybe Pereira's just that guy. Maybe he's just that guy that Adesanya just can't get a win against. Right, they're just talking about the historic 4th fights. Okay, so Megan Levy is saying that Moreno believes he's got to keep his emotions at bay for this one. Figgy, we're just seeing the ceremonial weigh-ins. Obviously, there wasn't a press conference for this one. Figgy pushing Brandon Moreno. Figgy looking very confident. So Brandon Moreno and Figgy face to face. I think Moreno should have the skill set to do it. I am also very aware of Figgy's age. I think Figgy's age could come into play. Figgy is obviously starting to get on a little bit, and actually the past few years, the only person he's been facing has been Brandon Moreno. Figgy is 35, which is quite an age in the flyweight division. And at some point up. And I don't know if it's now. I mean, I feel like he might be energized by the Brazilian crowd. So that's why I think it's so hard to call. But at some point, age is going to catch up with Figgy. I really don't think his time at the top of this division is going to be very long. Bob said, if you haven't already, then smash the like button. Yeah, really appreciate it. We're at 300s. Seems like it's going to be quite a challenge getting to 1,000 tonight. Either way, we'll see what we get, and it is greatly appreciated. Alexander the Great said Pereira just is that guy. James Brassington, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Game over. Game over for Shogun Rua, definitely. But what a career. I mean, absolutely fantastic career. The legacy I want to leave is for everyone to know that martial arts is life and lifestyle. Ior Potieria from the Ukraine is young, he's strong, he's got speeds, he's got good footwork, he's got good kicks, he's got decent power. He can strike as well. His skill set is a little limited. Don't know how far he's going to go in the division, but he should have enough to get the victory here. And he is coming in as a -200 favorite. So, again, whatever's left in the tank, Shogun has got to get it out of him. Are the Brazilian fans going to help motivate him and just bring that little extra out? I mean, they'll clearly be with Shogun here, but this is going to be quite the challenge. Shouldn't be, but it's going to be, I fear. So, Ior making his way down. Making his second UFC appearance. One of 6 Ukrainian fighters in UFC history. Respect Shogun, said Alexander the Great. Irish Rebel says that he is sizzling. Shout out to you. Is Shogun his real name? I can't see his mom calling him Shogun for dinner. No, it's his nickname. Maurizio Rua. Right, so just waiting for Shogun to come out. Should get a great reaction when he does. Why don't UFC want to do brand versus PFL or Bellator MMA would be fun? Well, to be honest, I mean, a lot of the people in Bellator are just not that well known. I mean, Bellator is a much smaller promotion, and I sort of feel like that would be fun for like your hardcore MMA fans, but I don't. I think UFC is very focused on just finding the best. They just want to find the best in the world. They're not really interested in, you know, taking on other promotions, and because like UFC are trying to find the best anyway. So, like, in their mind and in their eyes, they've got the best fighters. They don't really need to prove that by taking on people at Bellator. And if there was some, like, shock knockouts or whatever, and Bellator was to get some wins against the UFC roster, that obviously does not benefit UFC long-term either, does it? You know, UFC are positioning themselves as being the best, the biggest, having the best. So if they were to go and prove that and beat Bellator in a like head-to-head kind of show, it doesn't do anything for UFC. I think the consensus is that they have the best and they've got the best fighters. So they don't gain anything. But equally, if there's a few lucky shots and, you know, a few good performances by Bellator fighters, they could lose. They could lose some fights and then they would lose that reputation. So everything to lose, nothing to gain. Right, great reaction for Shogun as he makes his way out. Shogun, who chants from this crowd, and he steps out, and that's a great response, great reaction. Jason, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Yeah, I couldn't even hear if he came out with any music. I think there is something in the background. It was a great response by the crowds. So Shogun has made his way out. This is our final fight on the prelims. It's nothing but main cards after this. We're around about 20-odd minutes or so away from that main card. He's got the tied for the 5th most wins in UFC Pride's WEC SF history with 23. 3rd most knockouts in UFC Pride WEC SF history as well. And as we said, this is his final fight. Yeah, it's packed in there now. Seems pretty busy. There might be some empty seats in the distance. It's kind of hard to tell. I feel like there probably are. Pateria is minus 215 years younger. Shogun is going to have a 1-inch reach advantage. Eeyore is 2 inches taller, though. Hiding. Trini, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you are well. My name is Jason. Every time Daze says Jason, I think it's me, but Daze never talks to me. J-Law. I didn't know that your first name is Jason. I'll still call you J-Law, though. Great reaction. Great reaction for Shogun. Great. Look, people on their feet. That's great. Great response. He's trying to stay in the zone, though. He's trying to make sure that he keeps his head in the game. Still a lot of empty seats at the sides. It's surprising. I thought it would have been bigger than the UK and France crowds. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. And I presumed this was a sellout. Right, here we go. Herb Dean is the referee for this one. Herb Dean is the ref for this one. Shogun, who are getting ready to get us going. Most fights in UFC Light Heavyweight history with 24. Shogun comes out into the center. And know what we're going to get here, to be honest. Really hard to know. As we said, I think if Eeyore really pours it on, I think he can get the finish. Shogun's probably going to have to keep this tight, frustrate Eeyore, try and use and dig into all that experience. These two exchanging kicks at the moment, body kicks. Low kick by Shogun. Eeyore trying to find a way forwards. That's a lovely right hand by Shogun. Counter shot comes back, but it lands on the guards. Low kick coming in there by Eeyore. Kick coming back by Shogun. Inside leg kick. Seeing a couple of jabs coming in by Eeyore. Oh, lovely work by Shogun. Great left hook. That's a great left hook. Kick coming body there by Shogun. Tell you what, that's fired up the crowds. The crowd have come alive. Kick coming into the body. That was nice. I tell you what, had a bit of snap on it as well. So not only was it just a nice shot, but felt like it had some decent power to it. Letting the hands go. Eeyore is being given something to think about here. As Shogun continues to move forwards. Both guys in the center of the octagon at the moment. He's just keeping out his left hands. He's just got the left hand out there. Just giving Eeyore something to think about. And he's just using it as a bit of a rangefinder. And then, you know, throwing with the right. Low kick coming in there by Eeyore. And we've got the crowd chanting away at the moment. Firmly behind Shogun here. It's real scrappy. Oh, Shogun stumbles back. Eeyore comes racing onto him. Shogun stumbles back against the cage. Shogun covering up. He just seems to be a little bit all at sea at the moment. Yeah, Eeyore ran over at him and he tried to throw some, but I don't think he really connected with much. That seemed like a real opening there for Eeyore Pateria. There's a bit of damage just underneath the eye of Shogun. And we're in a clinch at the moment. He's getting driven back against the cage. At the moment, it's 10 significant strikes to 8 in favor of Shogun Hua. But right now, Eeyore has managed to grab Shogun, drive him back against the cage. So Eeyore is getting some control time. And he's just using his shoulder. So he's using his shoulder, driving it into the heads of Shogun Hua. There's a few boos raining down from the fans as they break apart. Shogun goes back into the center. Shogun edging forward at the moment. Pateria standing his ground. Shogun edging forward. Pateria taking a little look. Jab coming in there by Pateria. Shogun trying to find a way of getting a few strikes through. Still ahead according to ESPN's numbers. Don't know if they need to update though. These two are back into the center. Oh, Eeyore just Shogun. Shogun seems stunned for a moment. He seems stunned. This seems like a problem. Oh, Shogun down. Covering up. I think the ref's going to call it. Oh, he does. Oh, Eeyore Pateria wins. He just caught Shogun and then he started to unload. And boos are raining down. That was the fear. The fear was that if Pateria found a way through, he would be able to capitalize. And he did capitalize. So, boos raining down for Pateria. But nothing but respect there. I mean, it's legit. He catches Shogun, rocks him. So it's a big right hook shot. It just does enough to just momentarily stun Shogun. Shogun then is all at sea. And Pateria can come in with a few follow-up strikes. Here you can see, look, Shogun getting driven back against the side of the cage. And there's some lovely shots that come in. from he just drives Shogun back. Shogun goes down, covers up. Herb Dean comes in and calls it quits. Nothing wrong with the stoppage. There we go. You're so disrespectful with that celebration, said Nathan. Another first round finish. That is crazy, said Demolition. Here come the X. Shogun. That was always going to happen, said Hungarian Hustler. Right, well, I don't know. Let's have a look. I don't know if this is updated or not, but we can have a little look over on Tapology. So we've got Tempso9 in first place. We've got Hawkins Jr. in second. We've got quite a few people in joint thirds, but that's how things are looking at the moment. That's where we are at the moment as we head towards the main card. Main card starting in 14 minutes time. 14 minutes time we go over to the main cards. By TKO. Few boos raining down as the result is read out. So Cormier just going over, having a word with Eeyore as we... That's 15 first-round finishes for him, you know. I didn't know that. That's 15 first-round finishes. Late to the party. How's this been, said JB? It's been good. Yeah, it's been all right, you know. Considering we've had 15 fights, we've had a fair few finishes. It's been pretty exciting. I would say that it's gone pretty quick as well. It really feels like... I don't feel like we've... Like, we started a bit late, actually. We were a bit late to the party. But we've watched 9 fights, and it doesn't feel that way. We've been streaming for nearly 4 hours. It doesn't feel that way. Feel pretty good. Feel really awake. Feel really good. Yeah, it's been really good. Sometimes you can watch fights and they can be a bit dull and they can just grab each other and cancel each other out, and you know you can make the event drag. This has not felt that way. This has moved at a nice pace. We've had plenty of action. It's been really good. People having a look to see where they are on Tapology. Sonny said, "Does anyone know where I am on Tapology?" I think I got an email from Tapology saying that you're so bad at predictions that they've removed your accounts. I think that's what they said in the email. I don't know. People on their feet then as we go over to Shogun. So people applauding Shogun. You are a legend. How good does it feel? So just hearing from Shogun. Let's go. The translator speaks every language, said Wrestle with Andy. Shogun forever sign. Yeah, I don't speak every language, though. That's the only problem. So I don't know what he's saying at the moment. I think he said, Dana, if you want to slap someone, how about you try and slap me? I think that's what he just said. I'm calling you out for the main event of the next Power Slap event. Cormier said it's been an honor to watch your career. Thank you very much, says Shogun. So there we go. That was nice. End of the road for Shogun. Longest prelims ever, though, said Alex. Oh, prelims, definitely. Definitely. Just tried the new strawberry watermelon prime drink. Props to KSI Logan. It's actually really good, said J14. Alexander said, Tapology removed me 100%. Sonny said, come on, man. What? I didn't send that email. I'm saying Tapology sent that email saying one of your group, of the 250 people that are in your Tapology group, one of them is so bad that we feel that she's bringing down the reputation of the website, so we've cancelled her account. I don't know why you're having to go at me over that. That's not my decision, is it? I don't work for Tapology. Just saying. Days is meanie weenie with a yellow polka dot bikini. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Bob said, who said that? Tapology said that. Feel free to send your complaints to them. Johnny Walker, round 1, flying knee. Yeah, that's going to be our next fight coming up. How long we got? 8 minutes. Wanted to try and get to 500. We're at 317. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're desperately trying to get as many as possible, as we are 8 minutes away from the main card. 8 minutes away from the main cards. So we are going over to the main cards in 8 minutes, and our first match is going to be a fun fight between Paul Craig and Johnny Walker. I don't know if you saw those two at the ceremonial weigh-in, face-to-face. You had Paul Craig with the face paint, got right in the face of Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker showed an image after where he actually had some of the blue on his face because they were like touching forehead to forehead. But yeah, it should be good. Light heavyweight division again. Johnny Walker coming in as favorite. Paul Craig, 8-5 in the UFC. Of course, he's a grappler. He does well when he gets people down and he gets on top. He will look for takedowns. He's very one-dimensional. He hasn't got the fastest strikes in the world. Paul's guards, he wins moments, not necessarily minutes. He can lack a little bit of durability. If you can get at him, you can definitely cause problems, but he can cause you problems as well. Johnny Walker, 5-4 in the UFC as a striker. He's very flashy. Few chin question marks around him as well. Can be dangerous. He's got some good flying knees. He's going to have a striking advantage. He's the taller fighter. He's got a bigger reach. He's got plenty going for him. He's coming in as minus 175 favourites. So, yeah, Johnny Walker, I think, definitely is the pick here. But Paul Craig is someone that has got the ability to get the victory in this one. So, that's going to be our first fight on the main cards. Then after that, we've got former champion Jessica Andrade taking on Lauren Murphy, which should be really fun women's fight. I was going to say, have we seen women's fight? I think we've had one, haven't we, so far? So we've got that. Then we've got Gilbert Burns against MAGNY. A finish is very likely in that one. Then we've got Figgy against Brandon Moreno. First time we're getting 4 fights between 2 fighters. That's going to be amazing. And then we've got our main event for the Light Heavyweight Championship. So pretty fun main cards, in all fairness. Not a bad way to spend a Saturday night. So, yeah, they've just got a few minutes. Obviously, that last fight ended in the first round. So they've just killing a bit of time with a video package as we just take a look at Glover Teixeira. Alexander the Great said, Paul Craig, let's effing go. Paul Craig broke the arm of Jamahal Hill. I was in attendance. Ernest said, Sonny, don't listen to Days. He must have been exposed to some terrible trauma. I mean, I think it's disappointing that the blame is for some reason being put in my direction when this was an email sent from Tapology. But, I mean, look, you know, it's nothing but love with Sonny. Sonny has nothing but love and respect from me and this community. Clearly, that's not extended to the people at Tapology. But I think she's kind of infamous for being pretty horrific when it comes to predictions. So I don't think we're you know, saying anything people don't already know. You know what I mean? So it's one of those. Imagine if Walker gets KO'd again. Let's go, Johnny Walker. That's my family right there. Walker rules, says Bob Bitchin. But let sunny days break my arm. Just Nick, hope you're well. It's going well, bud. Hope life is treating you well. What did Tapology say about me? They just keep recommending I call the police, in all fairness. They do keep asking if you are still, like, hanging out in the streams. And if you've said anything inappropriate. And, of course, you have, because you tend to. Pretty much every comment is inappropriate. But, yeah, they just really recommend that I don't tolerate it and I just call the police. But I don't know, William, I've got a real soft spot for you. Don't let anyone. So up until this point, I've not done that. But yeah, they're concerned. We just need it known. They are definitely concerned. Sonny got 6th once. That's just a rumor. I mean, I've been very consistent, just Nick, with reading out results, and I don't think I've ever read Sonny's name. You know, I've read top 10s before, and she's not featured. So, you know, this top 6 thing it's not something. It's a little bit like the Loch Ness Monster. You know, there's people that claim to have seen it, but I think the evidence is sketchy at best. So I would compare it to that. Tapology needs to receive a strongly worded email in response. Yeah, maybe, but I do kind of agree with what they're saying as well. So I don't know. It's you know, it depends how you feel about it. Paul Craig is a Scottish badass, said Alexander the Great. You're the only fight companion I found that talked about the prelims, says Robert. Robert, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean we go through it all. We did the early prelims as well. I did miss the first one, and that was my bad, because we would have been here for it. But I swear, I checked the other day, and it said the coverage was starting at 11, and that's what time it normally starts here in the UK, is 11 p.m. So I was like, lovely, bish, bash, bosh. And then setting everything up, and I saw that it had already started. So it actually started at 10:30. So we missed the first 20 minutes. Otherwise, we would have been here for that as well. But hey-ho. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. And it's been good. It's been a really, really good undercard, and I'm looking forward to this main card as well, which, as we said, will start in a minute. A minute. We are a minute away. We've managed to shoot up as well with the likes. We're at 342, which actually, all things considered, is not too bad. We should break through 350, hopefully, by the time the main card starts in a minute. So if you haven't left a like, leave a like as we continue to drive forward with those. We're just seeing the big names arrive. We've got Teixeira, we've got Figgy. We're just seeing all these fighters arrive. And there is Brandon Moreno. He's got a moody-looking wife, hasn't he? He looks moody. And there we go. That is the end of the prelim coverage. Dear Tapology, how dare you? You should be ashamed of yourselves. I am going to overtake your website. Love, Sonny. Oh. Sonny, I was disappointed, mate, when they said such a thing. I thought it was very disrespectful. Right. Keep the commentary up for the peasants, says Charlie. Hey, listen, I don't blame people. How much is this one tonight? In the UK, it's, well, free. You've got to be subscribed to BT Sport, but there's no, if you are, and people tend to be for wrestling or football. If you want to watch soccer, like they do have some games each week, and they have like Raw and SmackDown and everything. UFC is on there as well for free as long as you're subscribed to them. I don't actually know how much it is in America. Just me, shout out to you. Hoff Sports, hello. Brandon's wife cheats on him all the time. I don't understand why he's still with her, said Just Nick. I don't know, perhaps he likes moody people. Nicholas said, come on, Walker, finish him. You need your last leg. Dark Angel said, is anyone else sitting in a beanbag chair eating Cheetos? No, but I wish I was. Right, video package, just showing off the main event, of course, Teixeira, when he won that title, becoming the oldest champion, oldest first-time champion in UFC history. Obviously, sadly losing that bout to Jiri, but Jiri not able to defend it. So, Teixeira got an opportunity to get it back now. In order to do that, he's going to have to get past Jamahal Hill. And that's not going to be easy, in all fairness. Jamahal Hill, 5-1 in the UFC. Wins come in, I think, all of his wins, last 4 wins, come in by stoppage. He's 11-1 in total. So Jamahal Hill's going to be definitely a challenge. But is it a challenge that Teixeira is going to be able to overcome? Because that performance against Jiri when they faced each other was stunning. I mean, it was incredible. $80 for this one. Damn. This one's $80. Do you know what? I mean, that is serious money. That is serious money. Yeah, I can totally understand people not paying that. I say, in the UK, we really take for granted how good we've got it. Really, really take for granted how good we've got it. I'm in China. Pay-per-view and fight nights are the same price. 10 tickets cost about $4. It's 3 tickets, and you get 10 for about $4. How does the ticket system work? How does that work? Is there a little man next to your TV that you like give the tickets to? I'd like the event tonight, please. Here's my 3 tickets. How does that work? Paul Craig is going to beat Jamahal brutally. Paul Craig has a win over Jamahal Hill not that long ago, but now they're on separate places on the cards. Yeah, but I mean, Paul Craig's 8-5 in the UFC. Jamahal Hill is 5-1. Like, he's got a victory over him, but they have had very different paths since. Wow, look at that. They've actually... Wow. They've got... Was that actually, like, Christ the Redeemer? Was that the actual statue? They've, like, projected a UFC belt onto him. So he's got his arms outstretched, and then they projected a UFC belt over his shoulder. They just gave Christ a UFC title. Wow. I bet even he would lose to John Jones, in all fairness. Was that like the actual Christ? Because, like, in my mind, that's not going to go down very well with the religious community. But they've did it. I think it was projected. It sort of looked like it might have been spray painted on, but I think it was a projection. That's pretty sick. It costs $8.99 for ESPN Plus to watch most Apex events, says John. That's not too bad. I mean, in all fairness, I don't actually know how much a month is for BT Sport. It's probably like £30 a month or something. A guess. I mean, we just get it as part of like a cable package, so I don't actually know what it is individually. But my guess is probably about 30 a month. But again, for that, you are getting like the wrestling and all the other. That's not like 30 just for UFC. But when you hear that like this card alone is $80, you know, that would work out to be something like 60 something pounds just for this one event. I mean, that is mental. That is mental. Glover Teixeira, they're just doing fighter profile. No, tickets are like credits. You can pay football, UFC or whatever. Some stuff costs more tickets than others. Days, can we just admit that Jamahal has got the stupidest tattoos we've ever seen? Oh, yeah. I'd say quite comfortably. I mean, I'd never say that to his face, of course, but I'd drop it to him in an email. In fact, I probably wouldn't do that either. But they are stupid. Two little hands, aren't they, like this? Do you know what? I don't even know what the reference is. I don't know if they're meant to be like his kids' hands or something. I don't know. Jesus is the people's champion. I mean, listen, someone needs to bring in those buys. Connor's not around anymore, so if we can get Jesus in there, brilliant. In all fairness, the way that Islam Makhachev is going, you know, he's beaten Charles Oliveira. Next up is the pound for pound champ in Volkanovski. I mean, we're not too far away from him having to fight Jesus in order for it to be an interesting competitive fight. I mean, he really is climbing them rankings. The son of gods might we're not that far away, so yeah, why not recruit him whilst we're down in Brazil? Right, we're just having a look at our co-main event as well. Jesus has the only rise from the dead belt in the division, said Ernest. What are your thoughts on Connor's Twitter getting exposed? I've not seen that. I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't ever go on Connor's Twitter, to be honest. It's probably just... Connor just makes a lot of noise when he's not around, and I sort of feel like people were listening to that, but I think I feel like a lot of people have stopped listening to it now. I mean, I just sort of feel like if you cry wolf so many times, people are going to switch off to it, and I long have switched off to it. So, I mean, how many times has the guy retired? So, yeah, I don't really follow his Twitter, to be honest. I like Connor, and I hope he comes back, but it's one of them. I'll believe it as soon as it gets announced. He's not even in the... we talked about this earlier. He's not even in the USADA pool, is he? So I don't even think if he wanted to come back, he can come back for like 6 months. He's got to get back in the USADA pool. Dale said, here in the UK, we don't buy pay-per-views. Joe, shout out to you. Where was Jesus for Dana's wife that night, says Nico. He was probably smashed, in all fairness. It was New Year's Eve. Do you know what I mean? It was New Year's Eve. We'd all had a drink. And I'd imagine that Jesus was probably doing some sort of TikTok down in the bathroom. I don't know. What's your opinion on bacon? Love bacon. Big fan. Sign me up. I don't have enough of it. Oh, what's this Marvel Studios thing? On February 17th. Guys, there's a new Marvel film coming. There's a new Dynasty coming. It's going to begin in 3D. thought 3D was sort of done. Do they still do 3D films? Ant-Man Wasp. Ant-Man Wasp is coming. Ant-Man Wasp is coming, guys. Is it Ant-Man and Wasp? Wasp. There's a superhero called Wasp. We're proper scraping the barrel now, aren't we? What should we call this one? I don't know. Wasp. Call him Wasp. That one can be Beetle. That one can be Cat. Well, there we go. Undoubtedly, that'll be a big hit. Days, imagine we get another draw in the main event tonight. Days, I'm Scottish, said Dale, but my money is on Johnny Walker for this one. Paul's last performance was dire. It was not great, was it? I think he knows that, though. I think he knows that last performance was not brilliant. Yes, Marvel, said Sonny. Marvel films, same cookie cutter generic movie, said Faza. Connor is trying to get a pass for an accelerate USADA comeback so he doesn't have to wait 6 months. Jay said that movie looks good. Listen, you won't find a bigger wasp than me. I'm a wasp simp. So yeah, amazing. She hit him first, and he didn't hit her back. That would be discrimination, and discrimination is wrong. There's a superhero called Squirrel Girl who's not been in movies yet. There's a superhero called Squirrel Girl. Listen, I have never watched a single Marvel movie in my life, right? Bits of Marvel films when they've been on TV and things like that, right? I've never watched an actual full Marvel film. I would watch Squirrel Girl. Who wouldn't? Certainly as well, if it was not like big explosions and everything. It's just a girl munching on some nuts in a park. And we've all seen them films. In all fairness, I think I've seen them films already. I think I've already got quite a catalogue of them films. A girl munching on some nuts in a park. Squirrel Girl. Yeah, that ain't Marvel. That ain't Marvel. That's something completely different. I'd watch that, though. And if it was in 3D, woo! Sign me up, mates. Sign me up. Days, your biceps are looking bigger this year. Oh, yeah. It's a new camera, that's why. All hail Squirrel Girl. Boom. Right, here we go. It's been a hot minute since we had a fight, but we are going over to the fighters. Johnny Walker is making his way out, making his ring walk down to the ring. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. We're at 387. As we said, that has actually had some movement, hasn't it? As we continue to climb. What have I just walked in on, said Mark. Listen, it's not. They showed a Marvel trailer, and then we ended up getting into a Marvel conversation. And then we ended up on Squirrel Girl. Definitely here for Squirrel Girl. Thanks. That's VR. Ooh. Do you know what? I have got a VR headset. I've had it a couple of years. They're brilliant. But there's not loads of stuff for them. But there is, I've never actually done it, but there is like a virtual reality living room with like a massive TV that you can sit in and watch films on, which I haven't done. I don't know how comfortable that would be. I'd totally watch Squirrel Girl on that. Woo. There's a few things you could watch on that, thinking about it. Squirrel Girl is one of the strongest heroes. She beats Thanos. Oh. Okay, I've heard of him. Squirrel gone. Johnny Walker versus Jack Bean versus Jack Daniels. Yeah, dream fight. Finderbin, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Finderbin said, how are you today? Will Ciampa return soon? Not expecting Ciampa back anytime soon. I think his injury is actually legit quite serious. In regards to how I'm doing good. Yeah, it's great to be back doing UFC. It's been a fun show so far tonight. We've got Johnny Walker just coming in, and we're about to start our first fight on the main cards. We are just waiting for Paul Craig to make his way down to the octagon. 5 fights as normal on the main cards. Here comes Paul Craig. Making his way down and not getting a great reaction. He's very intense. Very focused. Very intense. Very intense ceremonial weigh-ins as well. And he's someone that you can really get behind. I like him. The only problem is that he's a bit limited in his skill set. But I love his heart. I love his fighting spirit. I love how intense he is. One of 7 Scottish fighters in UFC history. But must be a lot of wood. Those nuts, says Mark. Someone just talked about boxing. Just reminded me, there was meant to be a boxing game that came out. Did it ever come out? Wasn't it like Boxing Club or something? Boxing, I can't remember what it was called. E-Club. There was meant to be some sort of console big game that had like 100 boxers in it. And I remember us looking at it on like some previous watch-alongs, getting pretty excited about the lineup. It had some sick fighters in it. I've not seen that's come out. I've not seen that's come out. I would definitely Finderbin, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Let me just have a quick look for that. Boxing game. Boxing PS5? Maybe? Do you know what? My internet is being absolutely atrocious. I'll have to go on my phone. Internet is just pretty dead for me at the moment. They're working on it. It's currently out for free, but it's just a beta. That game is going to rule. They've changed the name to Undisputed. Oh, okay. Right, I haven't heard any of this. They've called the Undisputed boxing game is what it's called now. Yes. Become Undisputed, most authentic boxing game to date. Release date, January 31st, 2023. Oh my God. According to Steam, 31st of January, planned release date. This game is available in 9 days. Just 11 days to go until early access begins. Oh, what does that mean? Right, okay. So it's not been scrapped or anything. Frank Bruno is going to be available on day 1. Yeah, that looks... this game looks so good. We've spoke about it on previous streams. I think it was meant to be out by now, to be honest. But it's got like 100... Muhammad Ali, Canelo, Kell Brook, Frank Bruno, Terence Crawford, Sonny Edwards, Joe Fraser, Tyson Fury, Kid Galahad, Ryan Garcia, Eddie Hall, George Groves, Roy Jones Jr., Joe Joyce, Sugar Ray Lewis, Rocky Marciano. It's just a who's who. Deontay Wilder, Usyk. It's an amazing lineup of talent in that. Yeah, definitely want to get my hands on that. Right, Bruce Buffer doing intros, and we're about to get underway with this. Fun fact, Paul Craig beat Jamahal Hill in 2021. It's early release. does that mean? Does that mean that it's not like the full game or something? I don't know what that means. I'm not a gamer. Early release to me means like, here you go, enjoy. It's we're giving it to you earlier than you expected. Right, here we go. Craig on the outside, Walker in the center, and obviously Craig bit one directional. We know what he's going to look for that takedown. He's going to look to get Walker down, and he's going to look to control the fight from there. Walker bouncing around, heavy outside leg kick there by Walker. Paul Craig is 9 in the light heavyweight division. Walker is 12th. Walker is edging forward. Paul Craig on the outsides. Kick coming into the body there by Paul Craig. And we've got Walker just standing his ground at the moment. Quite close in the odds on this one. We're at 400 likes as well. So, again, if you are just joining us and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards 1,000. We're at 400 now. Low output at the moment. We are 1 minute and 15 seconds into this one. Paul Craig on side, Walker just moving forward. He's getting backed up a little bit here, Paul Craig, but using some decent movement, circling round. Couple of shots coming in. Walker back into the center. Low kick coming in there by Walker. Paul Craig just edging forwards. Kick coming into the body there by Paul Craig. And again, trying to throw out a jab. We got Walker on the outside. Bit of noise coming from the Brazilian fans. They've been pretty good tonight. They've been making some noise, getting behind their fighters. Paul Craig again, just jabbing forward. We got Walker on the outside. He's stepping into the center. Paul Craig getting driven back a little bit. Couple of hook shots coming in. And Paul Craig grabbing a hold of the leg of Walker. Big hammer fist coming in. Referee stopped it. Referee has stopped it. Paul Craig grabbed the leg of Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker smashing him in the head with some big hammer blows. And the ref stopped it. Wow. I don't know. I mean, the ref must have been right there. I'm guessing Paul Craig must have gone out. He must have gone out. I mean, those shots, they seemed like heavy blows. He was absolutely smashing them in, but yeah. I mean, Paul Craig has been helped onto a chair, so Paul Craig grabs a hold of the leg of Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker, bang, just starts smashing him with these big hammer blows. It's a lovely right that catches Paul Craig, but Paul Craig, he goes down, he holds on to the... Now, here comes these big hammer blows. Paul Craig starts covering up, and in all fairness, he's not offering anything in response. It's just power from Johnny Walker. I think Paul Craig grabs the leg. He knows that to get any success, he's going to have to get Johnny Walker down. As he's attempting to get him down, he's just getting pieced up. He's just getting caught. Heavy shots. And done, mate. That's all she... First round finish for Johnny Walker. And I don't know, Paul Craig, where does he go from here? 8-6 in the UFC now. I mean, he's slipping out the rankings. He's, 35 years old. Yeah, he's kill or be killed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how long he'll be around in the UFC for, to be honest. How many... I don't know what his record looks like. Well, I know it's 8-6 now, but I mean, like, I don't know what his last 5 fights have been. He has It's not bad, actually. So he's lost... he lost to Uzdemir last time out. Now he's lost to Johnny Walker. So that's 2 in a row that he's lost. But before that, he's had a good run of wins. So actually, that's, two losses in a row now. His next fight's going to be important. You don't want to lose 3 in a row. But he's probably got a bit of goodwill in the bank. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see who Paul Craig gets next. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who he gets next. I mean, he's got a win over Shogun Hua. That's not aged well. Win over Jamahal Hill has aged very well. The win over Krylov was pretty decent, but that was I think that was his last win, and that was at UFC London. Since then, we've had a couple of losses. Yeah, we'll have to see. Depends how his next fight is going to go. He beat 2 of the last 4 to fight for the title, including half of tonight's main events. UFC has come a long way, said Mr. Quake. Who won? It was won by Johnny Walker. First round finish. Right, let's get our next fight up. Johnny Walker said, you was a big-time champion. You was a champ, and now it's my time. Johnny Walker said, you was a big inspiration to me. He's talking to Cormier. Findabin said, let's go, Glover Teixeira. Shout out to you, Findabin. I agree. Yeah, I hope Teixeira can get it done tonight as well. Do you think Vince will interfere with Raw 30? Don't think so. Johnny Walker doing a little dance is really celebrating this one. So, yeah, Johnny Walker, very pleased with that. Right, coming up next, we've got women's flyweight action. We've got Lauren Murphy taking on Jessica Andrade, former champion, of course. Andrade should be better everywhere. Oh, my God. I didn't even realize. Islam Makhachev Volkanovski is next. So UFC 284 is Volkanovski and Makhachev. Guys, it goes without saying, we are here for that. I should have already put it in my diary. We are here for that. We're here for... when is it? UFC... Is it the... did I say the 11th? Yeah. UFC 284 on Saturday, the 11th of February. That is Makhachev taking on Volkanovski. That is really, you could make the argument to find out who is the pound-for-pound best fighter in the UFC. And then when we go to March for UFC 285, that is when we've got the John Jones fight. John Jones is in action. We're here for that as well. I think we've got... So March 4th, I think, is UFC 285. I think it's March 18th, 286. I've got a few written down that are coming up quite thick and fast. Some big shows coming up, man. Big shows. And we're here for them. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. Leave those likes as well because, as we said, we are back. We are back. It's good, actually. It's really good that the UFC are back. I always miss it over, like, December when it's not around. But it's been such a fun card tonight. And as we said, coming up next, we're going to have the women in action. Lauren Murphy against Jessica Andrade. So Andrade is 14-7. Solid takedown defense. She's strong. She's got a few chin questions. She's very explosive. She's got a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. She can be a little bit sloppy, a little bit slow. She's got power in both hands. She's aggressive and strong. Her cardio is okay, though. She is moving up from straw weights. A decision win probably is likely. Lauren Murphy, 8-5. Her only loss in the last 4 years has been against Valentina Shevchenko. Likes to move forward. She's durable. She is strength and power to Jessica Andrade. She is going to be the bigger fighter, though, Lauren Murphy. And she is a very good, credible fighter. I mean, she's getting on a little bit, though. She's 39. So, I mean, I don't know how long she's going to be able to maintain that. As you said, you know, good records. But, yeah, I've got Jessica Andrade winning this. She is a minus 500 favorite. Lauren Murphy at 400. So that is going to be our next fight. Might be a little till we get to that because we are obviously just coming off a first round finish. So it might be a little while till we get to that. But I don't think they'll make us wait too long. Andrade is different, says Dale. Lauren Murphy is going to win. I don't know how. I just know she wins, said Jesse. Do you remember the guy that had the 9 perfect wins? I don't know if it shows when that... I don't know if I can see that. Does it show that? Let me just have a quick look at Tapology. Where does it say perfect wins? Oh, you see, I only ever look at this, so I don't actually know what these columns mean. The only thing I tend to look at is the overall score and where people are, so... I don't really look to see how many perfect results people have and stuff like that. I just spend most of my time trying to see where Sunny is, and it takes me ages because I can never find her. NXT Vengeance Day, get ready, said Mr. Quake. John said, even if Islam wins, you can't call him pound for pound. He's not done enough yet. Don't know, to be honest, because if he beats Volkanovski and Volkanovski is the pound for pounds, I think he becomes the pound for pounds. I mean, if I know that like that math shouldn't really work, but that's how we decide champions. You know, someone is given the belt if they beat the champ. You know, if Volkanovski is the current pound for pound champ, if you will, if he's currently the guy that is regarded as the best, if Islam beats him, does that not make Islam the pound for pound best? Just the same way that you would hand out a championship. Don't know. I suppose there's different ways to look at it. I suppose there's different ways you can look at it. I think it would. I don't think that Volkanovski could stay the best if he just loses to Islam. And I don't know who else you would put up there instead. Don't know. I do feel sorry. I said this earlier. I do feel sorry for Usman because I think Usman would be in the conversation. But if it wasn't for that sneaky knockout, that sneaky head kick that put him away at the hands of Leon Edwards, maybe he would still be in the conversation. But it doesn't feel like he is... he's not even the best in his division at the moment. Here we go. Jose Aldo is going in the Hall of Fame. He's going into the modern wing of the Hall of Fame, and, I mean, there's not really much to say, is there? Of course he is. How could you have a Hall of Fame and not put Jose Aldo in it? So, nice little video package. To be honest, I thought we were just paying tribute to a Brazilian legend. I didn't realize that was actually a Hall of Fame induction announcement video, but there we go. Tears in the eyes of Jose Aldo. Cormier says no one deserves it more. I don't think Conor beating Jose put him number one pound for pound, said G. Martinez. I don't know. I honestly don't know who was number one pound for pound at that time. But yeah, I think that it would put him up there.
in my opinion, it should put him up there. If you beat the person that is the number one pound for pound fighter, that should make you the number one pound for pound fighter. I mean, I understand that you can have upsets, and you know, you could have like some random fighter come in and just, you know, get a fluky shot and beat the pound for pound number one, right? And then you might look at it and go, you know, are they really the best? But as I said, that is how you decide champions. That's how you give out championship belts. If that person comes in off the street and knocks out the champion, they become the champion of that division. We don't say, oh, they've not done enough. By beating that person, you've done enough to become the champion. So for me, the same applies to the pound for pound. If this person is the pound for pound, the best in the division, this is the guy. This is the person that's regarded as the best in MMA, the best in UFC, whatever. If you go in and beat that person, you're the best. So I don't know. I mean, look, would he be put there in the rankings? I think he should be if he beats Volkanovski. Will he be? I don't know. I'm not making that decision. I don't know. It's one that I suppose could be debated, but I have no problem with hyping that fight up, saying that it's a fight to determine who the best is in UFC. I think Volkanovski is right up there. I think he is actually the pound for pound. I'm trying to remember what the pound for pound rankings are. I think it is Volkanovski at 1 now. So, yeah, I think that is a battle to determine who the best is. I can't wait, man. It's going to be so good. So good. It's been, it has felt like we had some big fights last year, but Islam has got such a big following, and Volkanovski is regarded as, like, as we said, the pound for pounds. Like, that feels like a monster fight. That feels really big. And you sort of look at it and go, wow, I don't know how we can really make anything bigger than that outside of, say, Conor. And then, boom, next one, John Jones. That's how. So, yeah, we've got, like, this battle in the pound-for-pound rankings. And then we move on to John Jones against Cyril Gane. Amazing. Amazing. Hopefully they can keep that going. Just keep giving us banger cards. Right, they are just doing the video package now, so we are working our way towards this ladies' fight. Wrestle with Andy said, do you think Makhachev would surpass Khabib if he wins? Would he surpass Khabib if he wins? I don't think he would surpass Khabib if he wins. I think Khabib's got a bit of longevity. I think the thing is Khabib was unbeaten, and he was unbeaten with 20-odd wins to his name. I don't know where we are with Islam. The one thing I will say about Khabib, though, is it does feel like he got to the top and then retired very quickly. I mean, you can definitely make the argument that he didn't really have anything that he needed to prove, but I think he could have strengthened his argument for being a GOAT with a few more wins against the big names. I think he beat, was it Ella Quinta? Then he had the fight with Conor. Then he had the fight with, was it Poirier? Then he had the fight with Gaethje. And then I think he was done. So, I mean, look, beating the likes of Conor, Poirier, Gaethje, can't argue, can you really, with that? But I think there's definitely people that wanted the Tony fight, for example. And obviously then when Oliveira came through, people were like, damn, it would have been great to have seen him against Oliveira. I think we definitely could have had a few more fights out of him just to have really cemented himself at the top of the cards. Because I think that the fact that Islam has already beaten Oliveira, you could argue that's as good a win as, the fact that Khabib beat Conor. And then that means that, if he beats Makhachev, that I don't think Islam's that far behind. to be blunt, I don't think he's that far behind. I don't think he's got to fight for the next 5 years to get where Khabib was. I don't think it's that far behind. If you actually look at Khabib's fights at the top, they weren't against the big names. Like, he does a lot of building. He does a lot of fighting his way up and getting to the top of the card. And then when he gets to the top, yes, undeniably has big fights. But how many? 3, 4? I mean, I would say Oliveira's a big fight. So straight away, Makhachev's already had one. So I don't know if Makhachev has a big year this year. If he fights 3 times this year, we might be talking by the end of the year. He's already in the conversation of being similar to Khabib. I don't know. It depends who he faces, and obviously he's got to win them. So he's got to beat Volkanovski. Then we need to see him take on a couple of names in the division, good top names, and then we'll see, won't we? But honestly, yeah, he can get there. Easily he can get there, and I don't think it's going to take him very long. Right, Finderbin, shout out to you. I think Lashley beats Theory on Raw is 30. I suppose there is a good chance that we could get a title change, but US title and hot potatoed around if he did lose it again. Burns is going to finish Magny. Otherwise, I would agree with your picks, Hayden. Who would win between Islam and Khabib? Don't know, man. That'd be a really interesting one, wouldn't it? That's the teacher against the student. I sort of feel like, I don't know. I really don't know. I sort of feel like I heard rumors that Islam was at times getting the better of Khabib during training, but that's very different, isn't it? You know, that's very different. So I don't know. I feel like Islam could beat Khabib. I don't think it's a case that Khabib would kill him. I sort of feel like Khabib's name and his status, his legendary status, I feel like that has grown, right? I think his reputation precedes him. I think that he was a fantastic fighter. We are talking about someone that deserves to be in the GOAT conversation. But, you know, there are hardcore Khabib fans out there that will not hear that he would lose to anyone. And they will not listen to the idea of, him losing to Islam or him not fighting at the top like as much as to have seen. I would like to have seen him face a few more big names, for example. But, I mean, look, who knows? Absolutely no shade on Khabib because his dad passed away. And he was very clear that he said, with his father not around, he promised his mother that he wouldn't go on. So if his dad hadn't passed away, who knows if he would have carried on fighting and how long he would have carried on fighting for. I don't know. I really don't know. But what with his dad passing away, that's the decision that he came to and he's stuck with it. And got to respect that, haven't you, in all fairness? So absolutely no shades. I don't think that he's ducked anyone. I don't think that's the case. It's just, it's just a shame, really. I'd like to have seen a few more big fights out of Khabib. I'd like to have seen the Conor rematch. I think Khabib would have won it, but I'd love to have seen the build. I think Dana would have loved for the pay-per-view buys as well. Right, both of these women are inside the octagon. That wasn't part of Father's plan, no. Khabib is too big for Islam at the moment, said Jonathan. I've been a fan for the starts. Can you call out my mate Dom? I'm trying to convert him, said Clippers11. Dom, shout out to you. Trying to convert him to what, Clipper? What are you trying to convert him to? I'm guessing MMA, but I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to be a part of. It's a fail-safe plan. Right. Lucky Lauren Murphy just getting her intro. She is the second. This is the second fight on the main cards. I doubt Khabib would ever, but it was pretty disappointing. Right. Here we go. About to get underway on this one. Jessica Andrade looks ready. And we are underway. Both fighters coming out into the center. This one, I could be completely wrong, but this one feels like it could go the distance. I think both of these fighters can be a little safe at times. Jessica Andrade has definitely got explosiveness in her arsenal, but I think Lauren Murphy is a very good fighter. I don't think she's the kind of fighter that's going to get blown away. She's a very, very good, credible fighter. She's got a slight size advantage over Andrade as well, of course. Jessica moving up here to face Lauren Murphy. Both fighters in the center. Low kick coming in by Andrade. So at the moment, 4 significant strikes to 0. Couple of shots coming in, and she's really driving Lauren Murphy back. Andrade edging forwards. Jab coming in by Murphy. Outside leg kick there by Andrade. Inside leg kick just misses. Ooh, it's a lovely kick. Switch front kick by Jessica Andrade. Proper full-blown... If she'd put the arms out, it would have been a full-blown crane kick. But switch front kick, and I don't know if she actually managed to get that through. I think she got a bit of it, though. Man, that would have been just one of the sickest knockouts if she'd have knocked her out with it. It's one thing to do it with a front kick to the face, which are beautiful knockouts when you see them, but a switch front kick. Couple of inches really pouring it on. Andrade is looking great. 11 significant strikes to 3, and you can see the damage already on the face of Lauren Murphy. Lauren Murphy, her face red already. We're seeing bruising and marking as Andrade drives forwards. She's got some serious power, and Murphy just catches Andrade. She just manages and just takes a little bit of the momentum, a bit of the sting out of Jessica Andrade's forward momentum. Murphy trying to grab a hold of Andrade. Low kicks coming in here by Andrade. Andrade again continuing to come forward. Outside leg kick there by Jessica. We've had 2.5 minutes so far. Murphy trying to... oh, man, these shots by Andrade. She's just like swinging forward, driving forwards. Absolutely peppering Murphy. Murphy trying to get Jessica down. Jessica Andrade over by the side of the cage. They break apart. Andrade again in the center trying to find a way forward. Good head movement. She's sneaking forward. Outside leg kick. You can see the leg all red. Uppercut just misses. Blocked there by Andrade. She's managed to drive Murphy back against the cage. Couple of shots coming in. We'll get to those super chats in a sec. So we've got Murphy just getting battered at the moment. 32 significant strikes to 10 right now. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like as we're 35 away from 500s. So drop that like if you haven't already as Andrade starts to move forwards. Letting her hands go. We've got Murphy backing up a little bit. Outside leg kick. Heavy outside leg kick by Jessica Andrade. Oh, again. Swing it. Oh, my God. These shots are brutal. Swinging. And straight down the middle. Smile on the face of Murphy. She knows that she's getting absolutely pieced up. Jessica Andrade looking so good. Look at this. Just letting those hands go. It's bad. She's a bad woman, man. Inside leg kick there by Andrade. Inside leg kick again. Andrade just moving forward. She's got Murphy on the outsides. Like a little tank. It's just really stocky and swinging away. Murphy managed to get round the back of Andrade. This is easily a Jessica Andrade round. Murphy's face proper bruised and damaged up. Couple of strikes coming back here by Murphy, but end of the rounds. Finderbin said, who beats Roman? Who wins the Rumble? I think Cody beats Roman. I think Cody wins the Rumble. And Lee, shout out to you, bud. GLHF. I don't actually know what that means. GLHF. Great. Lovely. Hot females. Yeah. Great, lovely, hot females. Shout out to you, Lee7. Appreciate the support, buds. Wrestling with Andy said Makhachev versus Chimaev would be huge. That would be huge. That would be huge. That's one of the biggest fights you could make, but I don't think they'd get into the same weight. I mean, I feel like Islam's quite small in the lightweight division, and Chimaev is a chunky welterweight. So I don't know. I don't know if that would be possible. But from a spectacle point of view, it's massive. Andrade is a monster, said John. Aubrey Edwards said, will someone stop the damn match? Yeah, man. She, honestly, it's brutalizing Murphy. This is number 4 against number 6. Jessica Andrade, number 6. And, yeah, so impressive so far. I mean, 57 significant strikes to 18 is what we're looking at. 57 to 18. Andrade definitely taking that first round. And I don't know that really Murphy's going to be able to offer anything in response. Andrade just looking really good. I bet my whole paycheck on Andrade. Is she winning? She is winning. She is winning. Oh, my God. Went to the body, right upstairs. So quick. Power, speeds, aggression. It's all with Andrade. But Murphy is, she's got skills. As we said, you know, she's a tough fighter. She's taken a lot of punishment here. Wow, these hooks, though. These hooks by Andrade. She's really piecing up Murphy. Murphy is taking them, but she's not going to be able to eat them for another 3.5 minutes and another round. The punishment that Murphy is taking. Brutal, man. These hooks are so heavy from Jessica. Jessica moving forward. She tends to go to the body and then swing this big left in. So we're seeing a lot of this from Jessica. Bang, 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 bang. It's a go-to. Bang, bang. Again, a lot of shots going upstairs. Yeah, man, these shots are so big. So big. 85 to 31. Inside leg kick by Andrade. Inside leg kick. Oh, looking for a spinning back elbow, spinning back fist, but couldn't quite get it through. Both fighters in the center right now. Jab coming in, uppercut coming in there by Andrade. Swinging away, driving Murphy back. Murphy grabbing a hold of Andrade. Big body shots coming in by Jessica. I just feel sorry for Murphy, man. She's got blood all on her nose. She's looking in a right mess. 8 of 8 takedown defense for Jessica Andrade. She's done a really good job of stuffing these takedowns. Another takedown being attempted. Another takedown denied. Jab coming in there by Murphy, but just falls short. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock. 17 likes away from 500 as well. If you are just joining us and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to try and get close to 1,000 as possible. But seems like it's a long way off at the moment. Oh, lovely quick hands there by Andrade. Straight down the middle. Bang, bang, bang. It's about a 3-4 punch combo. And she's landed quite a few of those. Spinning back fist there by Murphy. Andrade again. Inside leg kick there by Andrade. Kick to the body by Andrade as well as she's coming forwards. She's managed to grab the head of Murphy. Murphy driving Andrade up against the side of the cage. I think she's got blood on her shorts as well because why not? I mean, there's plenty of it coming out of Murphy's face. She's managed to get her down on the ground now, Andrade, and she's just grabbed a hold of the head. It's not tight, and basically Murphy back up on her feet. She's just been absolutely battered. It's 112 significant strikes to 42. She's been absolutely battered. Here's Andrade coming forwards. Oh my God, straight down the middle. Bang. Her boxing, her striking is so good. Knee coming into the body there by Murphy. And Murphy is trying to find a way back into this fight, but she's not finding it right now. She is going to need a finish in this third round if she's going to get anything from this. It is worth remembering that Andrade was minus 500 favorite. She's really pouring it on. Oh my God, she's battering her. She is absolutely battering her. I don't know what we're going to do. I feel like Murphy's face is starting to swell up. Lauren Murphy's face is starting to resemble Joanna's. Do you remember when Joanna's was starting to like really swell up? We're starting to see swelling coming here. You know, the more she's going to take punishment by the end of this fight, she might resemble Joanna. Some big swelling coming up here. She has took, and around here as well, she has took some big nasty shots, man. We've got to close the space. We've got to get this fight to the ground. Oh, honestly. It's one of those whereby if she needs to show some photo ID, they're probably not going to believe it's the same person because this is pretty brutal stuff. Right, here we go then. Thankfully, this is only 3 rounds. We do not need this to be going longer. This does need to be a 5-round fight. Andrade just carrying off where she left off before. Massive respect to Murphy. She has got a chin, said Just Nick. Right, jabs coming in by Murphy. We got Andrade coming forwards. Couple of jabs coming by Murphy as she's trying to get out of there. Her corner said to her, you've got to close the space. You've got to get the takedowns. But George, at the moment, 13 takedowns have been attempted by Murphy. She hasn't succeeded with a single one. 13 takedowns. Imagine trying to do some at 13 times and failing. Within a very short space of time as well. Kick coming in, and again by Andrade. She's just going through the motions right now. She's not really showing the same amount of output and aggression she was in the first 2 rounds. A couple of shots coming in there, though. She doesn't need to. I mean, really, as long as she doesn't get knocked out, she's going to win this. I know you can't, like, you know, trust the judges, but I don't think there's a judge in the world that would be giving this to Lauren Murphy. Andrade drives Murphy back against the cage. We got just over 3 minutes to go. And as we said, she's just kind of taking time out of the fight. What a fight, said Mr. Quake. Who is ref? I didn't see, to be honest. I don't think it's Herb Dean. I didn't see. Andrade is struggling to finish. Is it Herzog? I think it might be Herzog. Andrade goes down. She's got the arm, though, of... Murphy's got the arm of Andrade. She might be looking for a Kimura. Imagine if she gets it. She is looking for a Kimura. Andrade is trying to get out of there. She gets out of there. She goes flying backwards, though. Andrade's letting the hands go. Inside leg kick there by Jessica. Murphy coming forwards. Nice jab. Couple of shots coming in. She gets driven back. Murphy stepping into the center. We got 62 shots for Murphy. 151 significant strikes for Andrade. Andrade swinging away. Swinging away. You got Murphy backing up. Yeah, amazing. Amazing work by Jessica Andrade. Outside leg kick there by Andrade. Murphy trying to find a way forwards, but she needs a finish, and I can't see her getting it. We got 1 minute 40. Big, heavy shots still coming in by Jessica. I feel like Jessica has just took her foot off the gas a little bit. And I think that Murphy has just fought a slightly better game plan, but I don't know, even in this round, you'd probably end up giving it Andrade, but we're not seeing the battering that we saw in the first 2 rounds. But it's undeniable who's winning this fight. It's absolutely undeniable. Leg kick there by Andrade. Come on, Andrade, said Sonny. Swinging away. Yeah, tagging her. Couple of jabs coming in as well. Yeah, she's still peppering her, man. She's still finding a way through. And the defense of Lauren Murphy is just non-existent. She's just getting hit. She's just being hit. She's just being hit. She's not even stopping it. She's on the back foot. She's not trying to be hit, but yeah, it's just relentless. It's just absolutely relentless from Jessica Andrade. Andrade coming forwards, trying to find, we are 30-odd seconds away from this fight going to the judges, where it's going to be a 30-27. All 3 rounds. Get her a body bag, said Shannon. This one going the distance. Mr. Quake said there's so much red. Sonny said, Andrade, just please throw your fist into Murphy's face. Just what, dude, that's all she's done. That's all she's done. And here we go. We're going to get to the end. Over 200 significant strikes. Oh, man, that is a real tough day at the office for Lauren Murphy. That is a real tough day at the office. Damn. That is a real tough day at the office. She's got to be punch drunk. Pillow fists. Well, I mean, look, they've done damage. They haven't put her away. I don't know if it's pillow fists or if it's more concrete chin or if it's a little bit of both, but respect to both women for different reasons. Respect to Lauren Murphy for taking that kind of punishment. That is going to hurt. That is going to seriously hurt. But fair play for taking that sort of punishment. And fair play to Jessica Andrade for being able to dish out that sort of punishment. Yeah, it's true. She didn't get anything going. Murphy just didn't seem to be in this fight at all. She didn't seem to be into it at all. Murphy chin, not made of glass, said Francis. What a beast. Andrade wins, but not able to TKO, Murphy said Francis. She just ran over her the whole fight. She did. She did. I'm guessing 30-27s, but there could be some 10-8 rounds in there, you know. Here we go. Wow. 30-25, 30-25, 30-26. Two of the judges had 2 10-8 rounds. One of the judges had 1 10-8 rounds. Cormier said, I don't know if you've ever looked better in the octagon. I mean, it was incredible. It was incredible. Paddy wins. Yay! Well done, Paddy Pimlet, picking up the victory. Yeah, very good. Very good wrestle with Andy. 30-24. The coaching staff raised their hands too. Paddy, the clear winner. Yeah. Brilliant work. Right, Gilbert Burns against Neil Magny. We've got 3 fights left to go. This next one is going to be a banger. In fact, they're all going to be bangers, but 3 fights left to go. 2 of them for championships. And if you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big difference, and it really is appreciated. As we said, we're at 508. 508 is where we are at the moment. So if you haven't left a like, leave a like. We have got our next fight coming up, which is going to be Gilbert Burns taking on Neil Magny. Gilbert Burns is going to be minus 400s. Neil Magny at plus 330. Burns is an all-rounder. He's very aggressive. He's obviously elite-level jiu-jitsu. He's got great experience. He's been in there with loads of great names, including the likes of Chimaev and Usman, of course. He's speedy and scary, striking power. Very athletic, switches stances. 13-5 in the UFC. His last fight was the loss to Chimaev by decision. That's going back to April of last year. That is a fight that I think really surprised people. I think people were maybe expecting Chimaev to get a finish in that and not run through Burns. Burns isn't the sort of person you're going to run through, but I think the fact that Burns was able to make that as competitive as what he did, I think, I don't know if it dampened the enthusiasm around Chimaev. I think it did. I think it might have dampened the enthusiasm around him a little bit, but certainly helped raise the stock of Gilbert Burns. So he is someone that you can't look past. He does gas out. He has gassed out in the past. Might need to get this fight down to the ground because in Neil Magny, you've got someone who's very slow, very methodical. He's got really good cardio. He's a striker. He's got good cage work. He's a work horse. He's vulnerable to calf kicks, though. He's got good ring view. He's got Neil Magny as someone that can be overlooked. He's got a record of 27 wins and 10 losses. This is 2 high-level MMA fighters. It should be Gilbert Burns. Everything points towards Gilbert Burns getting the victory here. So it should be a win for Gilbert Burns. But Neil Magny has got skills. Neil Magny definitely is someone that can cause problems. We're in Brazil, though. I don't expect there to be any upsets here. Gilbert Burns is coming in as a minus 400 favorite. Neil Magny at plus 330. So Gilbert Burns is expected to get the win. I think he will get the win. We are just seeing some more people around ringside. We got Mackenzie Dern and we got Uriah Faber. We know Amanda Hebus is there as well. There's loads of fighters in attendance for this one. It's big cards in Brazil. Chimaev went full heel. Is stopped, but this kept coming. Francis, 100%. I want to have a look at where we are with our poll as well. How many votes have we had? We've had nearly 1,500. So nearly 1,500 votes in our poll. So Brandon Moreno, 65%. That's amazing. So Figgy, 29%. Brandon Moreno, 65%. And a draw, 6%. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. I've got Brandon Moreno winning. I always underline who I think is going to win. I've got Moreno winning, and I've got Teixeira winning. So those are my picks, but I am sort of changing my mind on that one. I keep changing my mind on that co-main. Figgy, you just think with Figgy, his time is going to run out. Time is going to catch him up. I don't know if it's going to happen in Brazil. I don't know if that's going to happen here. I don't know if this is the place where it's all going to fall apart for him. It could. It really could. But I don't know. So close. I mean, they've both won one each. They've drawn one as well. It's a hard one to pick, but you lot seem quite definitive that you think Brandon Moreno is going to get the win in that. 65%. Nearly 1,500 people asked. That's very interesting. Days, you should put like targets above the like box. Maybe. Maybe, yeah, maybe. That's a good idea. It would pretty much all wait for these big ones. We always look to try and get to 1,000. But to be honest, I mean, it's not. It's hard, isn't it? Like, it's a good card. I think like the casual fans. Said Peter. Oh yeah, let's have a look at Tapology. We'll do that quickly. Okay, here we are over on Tapology. Then I'll just refresh it to see where we are. So King Chris is in first place. Austin has shot up into second. Wow. So King Chris in first position. Austin 316 is second. In third. Temps09 in fourth. I Bake Bread fifth. Hayden Garrett sixth. Ray K is seventh. Then we've got joint eighth with Fowler, Tiramisu Tuesday, and Drama Kane. And that makes up our top 10. So that's where we are at the moment, ever changing with our Tapology. You can join our Tapology group if you have got an account on Tapology. Make your picks and just join Pick'em Group. If it says Pick'em Group, join group, click on that. Find Wrestling Days League, join, done. So pretty straightforward. It's easy once you're actually on there. It's easy to figure out where to go. But yeah, 250 people in our group. It makes us one of the biggest groups, I think, on Tapology. I don't know that we are the biggest, but I did go through and look at like a lot of the groups that are on there, and we've got one of the biggest groups. It's one of the biggest, most active games on Tapology, which is really cool. So yeah, shout out to everyone that's playing that. Boom. John said that fight against Chimaev might have aged Gilbert. It was crazy. That's true. That's a good point. He might be feeling the effects after that. I think it's one that, as I said, definitely, even though he lost, I think it raised his stock because Chimaev had been smashing everyone and running through everyone. And so I think the fact that Gilbert Burns was able to stand up to him, cause problems, I think definitely has grabbed people's attention. They're just showing the card then. So Makhachev against Volkanovski. The undercards, Rodriguez against Josh Emmett for the interim featherweight championship. So Rodriguez against Josh Emmett, interim featherweight championship. And oh yeah, of course, UFC 286. Leon Edwards against Kamaru Usman 3 from the O2 Arena, the welterweight championship being defended in London at the O2 Arena. And I know Dana was saying like they were talking of doing it in a stadium, but they decided to do it at the O2 because they see that as London's Madison Square Garden, which makes sense. It probably is. I think it was. I don't know if it still is, but it was like the busiest arena in the world. Like had more people go in there to see shows than anywhere else, even Madison Square Garden. I don't know that it still is, but it did hold that achievement at some. So yeah, it's certainly a big arena, and it's going to be amazing that we get a championship fight here in England. Did you know a lot of UFC fighters have cannibalistic tendencies? Don't we all? Are they fighting right now? No, they're not. I don't know why that timer's on. That is going to be insane. O2 is an amazing venue. I agree. Who won, MAGNY or Burns? It's not happened yet. We're about to get the ring walks on it, so we got the stats on screen. You can see Neil MAGNY. I don't actually have this written down, but according to the stats on screen, Neil MAGNY's coming in with a 9-inch reach advantage. I didn't have that written down. That's amazing if that's true. Significant strikes landed per minute. Very close, but MAGNY just edges it. They're quite close, actually. I don't know that Burns is going to want to stand and strike with MAGNY. MAGNY's just ahead on significant strikes landed per minute. He's just ahead on accuracy as well. He's just ahead on takedown average, takedown accuracy. Gilbert Burns is just ahead when it comes to submission average. He's averaging 0.57 submissions compared to Neil Magny at 0.29. So Burns is just ahead on that. But all the other stats we've got on screen favor Neil Magny. But Gilbert Burns, he's a dog, man. He's been through the fire. He's battle-tested. And he is someone that possesses some serious high-level skills. Certainly when it comes to jiu-jitsu. But striking is very impressive. So, yeah, Burns coming in minus 400 favorite, and I think he gets the job done. Days, why won't you go to the O2? I've been to the O2. Do you mean for the UFC show? If I went there, I wouldn't be here. Simple. If I went there, there would be no watch-along. People don't realize how small Burns is, but he is a beast, said AJ. Right, we are for the ring walks on this one. Do you think the Rock thing is a swerve? Do I think the Rock thing is a swerve? What does that mean? Do I think the Rock thing is a swerve? I think there's a... I think we get Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania. But the fact that we're not getting that segment on Raw means that it doesn't look like Rock's going to be on Raw. Right, we've got Megan O'Leary inside the article. Is she about to fight? That would be sick. Let's put her in there against Laura Sanko. It's been a long time coming, but let's do it. Or Celeste, put her in there against one of the ring girls. Am I the only person that found out the O2 Arena existed because of Michael Jackson dying? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I remember it being shown on TV, it being built. If you used to watch a show called The Big Breakfast, which was a morning show here, they are not far away from it, and so they showed in like '99 because it was the Millennium Dome is what it was. It wasn't an arena when it first opened. It was an exhibition space, and it was meant to like celebrate the arrival of the millennium. So it got built in 1999, and then it opened in 2000, and they used it as like exhibition space. So there was lots of exhibitions to go and see. And you could learn about the body, and you could learn about, I don't know, space or whatever. I don't actually know what was in there. I didn't go. But then once that had run its course, they shut it down, put an arena in there and restaurants and all of this, and then reopened it. I think I don't know when it reopened, probably about 05, 07, something like this, 06. I went to Raw in 08 at the O2. So I know it was, set up then. But yeah, I don't know. When was Jackson? Jackson 09. Did Jackson pass in 09? So I don't know. It's something that's. It was built to celebrate the millennium. Sticky Birds says, "Get me a ticket and I'll come and hold your hand and we can both go." Said Sticky Birds. Going on my own wouldn't be a problem, to be honest. I don't care about that. It's just if I went, I wouldn't be able to stream, and I'd much rather be here with you guys streaming it. So, and we will be as well. We're here for that. So there's some big. I mean, we've got UFC. They're really coming thick and fast. This is 283. As we said, 284 is on the 11th of February, and then 285 is at the start of March. And then 286 is later in March. So by the time we get to April, we will have already had 4 big pay-per-views. And they're big as well. I mean, that is a hell of a run, isn't it? That's a hell of a run. Makhachev versus Volkanovski, followed with Jones against Garn, followed with Usman against Leon Edwards in London. Like, that's a nice run of shows there. So respect to the UFC. They're really putting out some big shows. When is the main event? Said JD. Main event will be probably in about an hour. This is Coco main event. After this, we've still got Deiveson Figueiredo against Brandon Moreno. And then we go to our main event after that. The good kids in my class in year 7 and 8 got to go to the Millennium Dome, said Alex. Did they? I think I would like to have gone, to be honest. I'd like to have gone because it's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those. It was like a moment in time. And, you know, it's not there now. I mean, the arena is, of course, but the exhibitions and all that isn't, so... I don't think it's very good. I didn't hear glowing reviews of it, but I would have gone. I just looked at John Jones's record. He's only fought 10 times in the past 10 years. I mean, well, I think he hasn't fought in. Is it nearly 3 years? I'm sure I looked the other day or heard the other day it was early 2020. Last time he fought. I could be wrong. It could be early 2021, but it might be early 2020. That's amazing. 10 times in 10 years. Yudong versus Ricky Simon is 22nd of April. Come on. Get to see Yudong in action again. Me and you should main event Misfits 008 in a Last Pizza Slice stand-in match. Book it. You got to give the people what they want. Right, Gilbert Burns is minus 490 favorite now. Opened as a minus 285 favorite, but money has been pouring in. So... right, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards the main event. We're at 540 right now. We're at 540. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway. Gilbert Burns versus Neil Magny. And we are an hour and 20 minutes into the main cards. Deep breath by Neil Magny. And here we go. Fight is underway. A finish in this one is likely. We've got 2 guys that can strike and like to strike. But saying that, we thought that there would be a finish in the Chimaev fight. And obviously didn't go that way. We got Burns just edging forward. Magny in the center. Burns taking a look. Rob Font said Burns versus Magny. This should be fun. Burns is one of the worst stylistic matchups for Magny. Aljamain Sterling said, I'm rolling with Burns tonight. Kick coming into the body there by Burns. So Burns with a big, heavy kick to the body. Magny bouncing around, trying to find a way forwards. Magny is keeping his hands up, moving forwards. Burns just trying to stay out of range at the moment. Not loads of activity, just that one body shot that's managed to get through. Magny, again, having a little look. Burns edging forwards. Nothing of it coming of it. Burns circling round as Magny takes a step back. Kick coming in there by Magny. Burns, again, just having a little look, trying to come forward. Couple of jabs coming in by Burns. Magny again, just staying out of range into the clinch. Takedown by Burns. Good takedown. Burns getting a takedown. Magny finds himself on his... Good work that is by Burns. Burns putting a squeeze on Magny. Good work by Burns. So he's got Magny down. That's exactly what he needed to do as well, because we know that the striking is, it's good for both guys, but there's a slight edge to Magny. But Burns, so good down on the ground. He's managed to get that takedown. And right now is all over Magny. Side control at the moment. Magny, of course, trying to make this as difficult as possible. Magny, Burns has managed to grab the leg of Magny. And he's over on the side. He's grabbed the head as well. And right now, Burns is trying to get a... I don't know what he's trying to do at the moment. Looks like he's going for a bit of ground and pound. Forearm strike rains down. 3 minutes into this fight. This is not where Magny wants to be. Burns is trying to wrap up the legs. He's moved over onto the body. Over onto side control. So he's managed to get side control. Now he's managed to grab the heads. He's stepping over to the sides. Hard to see what he's going for at the moment. He's got side control, though. It's a good position for Burns to be in. Magny, no answers at the moment. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. He's trying to get the leg over. And he does get the leg over. Shot coming into side of the head. Looks like he's trying to get a bit of ground and pound on the go. So he's mounted. He's fully mounted. Fully mounted Magny. Magny is on his back. Burns has fully mounted him. He's got a minute to work. Time is ticking away. Burns is trying to trap the arm. And here we go. Now the ground and pound is starting, but he couldn't quite get it on. Looks like he's going for a head and arm. Oh, he's tapped him. He's got it. Burns has got it. Gilbert Burns taps out Neil Magny. Oh. Gets a head and arm choke applied. He managed to move his body over and use that to make the squeeze even tighter. Got it hooked in. And it's a big win. It's a good win for Gilbert Burns. Gilbert Burns getting the job done. He fully mounted and the ground and pound had started. I wasn't even watching the UFC at that point. I was watching some from the private collection. But no, excellent win. Excellent win. Burns wins. Burns wins, said Hayden. It's over. First round submission. Lovely work. Gets over to the side as well. Moves his weight over. Lovely. Another first round finish, said John. Burns is a weapon. 9-4. Who won? Burns won. It was a mismatch to begin with, says J14. Yeah, I mean, that is quite a statement. Right, Figueiredo against Moreno for the big fight. Championship fight. This to decide who takes this feud. Sonny said, I picked Magny. Of course you did, Sonny. doesn't surprise anyone, mate. How many more fights before the main events? One. Co-main, that's it. 2 fights left to go. I truly believe Burns would beat Hamzat in their second fight, said Peter. A lot of first-round finishes tonight. It's been fun. Yeah, it's been good. Tum Tums said 3-0 for the main cards. What was the finish? It was a head and arm choke. And he got it in the first round. But I'm looking forward to this fight. This should be good. Now, last time we looked in the chat, we had 1,400 votes. Now at 1,600 votes. So Brandon Moreno to win. 65% of you have gone with Moreno. 29% have gone with Figgy. 6% have gone with the draw. So that's where we are with that at the moment. Obviously, they might just make us wait a little. I don't think they will, in all fairness. We are already an hour and a half into the show. So I don't think it'll be too long. Obviously, we got the video packages and the ring walks and everything, but we'll see where that gets to. And yeah, I don't think it's going to change too much, though. Seems like the majority of you have gone with Brandon Moreno. Francesco said the Brazilian fighters are dominating tonight. Colby Covington, I am coming for you, said Gilbert Burns. Colby Covington, I am coming for you. There we go. Colby Covington has been called out by Gilbert Burns. Figgy via no contest. Once MAGNY was on his back, he had no answer for any of that, said Cornifornia. Pantoja in the crowds. There he is. Charles Dubronx Oliveira. Former UFC lightweight champion. Didn't have many answers, did he? He didn't have many answers for Makhachev. Burns would have won the first fight if it had been 5 rounds, said Jonathan. Moreno has to put more power into this. I would like to see Mexico take it home. Has every Brazilian won? I don't think every Brazilian has won. Certainly on the main cards. But Shogun, for example, Shogun Hua wasn't successful. And Stamen was victorious earlier. So we've had a couple of... Dolby, I think, was victorious. So we've definitely... It's not been a clean sweep for the Brazilian fighters. But they've had a good night. Colby. Yeah, Colby. You haven't seen... I mean, Colby got caught up in all that drama with Masvidal, didn't he? So we haven't seen Colby since all of that played out. But, yeah, Colby is someone that makes sense. I think that fight makes sense. I don't think he's... I mean, I think you could do Burns against Leon Edwards if Leon Edwards retains. But until we know what's going to happen there, you know... I suppose he could have called out the winner of that, but I don't think it's very realistic. I mean, he lost comfortably to Usman. Moreno was with a boxing coach, so I want to see if his striking is crisp. He was with Krause, wasn't he? I mean, like, a lot of this build, the James Krause drama has been a big part of this. So, obviously, Krause was training fighters and involved in betting. He would give out, like, betting tips. He wasn't betting on his fighters. He was just betting on other fights. But I think, to be honest, I haven't been following the drama there. But there's been a lot of controversy, and... UFC have come out and said anyone that is associated with James Krause and being trained by James Krause, they won't be allowed to fight. So I don't know if that's projected or spray painted on, you know. The more I see it, the more it looks like it's been spray painted. Anyway, Moreno was training with James Krause. He is someone that's had a lot of disruption in the build for this. So I don't know how that's going to affect things. I don't know how being in Brazil is going to affect things. Like, I feel like there's definitely some stuff. If this was in America or in Mexico, I would be quite comfortable with Brandon Moreno. The fact that we're in Brazil and the fact that Moreno has had disruption during his camp, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know what that's going to... don't know what that's going to result in. I think this is so hard to call. Brandon Moreno, -125 favorite. Deiveson Figueiredo, underdog at +105. First fight was a draw in 2020. Second fight was a win for Brandon Moreno in 2021. Rear naked choke round 3. Third fight last year was a win for Figueiredo, and that was unanimous decision. These two have made little adjustments, little changes all throughout this feuds. We find ourselves now at the point where either guy could win this. I would not, if Figgy wins this, I will not be surprised. If Moreno wins this, I will not be surprised. If this is a draw, I will not be surprised. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Deiveson Figueiredo is a powerhouse. He's got great power in both hands. He is aggressive. He's got a big overhand right. He might even have the strength advantage. He is big. He is explosive. He's only faced Brandon Moreno since 2020. These two have just been locked in a never-ending war, which should end tonight. He likes to switch up stances. He's got good counter wrestling. He's got good calf kicks. He might need to be patient and not push anything. Brandon Moreno is well-rounded. He's got great pace, great pressure. He's the better wrestler. He's got slick boxing. He's got a reach advantage of a couple of inches. He's got a decent guillotine. He can strike. He can grapple. He needs to stay mobile, stay active. He needs to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage early, because the longer the fight goes, the more it's going to favor Brandon Moreno. So he needs to make sure he doesn't get caught with anything silly early. But yeah, we've seen both fighters having great moments during this feud. To be honest, I mean, look, Figgy should have won the very first fight back in 2020. If he hadn't have had that point deduction, he would have won that fight. And that might have been it. We might not have had the rematch. We might not have had this epic war. But fair play. Brandon Moreno took a lot of confidence from that. Went and made the changes he needed to make. Got the win in the second one. Figgy then came back last year to get the win in the third one. And now we find ourselves in this situation where they're fighting for a fourth time. And it's been amazing. But this can go either way. This can go either way. Let me know in the chat, who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win? You can vote or you can type it in. But we are just seeing Fight Ready and the drama that's gone down with James Krause. Dagestan Grappling has embarrassed Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, said FaZe. I'm hoping for Moreno, but I could see this going either way. What happens with the flyweight division after this fight, says Vin? Well, it's a really good question, isn't it? I mean, we saw Kai Kara France taking on Moreno. Moreno has actually had a fight against someone other than Figgy. He's faced Kai Kara France, got the victory. I mean, this does feel like the best, facing the best in this division. But, yeah, I mean, the thing is, if Moreno wins, he's only 29. So if Moreno wins, he can go on to have a very successful career as champion. In all fairness, even if he loses, I don't know how long Figgy is going to stick around for. I think it's probably in UFC's benefit to have Moreno win because, as I said, I don't think Figgy is around for long. He's 35. And actually, when you talk to people about why they've gone for Brandon Moreno, they tend to go for him because of age being a big factor. 6 years difference between them. And Figueiredo, 35. Brandon Moreno, 29. They're very, very close. It does feel like Figgy is going to start dropping off soon. It does feel like we saw it with Joseph Benavidez. He was at the very top and was a fantastic fighter. And then he started to drop away. You know, it happens to fighters. You just get to that certain age and you just can't reach those same levels that you could. Well, Brandon Moreno is going to be able to do that. He's 29. We're not going to be seeing a drop-off from Brandon Moreno. Figgy, don't know. Don't know when that's going to hit. But is it going to hit here in Brazil? I don't know. I just don't know. After Kaikara France fight, I would have thought Moreno. However, fighting in Brazil might be a factor, says John. Moreno has Figgy's number, said Dolph. Right, here is Moreno. This definitely has a big fight feel. What we're about to watch here is history. We are watching history because I believe I'm right in saying this is the first 4 fights quadrilogy between 2 fighters in UFC history. We've got Brandon Moreno making his way down. Fighting out of Tijuana, Mexico, one of 16 Mexican UFC fighters. Made his way down. So, very short ring walk. So, he's already made his way down, taken off his gear, and he'll be stepping inside very soon. Then we'll get Figgy coming out. And we'll be underway with this one within the next 5 minutes or so. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're trying desperately to get as close to 1,000 as possible. And we're about 16 away from 600. So, and with the main event still to go, with 1,000 people already here with us now, drop that like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Thanks for making these. Some people can't pay for the fights. Andy, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We were talking about how much this event costs. It's staggering how expensive it is. $80 in America. Bob said, please, dear Lord, baby Jesus, shut Moreno up for once and all. Stop him from smiling stupidly all the time, please. Jonathan said, Hamzat is a natural light heavyweight. He won't even be able to consistently make weight at welterweights. Lol said, imagine if this goes to a draw and we get a 5th fight. Imagine if this just never ends. Imagine if we can never escape this. We never escape this. I think that is not quite right, to be honest. We're at 6:15 now, which is amazing. So big thank you for everyone that's dropped a like. That means that we're under 400 now. We're what, 385? 385 away. Yeah, we do have a bit of drama with the likes. I don't think the internet is that great tonight, to be honest. I think we're doing all right just streaming, but trying to stream and get on the internet at the same time is proving quite difficult, but it is what it is. Here's Figgy. So Figgy making his way down. We're at 626. That shot up. Damn. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope you're excited for this one. Brandon Moreno already in the octagon. Figgy making his way down. If you are just joining us, you're joining us at a great time as we're getting the ring walk for Deiveson Figueiredo, the flyweight champion, coming out to face the interim flyweight champion. These two have faced 3 times before. They've both won one. They've drawn the other. We need to figure out who the better fighter is. And we should be figuring that out tonight, within the next half an hour. This, of course, is a championship fight, so it can go 5 rounds. Deiveson Figueiredo, one of 9 Brazilian UFC flyweights. There's about to be a glitch in the Matrix, and the rounds are never going to end. Nick said a draw is plus 5,000. Tell you, that's probably worth a sprinkle, isn't it? It's probably worth putting something on that. Plus 5,000. That means if you put 100 on and it's a draw, you would get 5,000 back. It's probably worth a sprinkle. Even if you put like 50 on it, you'd get 2.5 grand back. And they've had close fights and a draw before. UFC Flyweight Champion, tied for the most finishes in UFC Flyweight history. He's got the 3rd most wins in UFC Flyweight history. Figgy looks dried out. Bob said, did I mention how much I hate Marino's smile? Yes, you did. You did. Fast Eddie, thank you for all the likes. Days greatly appreciates. It is true, Fast Eddie. He does. He does. Why has Brandon got a belt? It's because I think they wanted to make this fight late last year, and Figgy wasn't ready, and so they did Brandon against Kai Kara France for the interim title. I mean, sometimes they go to the interim bouts really quick, because to be honest, you know, a co-main event. It's, you know, if you can say you've got 2 title fights, it just looks a lot better, doesn't it? So UFC do definitely use it as a way of making cards look a bit more attractive by saying they've got 2 title fights. I mean, legit, there are 2 title fights here tonight. This is the actual champ taking on the interim champ. And then, of course, we've got a vacated belt in our main event with Teixeira. So we do actually have 2 title fights, but on previous cards, they do go to the interim belts very, very quickly. All the indications are that we will not be getting a 5th fight between these two, says John Anik. How can you say that? We don't know what the result is yet, John. This fight feels like Groundhog Day. It does feel like Groundhog Day. It does feel like Groundhog Day, all right. Guys, we're at 642. That is amazing. I wish that was reflected here, but it isn't. And I've got to learn to deal with that. But we are at 642. So actually, we're about 50 odd away from getting to 700 now, which is awesome. So a massive thank you for that. Okay. Here we go. Oh, no. Bruce Buffer doing the intros. Pick between Islam and Alexander. Islam. Figgy is the underdog. Figgy is the underdog. Or at least he was. You have a look here. Yeah, he still is. Brandon Moreno, minus 130 favorite. When there is a plus 6-year edge, the younger fighter tends to win 64% of the time. There you go. You know what else feels like Groundhog Day? When I get rejected by that cute girl earlier today, said Joe. Oh, mate. Chin up. She doesn't deserve you. Okay. Here's Figgy getting an intro. plus 110 underdog for Figgy. This is going to be fire, man. If you've not seen their previous fights, then you are in for a treat because flyweights are exciting at the best of times. And these are the best two flyweights. And they have had some banger fights. I mean, their first fight in particular, I think that was probably a lot of people's... Oh, it's close. But a lot of people had that in the conversation for Fight of the Year in 2020. It was right at the end as well. It was the 12th of December. But it was so good. It was so good. Henry Cejudo said, this is history. The quadrilogy is upon us. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson has got a few words as well. We've got both fighters. Brandon Moreno puts his fist out and nods, and Figgy just nods and walks away. He doesn't touch gloves. That won't bother Brandon Moreno. Here we go then, guys. We're about to get underway. Co-main events for the Flyweight Championship. And we are up and running. Both fighters coming into the center. These two know each other very, very well. They must be absolutely sick of each other. Oh, takedown. Good takedown by Moreno. But Figgy has grabbed a guillotine. Moreno has managed to get a takedown. And Figgy has grabbed the head. At the moment, they're not doing anything. Yeah, there's a quick takedown. I was going to say, is Brandon Moreno all right? Is he all right? Because he's not doing anything. Moreno is just biding his time. I mean, he took him down. Figgy grabbed the head, and they have just literally stayed in that position like they're playing musical statues. They've literally just, no one has moved. No one has done anything for about 20-odd seconds. Momentarily, I wondered if when he went down, had Figgy, like, DDT'd him, and he grabbed him by the head and driven it into the mat. But he's got right back up. Brandon Moreno is right back up. No panic there by Moreno or by Figgy. Both guys getting right back up to their feet, and they're looking to get back underway. Low kick coming in there by Brandon Moreno. And hands quite high here as Moreno edges forward. You can see different guards. Hands quite low for Figgy. Tends to have him down by his chest. Lead hand almost down by his waist. Whereas Moreno's got his hands up a lot higher. Swing and a miss. Kick coming in. And another swing and a miss there by Brandon Moreno. Figgy with that lead hand just kind of extended a little bit. Using it sometimes a little bit as a rangefinder. Jab coming in. Shot coming in there by Brandon Moreno. Brandon Moreno keeps things a lot tighter and than what you see from, like, Figgy. Figgy on the outsides. See if we can get the stats on screen. There we go. There's not loads of stats at the moment. It's not loads to get our teeth into. This one absolutely could go all 5 rounds. A couple of jabs being thrown out here by Brandon Moreno, but at the moment you would say he's just edging it. He did get the takedown. He's had a minute in control time when they were just stuck on the ground. And he is just slightly ahead on significant strikes, but there's not much in it as there's a big body shot coming in by Figgy there. That was nice. Moreno, double underhooks. He's managed to get underneath the arms of Figgy. Hook shot comes in. 1-2 straight down the middle, but couldn't land them. Jab coming back there by Figgy. Brandon Moreno again coming forward with a lovely left-hand jab. Circling round on the outside. Figgy standing his ground in the center. Having a little look as Brandon Moreno. Nice head movement. Again, just throwing out a couple of jabs. Lovely right hands. So we've got Figgy in the center. Jab coming out there by Brandon Moreno. Low kick. Figgy grabs him, drives him up against the cage. And Figgy trying to stamp his authority on this, but he couldn't. Oh, that's a lovely body shot by Moreno. Bang. Left hand digging right into the liver. Oof. That was nice. Shot coming back by Figgy. 11 significant strikes to 6 right now. Good work so far, this. And Moreno looking for a takedown. Gets it. Brandon Moreno gets that takedown. Figgy finds himself on his back. He's got to make sure he doesn't give up the leg. And he has given up the leg. Ooh. And he's given up the leg. This could be a problem. Ooh, this could be a problem. Oh, got him by the leg. And he does seem to have it on quite tight. Brandon Moreno has done a really good job of just surviving that, though. He's got 10 seconds left to go. Referee just having a word. There's 4 seconds left. And there we go. End of the round. I tell you what, damn. Gripping stuff. Gripping stuff. Let's hope for disqualification so we get the 5th fight. Nice takedown, said Francis. He used to fight like Brandon Moreno. I suck, but I was fast, said Jonathan. Let's go main event. Main event on after this. Main event on after this one. This one is our co-main, and it's a banger, man. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. We're at 661. So we're 39 away from 700s. We're at 661. We got nearly 1,400 people joining us this evening. Appreciate the support as we continue to work our way to the main event. Main event will be on after this. This is our co-main event. This one can go 5 rounds if needed. Round number 2 coming up soon. And here we go. Both fighters coming out into the center. Yeah, that's definitely felt like a Moreno round. Brandon Moreno rounds. Right, we've got Figgy has come out and he's trying to control the center ground. He grabs the leg of Brandon Moreno, manages to get him down. This is good for Figgy. Figgy in a good position here. He grabbed the leg of Brandon Moreno. Brandon Moreno went down. Justin Gaethje has got it 1-0 to Moreno. Jed Goodman has got it 1-0 Moreno. It looks like all these people have got it 1-0 to Moreno at the moment. I've definitely got it that way as well. But right now we've got Moreno down on the ground. Figgy in control. Moreno back up. Hook shot coming in there by Moreno. Moreno trying to find a way forwards. Figgy throws out a jab, outside leg kick. Nice right hand there by Brandon Moreno. Couple of strikes straight down the middle by Moreno. Trying to grab the leg. Knee strike, couldn't land it. Both guys on their feet right now. In the center of the octagon. We're 1.5 minutes into this second round. And we are seeing Figgy putting the pressure on a little bit. It's Moreno that's been doing a bit of counter-striking. Now we've got Moreno going into the center. Both guys right in the center of the octagon. Inside leg kick there by Brandon Moreno. Crowd very much into this. Crowd making great noise. Lovely overhand right there by Brandon Moreno. Figgy just having a look, trying to find a way forward. It's a lovely shot coming in there by Figgy. This feels a bit closer this round. Nice head movement there by Brandon. Figgy just waiting. Low kick coming in there by Figgy. Almost halfway through the round. We've got Brandon Moreno on the outsides. Grabs the leg of Figgy. Figgy rolls. and gets out of it, goes over the other side of the cage. Moreno coming right over to him, grabbing him, looking for the takedown, getting the takedown. Lovely scramble there by Figgy. Lovely scramble. Both fighters right now getting up. Guillotine. Guillotine by Figgy has got a guillotine. Brandon trying to get out of it. Looks tight. Looks tight. Oh, it looks tight. Brandon Moreno in a whole world of trouble. Figgy has got a guillotine on and it looks tight, but I think Moreno is going to get out. And he does. Oh, my God. How much did that take out of him? How much did that take out? Whoa, that was a big moment. That was a big moment in this fight. Right now, we've got Figgy down on his back. Wow, that was a big moment. Just looking at significant strikes in this round, it's 13-6 in this round. So Moreno is ahead again on significant strikes. Both have managed to get a takedown in this round as well. But numbers would suggest this is a Brandon Moreno round. Couple of submission attempts, though, by Figgy. Does make it a little bit complicated to score. He got out, wasted energy on that guillotine. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like he might have wasted energy putting the squeeze on, but equally, how much did it take out of Brandon Moreno? Because it looked tight. It looked tight. So both guys have managed to get a takedown each in this round. It's 14 significant strikes to 6 in favor of Brandon Moreno in this round. I feel like it's close, though, isn't it? I mean, you do look at damage. And that guillotine attempt was very significant. Elbows coming in. We're down on the ground still. Figgy on his back. Let me know what you think. I sort of feel like that's probably Moreno's round, but, man, I think you could make an argument for Figgy. I mean, it's 14-7, so we're talking about 7 significant strikes difference. But that guillotine attempt was really significant. There's no escaping it. It was a big moment in the round. Moreno is about to take over. Moreno just keeps getting caught on the takedown. Figgy, round 3. That is going to be a Brandon Moreno rounds. Moreno has got to finish him. 1-1, 2-0. Moreno 2-0. Figgy fights pretty dirty. Right. Here we go. About to get underway with round number 3. I think it's 2-0. But I could understand the argument that submission attempt was more significant than what we saw coming from Brandon Moreno. I could understand that argument. Yeah, of course, we can go 5 rounds if needed. We can go 5 rounds. Right now, you can see that Brandon Moreno is 11 significant strikes ahead. Brian Ortega said, what a fight. Lovely shot coming in there by Brandon Moreno. Figgy backing up a little bit. Moreno throwing out some jabs. Inside leg kick coming in there by Brandon Moreno. Jab coming in by Brandon Moreno. Moreno, nice head movement. Jab coming in by Figgy. Low kick just misses. So we are underway. I've had a minute of round number 3. Submission attempt was definitely more significant, said Soy Sauce. Right, we've got Figgy in the center. We've got Moreno on the outside. Moreno covering up, being a bit patient. These two, you can tell there's so much respect. Big hook shots there. Huge hook shots coming in by Brandon Moreno. really swang for the fences. Kick coming in there by Figgy. Ooh, eye poke. Figgy was not happy about that. We've gone down to the ground. Figgy suggested an eye poke. He seemed to be gesturing to the referee. Before he knew it, he got taken down by Moreno. Be very interesting to see a replay on that. I don't know if it was. It'll be very interesting if it was. Figueiredo down on the ground. He's not happy. Let's have a look and see. I don't know if we'll see a replay. Right now, we got Figgy on the ground. We got Brandon Moreno on top. That feels like a big, significant moment in this round. I think they're saying it's the punch. I think they're saying it's the punch that might have bothered him. He's got a hell of a cut under his eye, Figgy. Just underneath the right eye, there is a hell of a cut. There's a bit of swelling to that eye. There's a bit of damage under the eye. So Figgy is down on his back. Brandon Moreno is throwing in some ground and pounds. And Figgy, I think, is definitely feeling the effects of this fight, you know. Definitely feeling the effects. Brandon Moreno might start growing into this one. Deiveson Figueiredo down on his back. It's a fascinating fight at the moment. It really is. And Figgy down on his back. Brandon Moreno just going about his work. Brandon Moreno is in the guards. Hammer fist coming into the side of the heads. Brandon Moreno is trying to get this ground and pound going. And now he is. Now he's letting the hands go. But Figgy trying to kick him away. Goes right back into the guard. We've got 1 minute 20 left in this round. Round number 3. We've got the 2 championship rounds that we can go into. Figgy down. Brandon Moreno on top. Did you see that Liam Smith knocked the Mario coins out of Eubank? It was beautiful. I saw it. Well, I got told it had happened, but I didn't see it, unfortunately. Really wanted to do that fight as well, but trying to research for 15 UFC fights and then do the research for the Eubank cards just wasn't possible this week. So yeah, real shame. I'd love to have watched it. Hammer fists coming in by Brandon Moreno. Bit of blood coming down the side of the face there by Figgy. Figgy down on his back. We're not seeing much activity here by Figgy. Ground control time, nearly 3 minutes for Brandon Moreno. He's had a lot of control time. 6 minutes 35 for Brandon Moreno. Only 35 seconds for Figgy. Figgy is down. Brandon Moreno's in side control. Side control, but there's only 5 seconds to go. And there we go. So according to round number 3, Brandon Moreno, 13 significant strikes to 3. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so we're seeing a replay here. Don't know, it's tricky. He throws a shot in, and it is a punch. It's a punch that lands. It's a punch that lands, but the thumb might have dug in. It wasn't really like a punch. Like it seemed to be more of a swinging sort of a blow, and so it does sort of look like. I could understand something going in. I mean, I would not put it past Deiveson Figueiredo to be trying to cheat and get an advantage. I certainly wouldn't be putting him past him for that. But that shot, I need to see a replay of it again, but it seemed like the thumb might have come into play. Doctor's having a look at that eye. The eye doesn't look good. The right eye of Deiveson Figueiredo doesn't look good. It's swelling up, and there's a nasty cut under here that definitely needs stitches. Stop. Stop. It's been stopped. It's been stopped. The flyweight title has gone to Brandon Moreno. We're not going to get the fourth. We're not going to get the fourth. Do you know what? If there is controversy here, if it turns out that Brandon Moreno has won because of I don't know, If there is controversy there, I wonder if there would be another fight. They're saying it was a clean punch. Yeah, I mean, look, Brandon Moreno was ahead. Brandon Moreno was winning this one. I think Moreno is the rightful champion. I've got no problems with the result. Yeah, I mean, he seems to swing this shot round. It's not a look at that. He swings it round, and where's that thumb? It's a thumb. It is the thumb. It would be very interesting to know what would happen if it was an extended thumb that had gone into the eye. Well, that's not legal. But I think it's the knuckle that went into the eye. I think it's this big swinging blow that comes round. And I think he hits him like that. And I think it's the knuckle of the thumb. Boom. That ends up going in. And that's legal, but an extended thumb like that would be illegal. But I think it's the knuckle, and I think it's above board. But certainly Figgy wasn't happy with it when it connected. And that's what's changed the fight. That's what's won this fight. He was winning anyway, but Brandon Moreno picks up the win. He shakes Deiveson Figueiredo's hands, and Moreno is a class act, said California Love. He is. These two embrace. Figgy having a word with Brandon Moreno. How good does it feel to put this chapter behind you? Can't hear him because of the boos, man. The boos are drowning him out. Brazil is not happy with this result. It's not surprising, is it, in all fairness? So, most wins in the flyweight division. Brandon Moreno with 9. Demetrius Johnson, Mighty Mouse with 13 is at the top. So, DC just confirming it was absolutely legal what he hit him with. Figgy is going to beat Kai Kara France for the interim whilst Marino is away at Legoland. Yeah. Dominant performance, undisputed flyweight champion. Herb Dean calling this one off. Brandon Moreno is the winner here. Best of 7. How did Moreno win? So a shot, he swung round, and the kind of knuckle of his thumb went into the eye of Figgy. Big cut underneath the eye. The eye started to swell up, and doctor said he couldn't continue as we were about to start the 4th. Cormier said it felt like you was a little bit behind Brandon today. I don't know what the crowd are chanting. I think they might be chanting Deiveson Figueiredo's name. Don't know. He's very appreciative of what the fans are. I think he's done. He's got his gloves. I don't know what's being said, but he's got his gloves and certainly feels like he's retiring. Deiveson Figueiredo. Oh, he's moving up. It's time to... Okay, he's moving up. It's time to leave this division. I'm moving up. Does that mean he's moving up in weight? It's time to leave this division. He had his gloves. I thought he was proper walking away. Thought he was about to put him down in the center and do this emotional goodbye. It's time to leave the division. It's with a heavy heart, guys. It's time for me to say my final farewell to the flyweight division. We need the fifth fight, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Figgy as a bantamweight should be interesting. He cuts a lot too much weight at 125 anyway. I felt an eye poke. I thought it was an eye poke, but it was Brandon's night. I'm tired of making this weight. This is what I fight for, to show everyone that they can make it. Right, well, there we go. Figgy moving up in weight, and that should be interesting. 35, though. 35 and... yeah. Jeez, look at the security that's around him. Wow. They're pelting him with bottles and everything. Like, the crowd are proper unhappy. So we've got security covering him. They're having to quickly rush into the back. There's people throwing drinks and... but there we go. He ain't going to care, is he? He's got the championship belt around his waist. And it's time for... the likes have come back alight. We're at 7:04. Guys, if you are joining us and you haven't left a like, leave a like. We've been trying to get as close to 1,000 as possible. And we're at 7:04. So less than 300 is what we need. We need 296 to get to that 1,000. I don't think we'll get to the 1,000, but it would be good to get as close as we could. So 7:05 is where we are right now. Big shout out to everyone that's joined us tonight. I hope you've enjoyed the action. It's been a pretty fun card. It's been a long card. We're 2 hours 20 minutes into this main card. We've been streaming for 6 hours 25. And as we said, you know, we are definitely here for UFC 284. UFC 285, UFC 286. Like, there are big cards coming up over the next couple of months. I think all of those come in before the end of March. So some big cards coming up. Right, let's end the poll as well. You guys called it. You predicted it. You thought it would be Brandon Moreno that would pick up the win, and it was. Well done, well done, well done. So that is that. Let's start a poll and see what you lot think in regards to the main event then. What will the result be? What will the result be? Is it going to be Glover Teixeira? Is it going to be Hill? Or is it going to be a draw? Boom. So 2,200 votes. Brazil, be proud. There's a lot of class over there, said Elite GB. Most of Brazilians in the prelims did very well as well. Let's have a quick look over at Tapology, just to see where we are in regards to that. As we've only got one fight left to go. Aubrey Edwards, shout out to you. Boom. Right, King Chris is currently in first place. Austin is in second. Temps09 is third. Kung Flu is in fourth. I Bake Bread, fifth. Drama Kane, sixth. Hayden Garrett, seventh. Fowler is in eighth, joint eighth with Hoof Hearted. And then Miss Clown 1 and Other Mother make up the rest of our top 10. So that's where we are with the Tapology game. So big shout out to everyone that's playing that. We got over 250 people playing in the game. Wow, we're nearly at 750 now, which is amazing. That just jumped up nearly 50 likes. That is amazing. That is amazing. Big thank you to everyone that did that. California Love said Moreno won by stoppage. And all we've got left now is our main event of the evening, as Teixeira is going to be taking on Hill. And this should be a lot of fun. We should have the poll up in the chat. Make sure you're voting in that as well. We've had nearly 200 votes coming in. Jenny, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Fast Eddie as well. Class in Brazil, except for those throwing cans when a Brazilian loses. That's not cool, said John. Who have you got winning, Glover or Hill? I'm going to go with Teixeira, but I think that's me hoping. I just think looking at what Teixeira was able to do against Jiri, such an incredible fight, and he weathered such a storm. You know, can Jamahal Hill bring that kind of intensity and that kind of action? And I don't know, maybe he can. I mean, he's 11-1. He's not the most experienced fighter in the world. I mean, he's had 13 MMA fights, professional MMA fights. And now here he is taking on someone that's had over 40. You know, I think Glover Teixeira is 33 wins and 8 losses. So he's had 41 fights. And Jamahal Hill is coming in with 13. Like, the experience difference is staggering. Staggering. You know, we've seen Teixeira go through wars. We know what he's made of. The only question is going to be, you know, at the age of 43, is it going to catch up with him? But we keep saying that, and it doesn't. I mean, that fight with Jiri was absolutely incredible. It was like a lot of people's fight of the year, and he just fell short. He just fell short, but I don't know that I can. And we're in Brazil as well, so. But that has not just helped Figgy, has it? I mean, we're in Brazil, and Figgy has been well beaten, so I don't know. Perhaps this is Hill's time, but I'm going with Teixeira. I'm going to go with Teixeira to get the victory here. Kobe said, I'm in Scotland. I'm just going to put the main cards on, hoping Moreno and Glover win. Not safe to win in Brazil if you're not Brazilian, said Faces of J. Glover is a beast. He's got heavy hands, said Brent. When Hill was asked to fight in Brazil against Teixeira, he jumped at it. He is hungry. Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. I mean, this is such an opportunity. This is an opportunity to fight against a former champion in Brazil. I mean, he's got balls. There's no denying that. Facing Teixeira at any point is going to be a daunting task, but to do it in Brazil, I mean, you've got to have balls to agree to that. But a big prize here with the championship up for grabs. Obviously, sadly being vacated by Jiri. Still seems relatively like empty. I'm still seeing, I feel like I'm still seeing a lot of empty seats in the arena. They already fought back. Only issue I have with Hill is he has not fought one in the top 5. I think Hill will win. Glover is past his prime, said Tony. Right, in the air tonight, Phil Collins is what Jamahal Hill is going to be making his ring walk to. Figgy had too much weight to lose. He does need to go up. Well, that's exactly what he's doing. He is going up. So Figgy afterwards saying that he is going to be leaving that division and he is going to be going up. Feel it coming in the air tonight. So he is making his way down to the octagon, and he's not getting a great reaction. He's getting the kind of response that you would imagine. So Jamahal making his way down. I'm so damn lost in the chat. I'm just in my own little world right now, said Bob. Right. He slowly took his way. I mean, that's been the slowest ring walk we've seen so far. Glover by submission. Let's go. Kobe said, thanks for the shout out. It's 5 a.m. in sunny Scotland. Hill was never going to win. Glover retiring a 2-time champ. Probably record for winning title 2 times at his age. He is a legend. Yeah, I hope you're right. I mean, he is a legend and he's well liked as well. People really love Teixeira, but I don't know. Hill is one of those people that could absolutely just turn up and ruin the party. You know, this is such a big opportunity. I don't know. I mean, he could look out of his depth. I just don't know what to expect from him. I really don't. I mean, he's got power. He's got a good jab. He's got a high kick. He's the better striker. He's got good leg kicks. He will throw volume. I mean, that's going to look good to the judges. He is quite easy to take down, but he does work hard to get back up if he does get taken down. He is one of the best strikers in this division. He's 5-1 in the UFC. Last 4 wins have come by stoppage. He's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu. I mean, the level of grappling between the two is vast. You know, Teixeira has got a huge grappling advantage. He's got great wrestling. He's got a great top game. If this one goes down to the mat, I mean, it's as simple as Teixeira's got to get it down to the mat. Hill's got to keep it standing. If it does stay standing, Teixeira's not like completely out of his depth or anything. But, yeah, it's interesting. I think Teixeira's stock is high after that Jiri fight. I think that Jiri fight has definitely meant that a lot of people are respecting where Teixeira is right now. I don't know that he's going to come in and look washed and look old. Because that Jiri fight wasn't that long ago. Right, Hill is in the ring and we're just waiting for Glover to make his way down. He's coming out to welcome to the jungle by the sounds of it. Smash that like button. Yeah, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. We're at 772, so we're 28 away, and then we'll be at 800. And we were trying to get to 1,000, but feels probably a little out of reach. But the fact that we've got as close as we have, I think, is pretty cool. For these shows, we do normally get to 1,000, but we'll see. If they stop the fight, there'll be a riot, said John. Here we go. He comes out to a fantastic reaction. Great reaction for Teixeira. The next person that has a bad word to say about Teixeira will also be the first. Saying he might still have a few prime years left in him. So Teixeira is made his way down. Jenny, shout out to you. Says, I tell you what, I know what I can't wait for. Another Yudong performance. It's going to be huge. Always love calling Yudong action. Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses. Right, we are moments away from this one beginning. It is our main event. It's a good hype song, said Miss Vicky May. Glover goes over. One more for the good guys, says Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave. Smash that like button before the fight starts. Elite GB, shout out to you. I choose Teixeira because I really want to see Jiri versus Teixeira 2. Days, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad of a mistake did I make choosing Hill? Not that bad. This is quite close. Hill actually comes in as favourite. Of course, the fact that you chose it means that it's not going to happen. But, yeah, I wouldn't say it was like a horrific thing. It's not. I don't know. I think this is hard to call. Well, where are we with the poll? What is it that people have gone with? Nearly 400 votes. 59% have gone with Teixeira. 39% have gone with Hill. 2% reckon a draw. So the majority of people are going with the 43-year-old Teixeira. California Love, shout out to you. Jake said, I can't believe he's 43. R.I.P. Hill said Black Lung. 43 versus a 31-year-old, said Francis. It's crazy, isn't it? Right. Dale said, if you're fighting and not Brazilian, you're basically in the jungle. Nailed it. Shannon said, Hill has underrated power. Can you give a shout out to Australia? Yeah, shout out Australia. Hope Australia is doing well. I know there's quite a few people in our community that reside in Australia, so hope Australia is doing well. Right, Bruce Buffer doing the honours here. If you are just joining us, Brandon Moreno victorious in the co-main event. Doctor stoppage. We didn't get to start the fourth round. Stopped it at the end of the third. But now here we are. Time. Let's start our main event for the Light Heavyweight Championship. I might pick my fighters based on music taste. Nice. Teixeira has tasted gold. It would be lovely to see Hill have his life changed with all of his hard work and family success, said Shidoshi. Last Hill KO, his opponents were coming off KOs themselves, says G. Martinez. Shout out Arkansas. Yeah, shout out to Arkansas. Julian, shout out to you. Shout out to Arkansas. Hope Arkansas is doing well. But it's time. I always wondered what sort of people wanted to become refs. Like, you never hear kids saying, when I grow up, I want to be a ref. Yeah, that's because no one speaks to those kids. Do you know what I mean? If there's a kid running around, keeping themselves to themselves, saying that they want to be a referee, polishing their cards, their yellow and red cards, ready for the football games. Ain't no one hanging around with those kids. Hill's last win was against Santos, and he looked totally gassed. Right, Teixeira getting his intro. Mount Kerr said, I'm from Arkansas. Ooh, got a few people joining us from Arkansas. That's nice. None of this matters. We all know Jones is the king of this division, said Jeremy. JD said, I want both to go to hospital for life-threatening issues. You're thinking Power Slap. This isn't Power Slap. You want to watch, I think, is it on a Thursday night on Fight Pass? That's where you want to be, buds. This is flipping walk in the park compared to that. Right, here we go then. It's time, and both fighters come out into the center, and we are underway with our main events. So we've got Hill in black. We've got Teixeira in yellow. And Teixeira grabbing Hill, driving him over by the cage. He's got him in a clinch already. He's going to look to try and get him down. Hill doing a really good job of surviving that. Big knees coming into the body by Hill, though. And again, they seem to be causing some problems because Teixeira had him in a clinch, and it broke that clinch. So both guys in the center. Teixeira needs to be very aware and respectful of the striking ability of Hill. Teixeira. I feel like I can see Teixeira getting clipped with something. I don't know why. I feel like I can see that. I don't want to see that. Ooh, kick coming in. He's trying to grab Hill. Knee strike coming in. Dig to the body. The two break apart. Teixeira in the center. They touch gloves. Respect between the two fighters. Jab coming in by Hill. Teixeira backs up a little bit. Outside leg kick coming in there by Hill. Teixeira coming forward. Knee strike coming in by Hill. Teixeira just trying to find a way of closing this gap. He knows that he's going to have to find a way of closing that gap, getting into range, getting a hold of Hill, finding that takedown. And he's looking for a single leg. Goes for a single leg, but no joy. Hill throwing out a kick at the moment. Hill is ahead, of course, with significant strikes. He's landing kicks, landing shots. Heavy body kick there. That kick to the body was monstrous. Couple of shots coming in by Teixeira. Driving Hill back. Oh! Lovely right hand. And you could see Teixeira's head bobbling around. Couple of shots going straight down the middle. Teixeira's got to be very careful with these strikes here. Tries to respond with a counter shot of his own. Teixeira, eating some shots. Ooh. Nice right hand coming back by Teixeira. Hill is winning this round. Yeah, Hill is just doing a great job at the moment of peppering Teixeira. He's doing a really good job as Teixeira's coming forwards. Nice head movement, knee to the body there by Hill. He's landed 6 of 8 body shots. He's just peppering him, and he's just getting these shots through. But Teixeira is coming forward, slips that shot, grabs the body, but Hill manages to escape. At the moment, 24 significant strikes to 7. Hill rounds easily at the moment. First round, Hill round, but there's 1 minute and 45 left. Teixeira trying to find a way forward. Hill just keeping him back. Big overhands coming in. Big shots. Swinging away. That was better by Teixeira. Smile on the face of Hill. Little uppercut coming in. Teixeira going back a little bit. Referee just having a word. I think there might be a eye poke in there. So we do have a momentary break in action. Glover is used and abused. Right, we are back underway. So we are back underway. Round number 1. And as we said, this feels like it is a round for Hill. He's got a minute left to go. At the moment, they're both in the center. Jab coming in there by Hill. Another jab coming in. Heavy leg kick coming back by Teixeira. Kick coming back by Hill. Teixeira trying to find a way forwards. Outside leg kick. We got Hill coming in, letting his hands go. Teixeira. Nice. Trying to slip the jab. Kick coming in. Tries to catch the leg. Left hand coming in. He has took a lot of punishment. I mean, 32 significant strikes, 20 to the head. Some of these have been quite heavy as well by Hill. Right now, Teixeira trying to use his head movement, trying to find a way forwards. Hill on the outsides. Leg kick coming in. Nice jab coming in there. Couple of counter shots coming back by Teixeira. Hill unloading. Teixeira isn't going to want to eat too many of those. And that is the end of the round. End of the round, and it's a really good round for Hill. So 37 to 12. 37 to 12. I don't think Teixeira is going to be able to take that sort of punishment over 5 rounds. Hill has got fire under his ass, said Matthew. Glover is going to lose. It's impossible from this point, said Modern GMZ. Did Brandon Moreno win? He did. Hill is getting Usyk, said Michael. Hill's takedown defense has been way better than I expected. He's managed to stuff 7 so far, which is very impressive. So 7 attempts at takedowns by Teixeira. And Hill has done a really good job of surviving those. Nice couple of shots, though, landed by Teixeira. So not only is Hill having to survive takedowns, but he's also having to show that he's got a bit of a chin on him. Same with Teixeira as well, of course. We are underway with round number 2. This one can go 5 rounds, of course. Let's see, that first round was undeniably a Hill round. Both fighters, heavy outside leg kick there by Teixeira. Bilal Muhammad said, great first round for Jamahal. 1-0 Hill, said Justin Gaethje. Couple of jabs coming in here by Teixeira. Hill on the outside, knee to the body. And I think Teixeira not happy. I think there was an eye poke in there as well. So we've just got a timeout at the moment. As Teixeira trying to recover from this eye poke. 1-0 Hill. The highlights were biased, said OT Beat. Teixeira is a dark horse. He could come up later. Right, here we go then. 30-odd second timeout, and we are back into the action. So we've had a minute or so of this second round. Heavy outside leg kick there by Teixeira. Leg kick coming back by Hill. Hill going for a kick to the body. High kick coming in by Teixeira. High kick is blocked by Teixeira. Oh, that one got through. That one got through. He's rocked. Teixeira is rocked. He's backed up against the cage. Teixeira is in trouble. Hill is peppering him. That's a beautiful uppercut. Hill with a couple of uppercuts that got through. I tell you what, the old man has done such a good job of surviving that. He's done such a good job of weathering that storm. Now he's looking for a takedown. He can't get it. Knee strike coming in. I tell you what, busted nose. Maybe a broken nose for Teixeira. He got rocked hard. He was on wobbly legs. But now he's firing back with some shots of his own. His powers of recovery are absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now he's the one that's coming after Hill. Oh, head kick. I think that was blocked. He is getting such joy with those head kicks. Hill going for those head kicks, going for a kick to the body. Oh, hook shot coming back by Teixeira. Crazy action. Oh, wow. The striking of Hill, so impressive. Teixeira ducking underneath. Takedown by Teixeira. He's managed to get a takedown. How big is that going to be? He's got to keep him down. Hill has managed to get to a seated position. Teixeira has managed to get on top of him. Now he's looking for a rear naked. Oh, he almost had it. He couldn't get it. Oh, my God. This is insane. Brilliant fight. Brilliant action. Absolutely brilliant. We've gone from Teixeira getting rocked to being uppercutted to throwing some counters, then going on the offensive, getting a takedown. Now he's looking for a head and arm choke. Now he's looking for a head and arm. Oh my God. It doesn't look tight enough, but this is not where Hill wants to be. Oh my God, how did Teixeira not get that on tighter? That is a golden opportunity. Crowd are making some noise. Crowd are making some noise. Absolute scenes in this fight. Brilliant action as both fighters get back to their feet. We've got an hour left to go. Teixeira might have a broken nose. Hill has got blood coming down the side of his face. I don't know if it's one of the shots from Teixeira. He's got to watch that high kick. We've got ourselves a fight, ladies and gentlemen, said John Bone Jones. John Jones enjoying the action. Hill, 44 significant strikes in round 2. 10 for Glover Teixeira. Again, this is going to be a Hill round, but Teixeira getting some joy with a takedown. Should have done more with it, though. Needed to do more with it. Trying to come forward, trying to catch Hill. Hill backed up. He's coming forward with some strikes. Teixeira is just not going away. He's not going away. He's looking for a big overhand shot. Both of them showing signs of damage, and that is the end of the rounds. Glover is a beast at 42. He is, man. He really is. He really is a beast. His powers of recovery are serious. They are serious. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We are 179 away from 1,000. 179 more is what we're looking for. So if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. Let us know in the chat as well. Drop a like and let us know in the chat, how do you think this fight is going? I think it's 2-0 to Jamahal Hill. 86 significant strikes to 24. 49 significant strikes to 12. The sub attempt was very interesting. I don't know that it's enough to give Teixeira the round, though. Powerful damage. 2018 Hill 1-1, said J14. Seems like some have got it 1-1. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 3. We've got Teixeira coming forward. We've got jabs coming in by Hill. Teixeira grabbing Hill, driving him back against the cage. So he's managed to grab him, and he's managed to drive him back against the cage. He's trying to pick him up, see if he can get a takedown. No joy at the moment, though. Hill has got a reversal. And now it's Hill that's got Teixeira up against the cage. Separates apart. He's got to be careful here, Teixeira. Couple of jabs coming in. Couple of jabs for Hill. Both guys stepping into the center. Body shot coming in by Teixeira. We've had a minute of round number 3. Teixeira has got himself in some good positions, but he just can't get those takedowns. He's attempted 11 takedowns. He's only managed 1. Jab coming in there by Jamahal Hill. High kick coming in, but blocked. I still think he rocked him, even though he blocked it. I think he's still got some of it. And now he's looking for some big ground and pounds. Glover Teixeira is in a whole world of trouble. He's down on the ground. Jamahal Hill pounding away. Teixeira on his knees. There's a couple of shots coming in. Teixeira is trying to weather this. He's busted open. Blood all over his face. There's big, heavy shots raining down right now. Glover Teixeira really struggling. The ref might come in, but Teixeira kicks Hill away. It feels like we could be moments from the finish. Glover Teixeira is digging into all of his experience. He's on his back. He's desperately trying to keep Hill off of him. Hill is trying to get that ground and pound going. He's trying to find a way of raining down the ground and pounds. Teixeira on his back. Hill on top. Trying to get the ground and pound through. Teixeira doing a really great job, though. Done so well to weather that storm. Teixeira has done so well. Oh, wow. And the referee is letting Teixeira get back up to his feet. He's been battered. He's been absolutely battered. But he is still in this fight. Wow. He just keeps coming. He's like death. Teixeira is rocked. He's tired. He's still moving forwards. Oh, there's a shot straight down the middle. The defense of Teixeira has crumbled away, but he continues to move forward. We've got a minute and 30 left in round number 3. Shots coming back here by Hill. Oh, some of them uppercuts. There's a sneaky uppercut that found its way in there. That was brutal. High kick. That high kick has been working for him all night long. There's both guys, you can see, definitely feeling the effects of this. Teixeira definitely more, but Hill is not throwing as much. I think Hill is definitely feeling the effects as well. He's probably knackered. He's landed 121 significant strikes. And we've still got 50 seconds left of round number 3. Shots coming in, and Teixeira, you can tell that he's gassed. Glover, death and taxes, Teixeira. Come on, Glover. Right, we are seeing a couple of jabs coming in by Teixeira. A couple of shots coming back by Hill. Teixeira is trying to pour it onto Hill. Hill gets out of there. 20-odd seconds left in this one as Teixeira continues to move forward. The whole side of his face just covered in blood. 10 seconds left on the clock as he's trying to find a way forward into clinch. Muay Thai. Oh, Muay Thai clinch. Big knee strike by Hill. End of the round. Oh, wow. Mason Bennett, shout out to you. Hope you are enjoying this one. Can't believe Glover has gone through all of this. He's shown, man, that he is tough. I mean, look at what he went through with the Jiri fight and everything. Rope-a-dope. I don't know, man. He's been so close to being put away. He's been so close. Hill just do some very effective. Hill is winded. Hill definitely looks winded. But for me, is still taking rounds. Right, significant strikes, 37-12, 49-12, 44-13. Hill is dominating the striking. Absolutely dominating. Glover is the Walking Dead. Referee, I think, just having a word there with Teixeira. We're at 821 likes. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. Look at the cut above the eye. That is horrific. Man, that is a bad cut above the eye. That is a bad cut. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like as we continue to try and push towards 1,000. Kick coming in by Hill. More kicks coming in by Hill. Teixeira edging forwards. We might have 2 more rounds of action here. We're not sure. Both guys have given a lot in this. Both guys have taken a lot. Certainly Teixeira. Teixeira edging forward. Hill on the back foot. Couple of body shots coming in. High kick coming in. Nice hook shot coming back there by Teixeira. Knee strike coming in by Hill. Teixeira has got Hill driving him back against the cage. It's just incredible. It's incredible. Aljamain Sterling said, my anxiety right now. Glover is truly inspiring. He is. This is why people love him. He just, his heart is incredible. His toughness. He's took such incredible punishment. 107 headshots he's took. 107 headshots. And he's continuing to come forward as we've had 1.5 minutes. High kick coming in, head kick coming in. Lovely cross shot there by Hill. Body shot coming in by Hill. Couple of shots coming in by Hill here is really getting through. Teixeira cannot find those takedowns. He's only managed to find 1 takedown in this fight. He's only managed to find 1 takedown. Jamahal Hill has landed 146 significant strikes. His previous best in a fight was 101. And now he's landed 146. It's a fantastic performance this is by Jamahal Hill. Teixeira continuing to move forward, continuing, trying to throw a big overhand. Nice shot there coming in by Hill. That drives Teixeira back. Teixeira, oh, coming back with a few shots of his own. Lovely work there by Teixeira. Hill, though, eats them. Deals with it well. Lovely work. Couple of jabs coming in by Teixeira as well. He's still in the fight. He looks out of it. He looks out of it, but he is still in there. He's still asking questions. I mean, it feels like if we go to the judges, it's going to be Hill. Teixeira needs to find a way of getting this fight down to the mat. I can't tell if there's all bruising here on the side of it. I can't tell if it's the lighting or if all of this part of his face is bruised. If he has, that bruising has come out really quickly. Really quickly. I can't tell. I think he is, you know. I can't tell. The face of Glover Teixeira just looks messed up. So messed up. So messed up. He's hurt. He's really hurt. He's getting driven back. He's trying to cover up. He's struggling here. He's there for the taking if Hill's going to pour it on. He's trying to cover up. Knee coming into the body. Teixeira, just incredible. He's trying to throw some counters. He's just getting pieced up by Hill, though. He's got a Muay Thai clinch. Knee coming in by Hill. It is unbelievable. We're into the final minute of round number 4. And we're just watching a murder now. We're just watching an absolute murder. It's 37 significant strikes to 16. Oh, he's just absolutely piecing him. Jamahal Hill just absolutely unloading. If the referee was to stop this, I don't think there'd be too many complaints. It's all one-way traffic. He's absolutely massacring Teixeira. Is absolutely massacring him. Teixeira, though, grabs Hill, drives him back against the cage, goes back into the center. Damn. I tell you what, the BMF title should be given to Teixeira after this fight. I don't care if he loses. He's the baddest MFer in the UFC. The punishment that he's taken here. Oh, big shot. Big shot by Hill. They're saying this fight could be stopped. We might not see the fifth. Wow. Hill is a heck of an athlete. That's why every kid needs to take up a sport. Drew Hu said it's actually sad watching this. Guys, amazingly, we're at 9-2-3. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are 76 likes away from 1,000. Didn't look like we were going to get there. We still might not get there. But with 1,700 people watching, we are 76 likes away. The number on screen is not correct. 76 likes away with 1,700 watching. Drop a like if you haven't. A doctor is looking at Teixeira. Significant strikes in this fight. 192. 192 to 54. I think he just checked how many fingers. I think he got that right. So I think the doctor's going to allow... I think the doctor is going to allow this to go into a fifth round. Doctor checking on Teixeira, and we are going into a fifth round. This is scenes. This is scenes. Is it here? Is it hit? Hang on. Right, here we go. Round number 5. Did it get... It did. Ah, you guys are amazing. Massive shout out to everyone that's joined us and left a like. That's incredible. I did not think we were doing that tonight. No way. Not where we was on like 300 when we started the main card. So that is incredible. Right, here's Teixeira looking for a single leg, driving at Hill. He's got 4 minutes. He's got a takedown. Teixeira's got a takedown. Teixeira with a takedown. Oh, he's got to make this count. If we go to the judges, he loses. He's got just over 4 minutes to make this count. Whatever he's got to find it. He's got 4 minutes to find it. Wow. He's managed to get the takedown. He's inside control. Teixeira is inside control. So, side control at the moment. Jamahal Hill, it feels like he's going to get up, but Teixeira's doing a really good job of keeping him down, but he's got to do a good job of finding a submission or finding some ground and pounds. This is a big opportunity, and he's got time to work as well. Jamahal Hill does seem to be a little gassed. Yeah, if we go, he's got 3 minutes 20. If we go to the judges, he is not winning this fight. Big, heavy shots coming in by Glover Teixeira. Is chest to chest. He's in half guards. He's in half guard, and now he's fully mounted. He's fully mounted. He's on top of Jamahal Hill. Is in full mount. Now he's gone. Hill slips through. Oh, Hill just slips through. Manages to reverse. Teixeira shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Jamahal Hill. That's amazing. He should. I think Teixeira's just gassed, to be honest. I mean, the fact he was able to get into that position was fantastic, but Hill didn't panic. And right now, Teixeira finds himself on his back with Hill on top. Wow. Wow. Bob said, don't say that. They're fighting in Brazil. He could win on points. I can't see. Honestly, I can't see it. I know we all saw the Paddy Pimblett result, but I just can't see how. I mean, 192 significant strikes to 54. Right, shots coming in by Hill. We got 1 minute 45 to go. 1 minute 40. Hill has worked so hard. Teixeira, absolutely incredible heart. But 90-odd seconds away from Jamahal Hill becoming the new light heavyweight champion. Forearms coming in. 5-0 to Hill, said John. Right now, Teixeira is trying to get back up. Jamahal Hill is allowing him back up. There's 1 minute left. Glover Teixeira is still moving forwards. He's still bringing the fight to Hill. It is incredible. 40-odd seconds left on the clock. Trying to find a way forwards. Overhand misses. Jab coming in there by Hill. Yeah, it's true. Doesn't need to engage here, Hill. He can just stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble and he'll get the win. Yeah, look, Teixeira's telling him, bring the fight. Bring the fight. Swinging away. He's telling him to bring the fight. Couple of shots coming in by Hill at the end, and that's it. We're going to go to the scorecards, and we should be getting a brand new champion, and that champion should be Jamahal Hill. Glover gets heavyweight. Go to heavyweight. Fight Arlovsky. John said, well done to both fighters. Let me know in the chat how you scored it. I think that's probably going to be 5-0 to Jamahal Hill. I don't think that Teixeira is going to take a round. Maybe we're in Brazil. They'll give him a round. But I'm expecting this to be unanimous, and I'm expecting them to give... there's emotion. Look, the coaches have come over. The coaches have come over with a smile on their face. Jamahal Hill breaking down in tears. Jamahal Hill breaking down in tears as the coaches come over, nodding, saying that they think he's got it done. He is crying. He screams out there, Jamahal Hill. Well, there we go. Another one for Paddy. Another one for Paddy. I thought the fight would be stopped after the fourth. I think we were really close to it. I think we were really close. They said if you could only see the amount of blood that is around... It's not only in the ring, but like it's all over the broadcast table. Apparently, doesn't look that bad in the mat? You can hardly see any on the mat. But commentators saying the blood was all over their commentary table. Dana isn't putting the belt around the waist. That's interesting. No Dana. 50-44. Unanimous decision. And no. Jamahal Hill gets the decision then. It's read out by Bruce Buffer. Jamahal Hill wins all 5 rounds. I mean, it's dominant stuff in the end. It's really dominant stuff. Cormier's coming over to have a words. He's down on his knees and from where I came from to get to this. Thank you. Thank you. He's on his knees and he's in absolute bits. Cormier said, what does this mean to you? Hard work, dedication, accountability. What a robbery. And in his own backyard, said Bob. You are the first Dana White Contender Series guy to become a champion. I didn't know that. That's interesting, isn't it? First Dana White Contender Series person to become a champion. Uh, 7-8, go Chiefs. What a robbery. Get him on a plane. Who's next? Who is next? I mean, when Jiri comes back, that's the fight to make, but I don't know when Jiri's coming back. Jamahal Hill is impeccable. Hats off to Glover for going the distance. Jamahal Hill said he is tough as bricks. Talking about Teixeira, I don't know anyone that could take what I was throwing tonight. It was an honor to share the cage with him. Jamahal Hill is the new light heavyweight champion. It just feels weird. Yeah, that just feels weird. Jamahal Hill said, you see where I'm at, come get some. Wow. Yeah, amazing. Oh, going to have a word with Teixeira. See what Teixeira's going to say. I felt great in the fight. Teixeira said he felt great in this fight. Derek Lewis will fight him next. That was fun. Yeah, it was good. We're just hearing from Teixeira right now. Please retire. I don't know. He hasn't got his gloves. He's saying a lot. He has got them. He's putting them down. Yeah, he's retired. He's retired. Teixeira is retired. I'm just not keeping up anymore. I think I'm too tough for my own good, and I'm just not keeping up anymore. Teixeira has put his gloves down in the center. This was worth sticking around for, wasn't it? That's class. Teixeira says, I saw you throwing drinks and popcorn at the last champion. I don't want you to do it with this guy. This is the rightful champion, and he's going to walk back with me. So that is class, isn't it? That is class. I'm going to walk back with you, and they won't throw the stuff at you if I'm with you. God, he's classy to the end, isn't he? Jamahal Hill presenting the belt to his coaches. Very emotional moment, look, where he's going over and Jamahal Hill is thanking his coaches, saying thank you. That's lovely, that is. And there's Teixeira. Wow. No crowd for his retirement. Nah, that's such a shame that the crowd went. As soon as he lost, the crowd went, and he's retired in front of a pretty empty arena, unfortunately. But, I mean, I suppose that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? He had a fight in Brazil in the main event. He fell short. He lost every round. And, you know, that would be the right place. I think because we were in Brazil, you sort of look at it and think, could he? Will he? And he did, yeah, put the gloves down. And I wonder if he goes in the Hall of Fame. I feel like he should. Former champion, oldest person to ever be a first-time UFC champion as well. I feel like he probably should go in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he will. But, yeah. Wow. Has Teixeira retired? Yeah, he has. He has retired. Put his gloves down in the center of the octagon and said he thinks he's a bit too tough for his own goods. Pereira can now grab the chance to go for the belt in light heavyweight. Mm-hmm. He did mention Pereira, actually, and say that he thinks that he'll look to do that, so... Right, guys, I don't think we're quite done with the coverage yet. I think they're probably just going to wrap things up, but we're done with it. 7 hours, 20 minutes we've been streaming for, so I think we can draw a line under it there. Really appreciate the support. Don't forget, we are back with UFC in the future. We're definitely around for those big shows. I mean, there's so many pay-per-views that are coming up in the near future. We're definitely here for those. Looking forward to them as well. But that's in the future. Right now, we're obviously focused on the new light heavyweight champion, Jamahal Hill. And, yeah, great fight. Great performance from him as well. A deserving champion. And we say goodbye to a legend, a veteran, Glover Teixeira, retiring, leaving the gloves in the ring and walking away. So... yeah, you got to say this, it was a stat card, lots of action, lots of finishes. And for me, it definitely delivered. So big thank you to everyone that joined us this evening. I hope you enjoyed it and enjoyed the action. Lot of fun. Really did enjoy the night. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.